I'm May from Thailand. Please like and subscribe. I grew up in a wealthy family, and my parents gave me everything I wanted, except freedom. My mom watched my every move, and when she couldn't do it herself, she employed someone to do it. I'm not even kidding you guys. When I was 17, I came home from school to find a house full of guests. Uninformed servers were busy loading tables with all kinds of food. Mom, what's going on?
May, darling, come sit next to your father and I.
Sitting across from Mom was a scrawny-looking boy about the same age as me.
May, the king and queen are here to ask for your hand in marriage. This is their son, your future husband.
I burst out laughing, but stopped when I realized that no one else was laughing with me. Wait, you're serious?
Yes, now say hello and behave yourself.
I shot from my seat and grabbed the table. I will flip this table over, Mama.
Stop this nonsense, May.
No, tell them to leave now. When Mom said nothing, I tried to lift the table, but it wouldn't budge. So I grabbed the tablecloth and yanked it.
Oh my goodness, May! Look at what you just did. The king is covered in soup.
He looked hungry. A dozen servers scrambled to clean the mess while Mama fussed over the drenched old man. After 1,000 apologies from Mom, the king and his guests left. For the next couple of weeks, things were very tense at home, and Mom hardly spoke to me. I buried myself in schoolwork, and soon I forgot all about the boy and his royal parents. One day at school, I was about to open the library door when someone pushed it from the inside, knocking me over. Ugh, the boys at this school, always in a frickin' hurry.
Who are you calling a boy?
You? Who else?
Maybe you should watch where you're going next time. Anyway, here.
The boy extended his hand to help me up, but just as I was about to take it, he took his hand back, smirked, and walked away. What was his problem? Later that day, I walked into class and found the same boy in my seat. It's you again. Can you get off my seat? Shh. Did you just shush me?
Yes, I did. So what?
I grabbed his books and threw them on the floor.
Hey, that's not nice.
Just then, our teacher walked in to find us just about to go at each other.
Causing trouble already, Lunar?
Isn't Lunar a girl's name? I thought you were a boy. The whole class started to laugh. It's then that I realized how red Lunar's face had turned. She looked offended a little, then burst out laughing with the rest of the class. I was so embarrassed by my big mouth. As weeks went by, I realized that Lunar was really sweet and thoughtful. I showed her around and taught her all the things she needed to know about her new environment since it was her first time in Thailand. One day, she put a whoopee cushion on my seat, and when I sat on it, it let out a loud farting sound. The whole class burst out laughing, and so did I. I'd have been offended if it was someone else that pranked me. But honestly, I was starting to become so fond of Lunar, I didn't care what she did. We spent most of our time together, studying and doing our assignments. I even invited her to dinner at my house once, and the whole time, Mama kept a keen eye on her. Poor Lunar was so uncomfortable she never came home with me again. One day, we were in the library doing our homework when I caught Lunar staring at me and smiling. What are you staring at?
You're so beautiful.
I blushed and tried to ignore her, but she moved closer to me. What was she doing? I got my answer when she leaned in and kissed me. I'd never kissed a girl before, so I was really nervous. After our kiss, Lunar asked me to be her girlfriend, and when I said yes, she let out a squeal and kissed me again. Just then, someone cleared their throat behind us. Scrawny boy?
My name is David.
What are you doing here?
I'm here for you, but I see you're busy kissing someone else. I don't think your mother would approve of this.
Wait, what's going on here?
This is none of your business.
Excuse me? My girlfriend is my business.
She's not your girlfriend. She's engaged to me.
Lunar turned to me, a shocked look on her face.
Is this true?
Kind of, but it's complicated.
Unbelievable.
Lunar stormed out and I ran after her, begging her to let me explain, but she walked away angrily. To make things worse, David told me he'd be attending school with me. When I got home that day, I went straight to Mama. You had Scrawny Boy transferred to my school, didn't you?
He has a name, May. Learn to use it, since he will be your husband one day.
Never!
You should be happy that he transferred to your school just for you. The two of you will get to know each other better.
I get good grades, and I have a great future ahead of me. You already know I plan to go to a college abroad. You can't do this to me.
Grades aren't everything, May. And a girl needs a husband to have a great future.
I cannot believe you just said that. Seriously, what century was my mother from? Ugh. The next morning, I woke up to find a limousine waiting to take me to school.
Hurry up and get ready, May. You don't want to keep David waiting.
I tried to protest, but as usual, Mama got her way. From that day on, I rode with David to and from the school. Lunar barely spoke to me, and every time I tried to explain myself, David or one of his guards would pull me away from her. I finally decided I'd had enough of Mama and her controlling ways, so I decided to sneak out and go see Lunar. As soon as I left my house, a black car pulled over me and the window rolled down. David, what do you want now?
I know you're going to see Lunar.
Yes, I am, and you can't stop me. I bolted down the street, and David drove after me, hooting and shouting at me to stop.
May, watch out for the ditch.
I didn't see the ditch until it was too late. I tried to dodge it, but I slipped and fell, rolling a few times before landing at the bottom of the ditch. I woke up to several hands touching me. I was confused for a minute until I realized that I was lying in a hospital bed.
May, you're awake.
Mama hugged me as she cried on my shoulder. Behind her were two ladies smiling at me. One was holding a measuring tape while the other was holding several wedding gowns. Mom, what's going on?
You were in an accident, dear. David saved you. Isn't he great?
David didn't save me. He's the reason I fell down that ditch. And who are these people?
Oh, these ladies are from the bridal shop. They're here to fit you with your wedding gown. I'm so glad you're awake.
Mom went to hug me again, but I shoved her and jumped out of the bed. Were you taking my measurements while I was asleep? You're all crazy.
You need to try on these dresses now.
I tried to leave, but Mom grabbed my hand and started to undress me. Mama, stop. I already told you I don't want to get married. You're being so selfish. Mama stopped and furiously glared at me.
Is this because of that girl you've been fooling around with?
What? Of course David had told her about Lunar.
You need to forget about her.
But I love her, Mama.
You won't after you watch this.
She pulled out a video of Lunar talking to the camera, her face emotionless.
I hate you, May. You're a coward and a liar. We're over.
No, this can't be. Lunar would never do that to me. Seeing Lunar break up with me on video broke my heart. I tried calling and texting her about 1,000,000 times, but all I got was radio silence. For the next couple of days, I watched as my mother got busy preparing for the wedding. I hated everything about it. Mama tried to cheer me up, but all I did was stay in bed and cry. My face was so puffy, I was sure I'd look ugly in my wedding photos. At the altar, I couldn't control my sobs. I cried and snorted into my bouquet. David tried to comfort me, but I pushed him away so hard he fell into his best man. Who was that guy anyway? I'd never seen him before. I held my breath when the wedding officiant asked if anyone was opposing mine and David's union. I closed my eyes and wished Lunar would burst in and just whisk me away. Just as the officiant was about to continue talking, someone in the crowd lifted their hand and stood up.
I object.
I turned at the familiar voice, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Mama? Of all the people to object to my wedding, Mama was the last person I expected to see.
May, I have a confession. I offered Lunar a lot of money to leave you.
I was speechless. I knew Mama was desperate to see me marry David, but I didn't know just how far she was willing to go.
I thought your relationship with her was just you trying to make me angry. But seeing how sad you've been since she left, I realized my mistake. I'm so sorry, honey. Please go and look for her. You have my blessing.
It's too late, Mama. She already left me.
You're wrong.
Lunar, you're here?
Yes, and I have something to say.
She walked down the aisle carrying a black bag and dropped it in front of Mama and Papa. It was full of cash.
That day David took you away, your mother offered me money. She asked me to stay away from you, but I couldn't. I love you, May. Please, don't marry David.
I ran towards Lunar and kissed her in front of everyone. Cheers erupted around us as I hugged her tightly. I guess the wedding's canceled. Even more cheers and hoots as Mama and other people swarmed around us.
So, what do you girls think about a June wedding?
Mama, would you stop? You're embarrassing me in front of Lunar. We all laughed and hugged each other. I'd never been happier. Our love won.
Tammy, I don't think this is a good idea. What if the nanny gets into trouble?
Relax, I've done this a million times. It's so funny.
911, what's your emergency?
Help!
Tammy was my best friend, and she was always doing crazy stuff that got us into trouble.
Girls, just because you're kids doesn't mean you can get away with making prank calls to the police. Your parents will pay a big fine.
Please, sir, we are so sorry. We promise never to do it again.
Fine, but if this happens again, you girls will be in a lot of trouble. We are able to trace the calls.
The puppy dog eyes trick always worked and saved us almost all the time.
Come on, last one inside is a rotten egg.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nicole, and what you just witnessed was only a minor ordeal compared to all the other trouble my best friend Tammy would get us into. We were friends ever since we were both in our mom's tummies. Her mom and my mom were best friends, and I was born 2 days after Tammy. Talk about planning. Hey, I almost forgot. Please like and subscribe to this channel. They have some amazing stories, and this one is mine.
Tammy, this is disgusting. What are you still doing out there, Stinky?
I have no idea where she gets all her crazy energy from. I have always been the chill, laid-back type, more of a bookworm and the quiet girl in the background. Meanwhile, Tammy was fearless, always ready to take on massive risks for the both of us.
Nicole, climb your stinky butt up here. You're already up there, so you grab the apples. I'll stay down here and play it safe, just to make sure you don't drag us into any trouble. No way! You're coming up here. It's so awesome. It's like a whole new world up here. Well, a roof is not that amazing to see, so I'm fine, thank you. If you don't come up, then I'll never come down. Then the owner of that mansion will be home and you will be in a lot of trouble. Fine.
Tammy was always so stubborn. Because I cared about her so much, I mustered up the courage and faced my fear of heights.
You can do it, Nicole. Here, take my hand.
Having Tammy around helped me be courageous. But as we grew up, our differences started drifting us apart. Tammy had a deep love for everything related to nature, and she constantly tried to get me to share the same passion.
Nicole, here, you hold him. He is so cute. No, thank you. I'm not a wildlife person. You know that. Aw, look how cute and slimy he is. No, Tammy, I said no.
I was never one with anger issues, but I guess Tammy sometimes pressed the wrong buttons in me. I enjoyed things like playing the piano. Beethoven was my all-time favorite composer, and my parents were so proud of the way I turned out. My old man was a grease monkey, and my mom rocked the mop as a maid. We lived in a teeny tiny house that used to belong to my late grandma. But let me tell you, those two superheroes always found a way to put a smile on my face. I had this epic dream of becoming a legendary music composer, and then transforming that humble house into a jaw-dropping mansion for my incredible parents. They made sure I had all the happiness in the world. So it was my turn to repay them big time.
Nicole, I'm off to work. Tammy is coming over for a sleepover.
Again?
Well, sweetie, Tammy's mom has to work a double shift today, so that's why she's sleeping over. Is something bothering you? I thought you enjoyed having Tammy around.
Yeah, I do like having Tammy over, but sometimes I just want a little me time, you know? It feels like she's here almost every other day, and I need some space to recharge. Tammy's dad bailed on her and her mom when she was just 5 years old. From then on, her mom had to hustle and work as a waitress at a local diner. When we were little, having Tammy around was a blast. But as we grew up, I started feeling like my personal space was being invaded.
I whipped up some chocolate milkshakes for us. This one looks cute. How come I've never seen this one before?
Tammy, you messed up my cabinet. You know my clothes are always neatly folded.
Chill out, it's just clothes.
It's my clothes. If you like keeping your wardrobe in a jungle mess, then that's you.
Nicole, calm down. I'm putting the shirt back.
I always try my best to be nice and not get upset, but sometimes it's just so hard to always be the nice girl who's okay with everything. Until one day, Tammy pushed things too far. We were lying outside on the lawn, looking up at the clouds. This was our quiet moments together. And of course, Tammy had the most bizarre imaginations.
Oh, I see a gigantic baboon with drumsticks and he even has a slimy frog on his head.
Geez, Tammy, that's quite a combination. I see a big, puffy...
Did you see that?
It's probably a skydiver or a big bird.
What if it's an alien?
Tammy, we're 15 years old. We should be way past the alien phase.
Come on, let's go see. Wait,
I don't know why I didn't pull back from going with her. I guess part of me also wanted to see what it was that suddenly fell from the sky. I told you it was a skydiver. A very hot one.
Ew, you like him.
We don't even know him. Let's go before he sees us. And obviously, Tammy did the opposite.
Hey there, handsome boy. Where are you from?
Huh? From the city, Philadelphia.
Don't be scared. We won't bite. My friend here thinks you're cute. Can we get your number?
Wow, I didn't think girls from a small country like this would be so forward. I'll give you my number, only if I could take both of you out.
Sorry, I'm not on the market.
I was, dying of embarrassment when that boy kept stealing glances at me. Tammy seriously had no filter. She just kept putting me in these super awkward situations. It was like cringe city all the way.
What's your name, by the way? I'm Tammy, and my beautiful friend there is Nicole. You won't find a good girl like her around, so better catch her while you can.
I'm Denver, and does your friend have a voice or what? It seems like you're the spokesperson for the duo.
Oh, sorry about that. She's just very shy. Get over here. Nicole, come meet your future husband.
Tammy, that's enough. I'm going home.
Nicole, wait for me.
I was fuming inside, and Tammy didn't get the picture.
Nicole, why didn't you wait for me?
You humiliated me in front of that guy. Why would you tell him that I liked him?
Because you said he was cute, and I think he could like you too. I have his number, and you can call him.
Tammy, stop! You never know when to stop. And when a friend tells you a guy is cute, you don't do things like this. You keep it to yourself, and we speak about it in secret. That's what normal friends do. So I'm not a normal friend to you? I don't think you're capable of being normal, Tammy. You are self-absorbed, never listen to anything but your own voice, and think you know it all. I wished I didn't care so much for her so that I didn't have to feel so bad about what I said. But after that day, our friendship collapsed. Over time, Tammy stopped visiting our house with her mom, and I missed her.
Is Tammy okay? Yes, she met this new guy and she's always out and about, but she's happy, so I'm happy. I'll let her know you asked about her.
A part of me wished that Tammy would come over and tell me all about her exciting love life, but I guess our friendship was truly over, and I had myself to blame for that. I started to put more focus on my goals, completing high school and managed to get a student loan to further my studies in music. And while studying, I also opened up some extra classes to teach kids from home. And then one day when I got home from my studies, I found Tammy's mom crying on my mom's shoulders.
What happened? Why is she crying? Tammy ran away with a boy, and she won't answer her phone. Is there anything I can do? If you know of any other way we could reach out to her, that would be great.
I wasn't really into the whole social media scene, but I had an Instagram and Facebook account with a grand total of 10 followers. But Tammy, oh man, she was all about that attention. She'd constantly be posting on all her social media accounts, soaking up the likes and comments.
Wow, so she went after the city boy, Denver.
I didn't like seeing her mom so sad, so I had to go find her and bring her back home. I had never been to the city before, so naturally, I was a bit nervous. Dad offered to come along with me, but I knew he had a ton of cars lined up for the week at the shop. Mom and Tammy's mom were both working on their jobs too, so taking time off wasn't an option for them.
Thank you for doing this. I know my Tammy has always been on the wild side of life, but whenever she was around you, she was good. I hope you come back with her.
I will. Let's hope she listens to me, even though we're not that close anymore.
Best friends always find their way back to each other.
I did my research using all the Tammy social media information. There was this restaurant she and this Denver guy kept taking selfies at, so that was my starting point. Hi, can I have a glass of water, please? Oh, I meant from the tap.
We don't serve tap water here. That'll be $5.
$5 for water? The bartender seemed rude, but I have to admit, everything about his looks was breathtaking. I always had a thing for tall guys, and this one was tall and gorgeous.
You are new around here? You look like you stepped out of a farm or something.
You have a very ugly way of saying things. I come from Camden Country. It's a small country, and we like keeping things simple, if that's what you call farm style.
Okay, farm girl. What are you doing in Philadelphia?
I'm looking for my friend.
If that's your friend, then I probably shouldn't be talking to you. I definitely don't want to get mixed up in any of that mess. Her boyfriend's family is, like, notorious for running this city with all their shady criminal activities.
I was shocked at what he told me, and very worried about Tammy. Please, if my friend is in any trouble, I need to know where I can find her.
I told you, I don't want to get involved. Those people are not to be messed with.
Please, her mom is devastated, and she's a good person. We are good people. I glared at him with puppy dog eyes, which usually work to convince people.
Okay, wait for me after my shift. This is my number.
Kevin, thank you. I'm Nicole. I had to find something to do while waiting for him, but after what he told me, I couldn't stop thinking about Tammy. While waiting for Kevin, I thought I would explore the city a little, and when I passed a small coffee shop, my heart skipped a beat when I saw Tammy through the glass window. She looked like she was crying in front of Denver, who looked more grown now. Tammy, talk to me. I never saw Tammy look this sad in her life, and this wicked boy taking her away like that made me even more determined to find out more. If she was in trouble, I was going to save her. Kevin thankfully kept to his word and let me ride with him on his scooter to Denver's family house.
Okay, so this is where they live, and as you can see, it's not easy to get in. These guys have, like, heavy security.
Yeah, what do we do now?
The deal was I show you where they lived, so here it is. Goodbye. Don't do that.
I didn't do anything. My sad puppy dog eyes did it once again, and thank goodness, Kevin had a conscience. It was hard for him to leave me stranded in front of a big wall.
I'll try to get you in, and then my work here is done, right?
Right. We waited till it was dark, and then I had to face my fears once again. This wall was the tallest I'd ever seen, and Kevin almost fell over the edge trying to pull me up. What if they have dogs?
This family isn't pet friendly, but they do have a bunch of bodyguards and cameras, so we have to be extra careful.
Eventually, when we got over the wall, we had to think about how to get past those huge bodyguards. Maybe there's a way around the back.
Oh, yeah. Well, why don't we come out from behind this tree and search for the back entrance? Yeah, I'm sure those bodyguards are blind.
We can't stay here forever.
Hold on. Look, they're going away. Let's go.
We took this opportunity to get closer to the mansion, trying our best for the cameras not to spot us. We managed to get to a back entrance and found a door.
Wow, it's open. Something must be on our side here.
The entrance through the door took us to a small, dusty basement with lots and lots of boxes. At least we made it inside somewhere.
I have no idea how we're gonna get your friend, but I know it's very risky.
I know, and thank you for coming all this way with me.
It's okay. Now what do we do next?
The person who opened the door to the basement from inside the mansion stepped in further like he was looking for something. We were freaking out like two fishes about to get caught in a net. I've never been so terrified in my life. And I've never been this close to a guy in my life. Kevin smelled so good, and being in his arms felt even better.
He's gone.
I think this was a bad idea. We could get into so much trouble.
Relax. We're safe for now, and you're not alone.
Since we are already in here, I think we should take another leap of faith and get into the mansion.
Yeah? Are you ready to get locked away in prison for trespassing?
Kevin and I opened our mouths in shock after we saw all the cash that fell out of one of the boxes.
All these boxes are filled with money. How is that possible? No one in the city has this much cash lying around.
Unless it's fake.
You might be right. I got into trouble a few times at the restaurant for not checking the money customers pay with, and I'm always so careful. This looks real.
That's what money launderers do. They make it look real. I watched this movie once, and this feels exactly like that movie, where this family is unbelievably rich using fake cash.
I told you these people were dangerous. Even the cops let them go scot-free.
Not in my town. I'm gonna get some proof on—
Shh! I hear something.
I could hear Tammy crying up above us, and my heart pounded with rage, wishing to go up there and save her from whatever was going on. But instead, I had a better plan.
Smart girl.
I just want to go back home. Please, I don't want to do any more crime.
Remember, if you don't do this, your mom will lose her job and you two will end up on the streets.
I don't care. I'd rather be on the streets than change your fake money to be real.
Tammy, you're making me angry. Now take this back. The night malls are waiting for you. You need new clothes. And don't think of running. My bodyguards will be right behind you.
Tammy sounded so scared, and I had all the proof I needed to put this family away for good.
Your friend is headed out, which means they'll open the gates. Can you run?
I was never much of an athlete, but yeah, this is our chance to get out. The coast was still clear, so Kevin and I hid behind the tree again, waiting for the gates to open.
As soon as the gate opens and we see the car exit, we need to run like lightning before the gate closes again.
I took a deep breath in and prepared my mind to be Superwoman. This was a huge risk to take. We had no other choice but to be brave. We made it. Thank you so much. I have all the evidence I need to help my friend.
I'm glad I could assist.
I guess this is goodbye.
Well, it doesn't have to be.
Okay.
We could be friends, or more if you want that, since we only just met, like, today. I like you.
I took the courage and decided to be a little bit forward. Kevin was a good person, and I like him too. This is my number. Call me, and maybe we could be more. With the evidence I had, the police from my small country got the CIA involved, and Denver and his family were locked away for a very long time. I would like to give thanks for my best friend Nicole. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here today, and I'm grateful and wiser because of you. I appreciate you too, my friend. I was glad to have my friend back, and she grew up a lot, and we both learned a lesson about trusting just anyone. Denver was hot, but a devil in disguise. Always analyze the situation before you end up in trouble.
Hi, my name is Lucy and I'm from Florida. Please like and subscribe. My parents are super rich. We own a huge mansion and I can basically get whatever I want, whenever I want. I had everything. Well, except popularity. I was probably the least popular kid in my class growing up. I was always picked last in team games and no one wanted to speak to me. I remember on my 15th birthday, my parents had invited everyone in my class to our mansion, and I know the only reason they came was because they knew the party would be amazing since we were so rich. I wanted to impress everyone, so I wore my favorite Hello Kitty dress. As I walked down the stairs, they all stared at me. I was flattered they were so speechless by the sight of me. But then, one of them screamed.
Ew! What are you wearing?
Everyone laughed. I turned bright red.
Yeah, Hello Kitty. More like Hello Brittany.
Everyone laughed, and I was about to run back to my room when one boy jumped out in front of everyone.
Hey, leave her alone! I think she looks beautiful.
Everyone was shocked, because the boy who had defended me was Marco, the new kid in our class. He was so cute. Marco and I spent the rest of the evening together, and by the end of it, Marco had already asked me out on a date. Our first date was amazing. Turns out Marco's family was rich too, because he took me to this super expensive restaurant and bought me a diamond necklace afterwards. I was in love with him. He was so sweet and kind. The next day at school, I was walking through the hallway when I saw Marco. He had blonde hair today. He must have bleached it. It looked really good, and I was about to call out to him when suddenly he pressed himself against the girl he was chatting to and kissed her. I froze. My heart felt like it had literally broken in two. I turned around and cried all the way home. Marco kept calling me after that, but I always ignored him. Finally, one night he appeared at my house.
Brittany, please, hear me out.
No, I saw you kissing another girl.
That wasn't me.
Are you kidding me? I saw it with my own eyes.
No, look.
Marco stepped to the side and pulled someone next to him. I gasped. They were identical.
Hey, I'm Luke.
The other boy smiled. I finally understood. So, you're twins?
Well...
Marco grabbed another boy from the side and I gasped even louder. You're triplets?
Yeah, so listen, I didn't cheat on you. You saw Luke kissing someone, not me.
Luke grinned and winked at me. I blushed.
If it helps.
The other triplet, who I learned was called Adrian, spoke up.
We all have different hair colors, see?
I noticed that he was right. Marco had black hair, Luke had blonde hair, and Adrian had ginger hair. That was lucky. It would be easy to tell them apart now. Suddenly, my mom appeared at the door.
Honey, who are you talking to?
She froze and she looked at each of them. Marco and I continued dating. Adrian and I got along really well, and he actually became my best friend. I discovered that although the triplets were identical in looks, they had completely different personalities. Luke was a bad boy, Marco was the angel, and Adrian was the loyal type. One night, Marco appeared at my house randomly. Oh, hey Marco.
Yeah, it's me, Marco.
Marco entered and we sat in my room for a bit. Then I leaned over and kissed him. He looked flustered. What's wrong? Marco took off the beanie he was wearing, revealing blonde instead of black hair. You're Luke?
I'm sorry. I should have said something sooner. But when you mistook me for Marco, I just went with it.
But why?
Because I think you're beautiful and I like you.
I couldn't even speak. I would be lying if I said I hadn't found Luke charming, but I was dating Marco. While I was thinking over all this, my mom entered the room.
Oh, am I disturbing something? No, I'm just leaving.
Luke looked at me.
Think about it.
He left.
What was that all about?
I explained everything to Mom. What should I do? Who should I pick? Mom thought about it.
I think you should pick Luke.
I was surprised by her answer. Really? Don't you think he's a little too bad for me?
No, I think he's perfect for you. You should definitely pick him.
Oh, okay. I trusted my mom, so I did what she said. I broke up with Marco and dated Luke. Marco was heartbroken and was so hard to do, but I guess my mom was right. Dating Luke was so fun and adventurous. I never knew what to expect. Luke and I arrived back at my house after riding on his bike all day across the state. We were in my room when we started hearing shuffling upstairs where my parents' room was. I hadn't realized anyone was home. Then we heard something crash and we rushed upstairs, thinking there were burglars. But what we saw was even worse. My mom was making out with Marco. Can you believe it? Mom, what are you doing? Marco and Mom broke apart. Marco! Marco was red with embarrassment. Mom was even more embarrassed. Is this why you told me to date Luke? So you could have Marco all to yourself?
Listen, honey, I didn't really see this coming either. Yeah, Lucy, it just sort of happened.
I don't care. When Dad arrived that night, I told him everything. He was so shocked, and him and Mom fought all night. I didn't care. What Mom had done hurt me. My parents ended up getting a divorce. Mom moved out. I ended up breaking up with Luke too. I realized he didn't make the best boyfriend because even though he was fun and adventurous, he was also pretty disloyal. I didn't get back with Marco though, because that was a whole other level of weird now. He had kissed my mom. If I ever kissed him, I would always picture that. I was sitting in the backyard one day after school. I was so sad. I had no friends, no boyfriends, my parents were divorced, everything seemed terrible. But then I felt someone sit down next to me in the grass. I looked over. At first I thought it was Marco, but then I saw the ginger hair and realized it was Adrian.
How you holding up?
I sighed. I've been better.
Listen, Lucy, if you ever need anything, I'll always be here.
Adrian held my hand. I looked at him suddenly. Was this it? Had the answer been here all along? Adrian laughed nervously.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I gulped. Adrian, I think I like you. Adrian was speechless. Then he shook his head as if in a daze.
You... what?
I like you. Adrian ran his hand through his hair, then looked at me. He smiled.
You know, I've been dreaming of the day you'd finally say that. I've had a crush on you since forever.
I smiled. We kissed, and it was the happiest moment of my life. Adrian and I dated, and by far, it was the happiest relationship out of the 3 triplets. With Luke, it was spicy, but too unstable. With Marco, it was just nice, but too boring. But with Adrian, it was just right. I feel like Goldilocks. Life was good. Except for my divorced parents, but hey, you can't have everything. But then the good times, like all things, came to an end. Prom was approaching. I was expecting Adrian to ask me any day now. Finally, it seemed the time came. We were in the cafeteria and Adrian appeared with a huge board that had the words, "Will you go to prom with me?" written in bold.
Lucy, No!
Marco suddenly appeared. He had a teddy bear and flowers.
Lucy, please take me back! I never should have kissed your mom!
The crowd watching us all gasped in shock. What? Before Marco could finish, Luke drove into the building on his motorbike.
Hey Lucy, don't settle for these dimwads. Come to prom with me. Bro, you stay out of this. No, you stay out of this. You both better leave before I get mad.
Then they all started fighting. I couldn't even do anything. I was beyond shocked. At the beginning of this year, I would have never expected to find 3 hot guys fighting over me. While they were all fighting, I sneaked away, but as I was walking, I found Luke's phone on the ground. It was already open, and I saw that he had been messaging my mom. What could they possibly be talking about? I read through, and I felt my stomach drop. All of this, everything, it had all been set up. These are the messages I saw.
Luke, my daughter Lucy is very lonely and needs a boy like you to spice up her life. I will pay you $10,000 to date her, but you must date her all the way through to after prom. Wow, really? Awesome! But what's the catch? Smart boy. The catch is your brothers are fighting for her as well. Only one of you will receive the reward money. Good luck.
I was devastated. But then I realized it all made sense. The triplets must have lied when they said they were rich. When Marco had bought me that diamond necklace, he must have done it expecting to win the $10,000. That's the only reason why he spent the money. And Luke's motorbike? He must have just rented it out to win me over. But Adrian... Oh, Adrian. The fact that he was dating me for some cash reward broke me the most. And my mom, how could she do this to me? I know she was trying to help me, but this wasn't the way to go. And why had she kissed Marco? I looked up and Adrian was approaching me.
Lucy, what?
He saw the phone and the messages. Tears were running down my face.
Lucy, please, it's not what you think.
I threw the phone at him. You jerk! I ran all the way home and didn't look back. But when I arrived home, I was met by another nightmare. My mom was there.
Hi, honey. Good news. Your dad and I are getting back together.
I hate you! Mom was shocked, but then understanding dawned on her face.
So, you found out.
How could you do this to me?
I did this for you! Oh, honey, you were so sad and lonely. I wanted to help because I love you.
No, Mom, this isn't love. I ran to my room. I told Dad about what Mom had done, and he kicked her out again. I cried all night. Suddenly, I heard knocking on my window. I went over to investigate and found Adrian hanging by the branch of a tree. Adrian?
Please let me in! I'm about to fall!
I hesitated but let him in. Now, get out.
Lucy, please! It's all a big misunderstanding. I didn't take on your mom's deal.
I'll never believe another word you say.
If you won't believe me, believe this.
Adrian showed me his phone. I read his messages with my mom, and sure enough, he was telling the truth. When my mom had offered him the money, Adrian had said,
That's a terrible thing to do to your daughter, and I won't be a part of it. But when I got to meet you and we spent more and more time together, I realized that I really do love you. My awful brothers are the ones taking advantage of you, not me. Please, Lucy, you gotta believe me.
I smiled and kissed him. Of course I believe you. Years passed. Adrian and I ended up getting married. On our wedding day, the priest gave his speech and said,
If anyone objects to this marriage, speak now or forever hold your peace.
Suddenly, I saw 2 heads appear in the audience, Marco and Luke. My blood ran cold. Not again. But then someone else appeared. Mom. She hadn't been invited to our wedding, but she had shown up anyway. I thought she was gonna ruin everything, but she did something unexpected. She grabbed Luke and Marco by the ears and dragged them away so they couldn't object. I watched her go, and as she turned around to glance at me, I mouthed the words, "Thank you," to her. She smiled, nodded, and left.
You may now kiss the bride.
Adrian and I kissed, and I was so ready for this next chapter of my life.
Hi, my name is Scarlett, and I've always been the most popular and beautiful girl in the class. You may think that my life sounds amazing, but trust me, it isn't. Being beautiful also has its downsides, especially when everybody stereotypes me because I'm blonde. One time in primary school, my teacher asked me to give a speech to the whole school about climate change. But as I walked onto the stage, my body just froze in fear. I was experiencing stage fright. Climate change is... My legs felt like they would tremble into another dimension.
Ha! She doesn't even know what she's talking about!
Looks like she gave up beauty for brains.
Everyone erupted into laughter.
No, I do.
And unfortunately, because of my stage fright, everyone thought I was dumb. My bad reputation stuck throughout the rest of my time at school, despite my good grades. Like this one time at school, we were hanging out when suddenly I heard a shout from across the field. The crowd was forming, and I rushed over to find a young, nerdy boy being picked on by the mean boy, Oscar.
Your eyes look like cubes. From now on, they should call you Cube Boy.
Oscar, leave him alone! You shouldn't pick on him for needing glasses. At least he has brains, unlike you. The other kids laughed, and Oscar huffed and ran away in embarrassment. Are you okay? I expected some kind of thank you, but all I got was...
I don't need your help, especially not from a blockhead.
Fine! Next time I won't help you! When I got home that evening, I was really nervous. Today was the day I would ask my mom if I could study to be a doctor. You see, I've always wanted to help people, and it's always been a huge dream of mine. Mom, I have a favor to ask. I want you to sign these university papers so I can go study medicine and—
Hold the phone! You want to study medicine? As if! You will become a model. We can't be wasting those godlike features of yours. But no buts! Ugh!
I stormed off to my room in anger. If my mom wouldn't let me study medicine, I'd just have to trick her into thinking I was going to uni for fashion. She would never know. She hardly even cared about my life. I was so excited to get started, but as I walked in, someone kicked a ball right at my head. Ouch! I looked up to find Prince Charming. At least he looked like a prince.
Are you okay?
Well, thanks. Are you new here as well?
Wait, you don't know who I am? Typical of a snobby princess like yourself.
Excuse you?
It's me, Charlie, from school.
That nerdy kid I rescued from that brute Oscar. But you're so handsome now.
Look, the fashion department is that way. This is the medicine section.
I know that. I'm going to become a doctor.
Sure thing.
What was that? What was wrong with this dude? He hadn't even apologized for hitting me in the head with a ball. In my first lecture, the stares of the other students were a little distracting.
Okay, class. Who can tell me what the meaning of pyrexia is?
I raised my hand immediately, but another guy beat me to it. My blood boiled when I saw it was Charlie. He sniggered at me before answering.
Pyrexia is hypothermia.
Unfortunately, Charlie, that is incorrect. Anyone else?
Oh, me!
Yes?
Pyrexia is another word for fever.
Correct! Well done,
Scarlett.
Scarlett. Maybe Charlie here can learn a thing or two from you.
Now it was my turn to look smug. Oh, I loved the look on his shocked face. Later at lunch, I went to sit at a quiet table when a shy girl approached me. Hi, my name is Katie, and I just wanted to say that you did really great in that lecture and— But before she could say anything else, a flock of people pushed her aside and surrounded me.
That was amazing.
You're hot, and you've got the brains.
But before they could press in any further, I took a big sip of my milk and sprayed them all with it.
Ew, gross!
Let me pass, please. I went to sit at the table with Katie while they all stared in shock. You were saying? The crowd shuffled away in shock, but I didn't care. They had pushed Katie aside so rudely, as if she didn't exist. Thank you for that, but you don't have to sit with me. I understand if you don't want to. Oh, but I do. Tell me more about yourself, Katie.
We got chatting, and sure enough, we really hit it off. One afternoon, Katie and I were studying in the library, and I went to get a book from the shelf, but it was too high. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind and got it for me. Thank you. Oh, it's you.
Aren't you gonna thank your knight in shining armor?
I smirked and leaned in. I was only playing with him, but when I leaned in, his face flushed with the brightest red I've ever seen. Was he blushing? Whoa, relax. I wasn't actually gonna kiss you.
Good. I would hate it if you, kissed me, because, you're gross.
Then he ran out of there as if his pants were on fire. Well, that was weird. When I returned to Katie, I told her about Charlie being there. What? Did he see me? Wait a second. Do you have a crush on Charlie? Shh, don't tell anybody. But wait, are you sure you have a crush on him? Because, no offense, but he's kind of a dimwad. No, really, he's actually kind and sweet. Are we talking about the same Charlie? Listen, I was wondering if you could, help me out. I didn't know how I felt about this shocking news, but I agreed to help her. I started off by giving her a makeover. We boosted up her style, brushed her hair, and by the end of it, she was looking like a model. How did you do it? You already had it in you, baby. When we went to class that day, everyone was stunned by Katie. But when Charlie walked in, he didn't even glance at Katie. Instead, he turned to me.
Hello, princess.
Really? That's the best you can do? No matter what we tried, Charlie paid Katie no attention. As we left class, though, we ran into a face from the past. Oscar?
Oh, hi, Scarlett. How?
When he noticed Katie, his jaw dropped.
Are you Oxygen? Because I need you in my life.
I rolled my eyes, but Katie was blushing. Ugh, come on, Katie. You can do better than Oscar. Even though Charlie didn't seem to care about Katie, he had no problem teasing me all the time. Eventually, I decided I would do Katie a favor and just tell Charlie she liked him. So one evening, I knocked on the door to his dorm.
Scarlett, what are you doing here?
Listen, I'm just gonna come out and say it. My bestie Katie has a crush on you, and she's a really wonderful person and you should date her.
There's one problem though. I kinda have a crush on someone else.
Seriously, who could be better than Katie?
Well, you.
My jaw fell open and I started gasping like a fish. And I don't know how I did it, but I threw my cup of juice in his face and ran off. I guess I was just so confused. He was always teasing me. How could he have a crush on me? I didn't tell Katie about the strange encounter. I didn't even know how I felt. But the universe works in mysterious ways, because one day, our professor assigned us partners for a science project, and he paired me with Charlie. I wish I could be paired with Charlie. It was so awkward. Somehow, Charlie and I managed to finish our project, and the day came to present it to the class. But when I walked in front of everyone, my legs started wobbling like jello. This presentation,
What's wrong?
I have major stage fright. I saw Charlie hesitate, but then he held my hand tightly.
Don't worry, I'm right here.
And somehow, that small touch gave me enough courage to speak. After we finished, I hugged Charlie and I felt like I was blushing too. But then I saw Katie in the crowd and I immediately felt a wave of guilt wash over me. Why did she have to like him? But surprisingly, when I met up with Katie later, she gave me some shocking news. You remember that guy Oscar we met the other day? Well, he asked me on a date, and I said yes. What? But I thought you liked Charlie. I mean, I did, but he pays me no attention and Oscar has been so loving. I was so happy for Katie, but for reasons she didn't realize. One night, there was a massive party, and Katie forced me to go since Oscar was going. When we arrived, she left to go find Oscar, and I went outside by the pool. I was standing there, brooding in my own thoughts, when suddenly, a crazy dude ran past and knocked me into the pool. My dress was so heavy in the water that it kept dragging me down. I was so scared. But then a strong hand grabbed me out of the water and held me in a tight hug.
You're okay. It's okay.
We hugged tightly, and I realized in that moment how amazing Charlie was. So I kissed him. It felt magical. But then
there was a cry behind us.
How could you? Katie, you don't even like Charlie anymore. You're with Oscar now, and...
But she ran off before I could say anything else. From that night on, Katie stopped speaking to me, avoiding me in hallways, ignoring me in class. It was so immature. But I didn't realize just how far she would go when I got to my room and found a big sign on the wall in red, "Don't become a doctor." I wondered who could have done this when there was a sudden knock at the door. I was shocked to see Charlie there, looking all nervous.
Hey, Scarlett, I was wondering.
When Charlie saw the message, his eyes widened.
Oh no, don't worry. We'll clean this up.
Charlie calmed me down, and then together we started washing off the paint. But then there was another knock at the door. Man, was I popular today. I went to answer and was surprised to see Katie.
Listen, Scarlett, we need to talk.
At that moment, Charlie stepped into view and Katie's eyes widened. Then she looked angry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Majesties. Am I interrupting something?
Suddenly, I realized who was behind the threatening message.
It was you! You wrote the message!
I showed her the red paint on the wall.
Do you really think I would stoop that low? That's it! You've insulted me enough! We're through!
Katie and I officially broke our friendship. I was sad, but I couldn't stay friends with someone who would write a message on my wall like that. Luckily, though, I had Charlie. He asked me out, and I said yes. And we were having a study session one day when Charlie poked my nose.
You look so cute when you're thinking.
We leaned in and we were about to kiss when I picked up the phone and Mom answered.
What's up, Mother? Scarlett, I'm on my way to see you. What? No. You? Oh, I'm going through a tunnel. I'll see you soon.
My heart dropped like a stone. If my mom found out I was studying medicine, she would force me to leave uni.
Quick, remove any evidence of medicine from my room.
What?
Just do it!
With Charlie's help, I took down all of my doctor's posters, my medicine books, my papers, everything. We then replaced everything with fashion-themed stuff just in time for the door to open, and there was my mom.
Scarlett! Oh, how I've missed you, sweetie. And who's this young man? My friend, Charlie. Ooh, another fashion student. Who's your favorite fashion icon?
Abraham Lincoln.
What? Anyway, glad you got to meet Charlie, but he's gotta go. Bye, Charlie!
I was so relieved when my mom finally left. There was one strange moment, though, as she was leaving. Listen, Scarlett, is there anything you want to tell me before you leave? No? Okay. That short scare with my mom was soon forgotten about. The next day, when Charlie invited me for a picnic, it was so romantic.
Oh no, I forgot I made sandwiches. I left them in my room.
Don't worry, I'll go get them.
He left from my room, but a few minutes later, he came running back in a panic.
There's smoke coming from your dorm.
What?
We ran over to find all my medicine papers were destroyed, burned to a crisp.
No! All my research! My hard work! Who did this?
There was a sound from the closet, and we both froze.
I think the culprit is still in here.
We crept over and Charlie flung the door open. I was fully expecting to find Katie there, but I was shocked to see my mom instead.
Mom? You were behind this? And that message, did you write that too? Yes. I'm sorry, honey, but when I found out you were studying medicine, I had to put a stop to it. Why? Because you're beautiful. It would be an injustice not to become a model. Can't you see that I'm more than just a pretty face? All my life, people have called me dumb and stupid just because I don't look like your typical smart nerd or whatever. I need you to support me with this. It's my dream to become a doctor.
And she's really smart. Smartest in our class, actually.
I smiled at him gratefully, and then my mom let out a sigh.
I suppose I have been a little harsh. Fine. I'll let you become a doctor, but only if you promise to keep up your skincare routine. I would never dream of letting that go.
We all laughed, and it seemed this was the end of my story. But there was one more thing that needed resolving. Graduation came along, and I was honored with giving the valedictorian speech. I expected the same stage fright as before when I walked on stage, but surprisingly, I felt very calm.
All my life, people have told me what I'm supposed to be. Nothing more than a pretty face. But today proves them wrong.
The crowd cheered, and as I walked off the stage, Katie appeared.
Scarlett,
I owe you an apology. My parents were the ones who sabotaged my thesis. I'm sorry I accused you wrongly. And things with Charlie, I'll break up with him if you need me to. I'll do anything for you.
No, don't do that. I'm with Oscar now, and just because I used to have a crush on Charlie doesn't mean you can't date him.
Let's make sure a guy never comes between us again.
Never.
We hugged, and it was the perfect end to my story.
Z, baby, do you want to watch me decorate this cake? It's a unicorn cake!
Let me finish my sketch first, Mom. This is my best one.
How are you going to learn about my business if you keep on sketching? Please don't turn into your father.
But Mom, this is what I love.
Mom never took what I loved seriously. She wanted me to take over her business instead of following my dreams. I was born to a loving and caring family. My mom is a baker, and my dad is a fashion designer. My childhood was so much fun, but then my dad left about a year ago with his evil boss and didn't come back. And ever since, Mom has been so bitter about anything to do with Dad. One day, when I was 14, I had managed to make my own dress, and I wanted to show it to Mom. And then I twirled and accidentally bumped the cake she was decorating right off the table. Mom had a total meltdown.
Sienna Lopez, look what you've done!
I am sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to show you the dress I made.
Mom wasn't interested in my dress or my apologies. I offered to help her, but she didn't want that either. And ever since then, she spent more time working and hardly took the time just to look at me. By the time I graduated high school, Mom had her own little bakery. And one morning, when I was looking for some cereal, I made a shocking discovery. I found a stack of letters hidden in the cupboard. They were from my dad. I couldn't believe that Mom would keep these from me. I had to know why.
Hazy, how could you keep these from me? Zai, they're just letters. If he really cared, he would never have left us.
Mom's bitterness towards Dad made me sick. I needed to know why she did what she did, but I wasn't getting anywhere with my mom, so I went to my room and stayed there all night. The next morning, I left home before Mom was awake and sat in the park across our apartment building. If Mom couldn't tell me why, I was going to find out on my own. I picked up the top letter to open it, but then a gust of wind ripped it from my hands. I couldn't lose the letter now, so I locked my eyes onto it, and finally it was low enough for me to reach. But as I leapt to grab it, I bumped heads with someone.
Hey, are you all right?
I didn't know if it was the bump on the head or the fact that this guy was a total knockout, but I couldn't reply. Then he waved his fingers in my face.
Hey, are you all right? Can you see how many fingers I'm holding up?
I'm fine. Sorry for bumping into you. I was just chasing. Just then, I remembered how I ended up here, and I was about to start searching again when the stranger handed me the letter.
Hey, is this what you're looking for?
Oh, thank you so much. Can I buy you a hot dog as a thank you?
Another time, maybe. I am off to work. My name's Brett.
I'm Ziana. I had quite a bump by the afternoon, a sort of nagging reminder of the brawny Brett. I wondered if I would ever see him again. Then Mom walked in.
Zai, do you really want to see your father? Aren't I enough?
Mom was doing this right now, trying to guilt me. I was not going to fall for it.
Yes, Mom, I do.
The next morning, I read Dad's letters, and they were really sweet, and it seemed like he cared. I decided to call him. My dad agreed to come over to our apartment that same night.
Dad, come in.
I have missed you so much, Z-Baby.
What are you doing here?
I am here to see Ziana. She invited me.
Well, this is my apartment and I didn't invite you, so leave!
Ziana, baby, I should go, but I will send a car for you tomorrow. We can meet at my office.
Suddenly, I felt like that little girl Dad left years ago.
Mom, you've kept me away from my father long enough and you have to stop now!
Dad sent a car for me, just like he said. I felt like royalty. All the way there, I imagined what it must be like to be a famous designer. There was a young assistant who took me into a boardroom filled with people, and Dad gave me a seat at the table.
Everyone, this is my daughter, Ziana, and she will be working here from today. She needs to learn exactly what goes into making us a successful company.
Thank you, Dad.
Ziana, this is Tori, your stepsister, and Lauren, your stepmom. They also work here.
I recognized the lady from the day Dad left. The girl looked about my age. They were so beautiful, but not very welcoming.
Okay, back to work. No time to waste. Ziana, Tori will show you around. I have a meeting to attend now.
After Dad left, Tori and her mom made it quite clear where my place was.
Are you ready to see your new office?
Okay, let's go.
I saw Lauren and Tori grinning at each other like Cheshire cats. It seemed so odd until I got to my new office. Tori and Lauren took me to an office that had nothing to do with designing. It was the mailroom.
So this is where you will be working. Enjoy!
They left me there and walked off laughing like hyenas. Did Dad even know they took me to the mailroom? Was I supposed to design from there? The next morning, I was up early and ready to go. Tori and Lauren weren't gonna get rid of me that easily. I was going to be the best mailroom girl they had ever seen. Dad would surely see how committed I was. I was busy sorting the mail when I got the surprise of my life to suddenly see Brett in front of me.
Still chasing letters, I see.
Oh, hi, Brett, right? What are you doing here?
I work here. Tori tells me that you're an intern here now. How are you enjoying it?
More like mail delivery girl. I haven't even had a chance to show Dad some of my designs. And how do you know Tori?
Oh, you design? Maybe I can see them and tell you if they're any good, you know? Before you show them to your dad.
I thought that it was strange that Brett wanted to see my designs, but I showed them to him anyway. He was so cute. Well, are they good?
These are okay. Not really what we do here, but you've got potential. Keep at it.
After Brett left, Dad sent his assistant to call for me. Your dad would like to see you. Hey, Dad, did you want to see me?
There have been some mix-ups with the materials and designs. Lauren said that you were behind it.
Dad, I just followed what Tori said. She said to deliver the designs to the storeroom and the material to accounts.
Ziana, taking responsibility when you make a mistake is one of the ways to success. I am going to let this one go, but next time please be careful.
Yeah, Ziana. We work too hard to see you mess things up.
Tori was being her usual pompous self. But Dad, he should have realized by now that they stuffed me into the mailroom, but all he cared about was work. I couldn't let Tori and her mom win. I would double-check everything with Dad. That would make him see that my talent was wasted in the mailroom. The next morning, Tori told me that I needed to take the delivery of zippers to the janitor's closet and then clear out the storeroom. That didn't sound right, so I went to see Dad. Dad, I need your, help. Wait, are those my designs on the models? You snake! You saw my designs and shared them with Tori! When were you gonna mention that this was my work?
Ziana, calm down. What are you talking about?
These are my designs your models are wearing. I drew them. I can show you. My book with my designs, it's gone. You stole it. You took my book, and now you're acting like this is your work.
Ziana, these designs are excellent. There is no way you could have done these.
Especially since all you have done is mix everything up.
I couldn't believe my dad or Brett. But then Brett spoke.
Ziana, it's nothing personal. Please understand.
Oh, shut up, Brett! What is there to understand except that these are my designs?
Tori was such a liar. No matter what I said, she was just going to lie. And how would I prove these were my designs? She even had Brett steal my book. Ah! I wish I had never come here.
Fine! You win, Tori! I quit! And no amount of designer clothes can cover up your ugly hearts!
My heart was so heavy when I left Dad's company. I needed my mom.
Mom, can we talk, please? What's wrong, Z? I wish I never found those letters. Dad doesn't even treat me like his daughter. It's like I'm just another employee. Well, ex-employee now. Oh, baby, I'm sorry. Loving money can do that. Makes hearts cold towards each other. I shouldn't have hid those letters from you. If you really want to design and make dresses, then I will help you. But how, Mom? I have been saving to buy the building next door for the bakery, but you can have it to start your boutique. Oh, Mom! Thank you! I'll make it up to you, I promise.
Mom had saved up enough money for me to have my designs made up and rent a little shop. It took 6 months, but at last I had my own little boutique.
Hi there. Will this be all?
Hi. Yes, thank you. Opening day was good, although I did expect it to be better. And then near closing time, Brett and Tori walked in. What do you want? Here for some inspiration? I see you're working my old job.
Your dad asked if I could give this to you. He said it was important. I am sorry for the way things ended for you at the company.
From the looks of things here, I'm not. Your designs are rubbish.
I felt like pouncing on Tori and pulling out her fake hair, but then Mom came up behind me.
Is everything okay, Zai?
Yeah, Mom. I was about to call the cops on these two design thieves, but I guess they can go ahead and steal a few designs because they can't steal my talent.
After Tori and Brett's visit, business suddenly slowed down, and I needed to pay rent soon. So I opened the letter Dad sent. It was an invitation to show my designs at their fashion show. But how could I trust him after the way he treated me?
Hi, Zai. I brought you some lunch.
Thanks, Mom. Can we talk? Mom had done so much for me. It showed that she only wanted to help me, so I knew I could trust her for advice.
What's on your mind?
Dad's letter is an invite to show my designs at his fashion show. It would be great for business. He hurt me so badly.
Before your dad left, he had the choice to start his own little boutique. Instead, he chose a shortcut and left us for Lauren, who had lots of money. I know I've always said don't become like your dad, but you should go to the fashion show.
I was confused. I thought Mom hated Dad.
But Mom, Zai, don't let your emotions destroy your dreams. Be strong and fight to make it happen.
I listened to Mom, and before the show could begin, Dad came backstage. We hugged, and he apologized for how he treated me.
Z, darling, I'm sorry for the way I treated you. It was wrong, and I know that now. I love you.
Thank you, Dad. I love you too. Now I have to go wow this crowd. Since I couldn't afford a model, I was backstage getting ready to model my own designs. Then I heard my name. It was like I was floating on a cloud. People loved my dress. Then when I went backstage, the devil herself looked at me sternly. It was Lauren.
Don't let the limelight give you any bright ideas. Your designs may be good, but there's no place for you here. I only have one daughter, and that's Tori. Listen, lady, I didn't come here because I needed a mom. I came here for my dad.
I wasn't gonna let Lauren get me down. The crowd was waiting to see another Trésy original, and I couldn't disappoint. But then I saw Brett standing at the dressing room door.
What do you want, Brett?
Ziana, you're back?
Yes, I am back. Now move! I need to change into another dress.
Oh, do you have more designs in this room?
I couldn't believe that I thought Brett was cute. Too bad being cute didn't make up for being dumb. Brett was wasting my time, so I shoved him aside and went in, only to see Tori.
Ziana, this isn't what it looks like. Then what is it, Tori?
I couldn't expect Tori to admit that she was trying to ruin me. She would just lie. So I grabbed my dresses and left. No point arguing with a fool. Tori and her lackey boyfriend deserved each other. The next morning when I got to the boutique, there were people already queuing to get in. I was so happy. Business was so good that within a year, I was able to buy the building Mom wanted. It was big enough for the both of us.
Oh, Z, baby, this is ours. You never have to worry about rent money again.
Yes, Mom, and I promise I won't twirl near any of your cakes. While Mom and I celebrated our victory, Dad suddenly entered. Dad, what are you doing here?
I heard everything between you and Lauren that night at the fashion show, and I'm sorry.
I'd never seen Dad with tears in his eyes before, so I hugged him.
It's all right, Dad. I forgive you.
I should have never chosen them over you, but I won't do that again.
What do you mean?
Lauren told me that it was either them or you.
Dad left the big fashion house and asked if he could help with getting the new building ready. Mom found it hard to forgive him just yet, but then she gave him a chance after he surprised her with new baking utensils.
Fine, I'll give you a chance to help us around the business.
Here we were, the three of us, all working together. I was happy that we got a do-over because a family that sticks together succeeds together. I came from a pretty decent family. Dad was the stay-at-home parent, while Mom worked as an accountant at the local bank. I had a sister, Mia, who was just a year older than me, and I loved playing with her.
All clear, Madam President. You can now make your vows. Thank you, Miss Mia. I pledge to be the best president this school has ever had. Thank you for voting for me.
My childhood dream was to become the school's president in high school, and Mia always supported me. But all of that changed when Mia had to repeat first grade because she wasn't school smart, and Mom wasn't too happy about that. One time, in 4th grade, after showing my grades to Mom and Dad showered me with praises. But when Mom saw Mia's report card, her smile vanished.
I'm sure you're proud of me.
You're happy you had C's? That's pathetic, Mia.
But I worked so hard, Mom. I even cheated on some of my tests so I could score better.
You're a disgrace, Mia. Why can't you be like your little sister Zoe? I give both of you the same amount of food, so why aren't you smart?
Mom wouldn't stop talking, and it made Mia cry. I tried to console Mia, but she just pushed my hands off her body and ran off. Later that evening, I went to Mia's room with some toys Mom had just bought for me.
Hi, Mia. Would you like to play with some of my Barbie dolls?
But instead of replying, Mia shot me the deadliest look.
Okay, we can play Miss President or anything you want. How about we play Don't Talk to Me Ever Again? Huh? How about that?
Just like that, Mia pushed me out of her room and things were never the same between us again. Hey guys, my name's Zoe, and this is my story. As time passed, I got used to the new Mia and totally ignored her mean behaviors. One day, in 4th grade, I was awarded 3 different trophies for being the best student at school, and Mom was so proud of me. After my award, I couldn't wait to get home to tell Dad all about it. But just as we stepped inside, we walked in on Dad holding hands with our family maid. I was too shocked to speak, and before Dad could say anything, Mom blurted out angrily,
You ungrateful creature! Get out of my house this minute!
I watched with teary eyes as our perfect little family crumbled right before me.
Mia, go get your things too.
Wait, what? Not Mia too?
Although Mia was a pain in my butt, I still loved her. I tried to beg Mia to stay, but she just couldn't get out fast enough.
Finally! Please don't go, Mia! Mom, please tell Mia to stay!
But Mom, on the other hand, couldn't wait to get Mia off her back, so she did nothing, and it got me super angry. I ran to my room and cried heavily because I knew it was the last time I'd see Mia.
Zoe, please open up. I already lost Mia and your father. I can't lose you too. Please, Zoe.
But I was still mad at Mom because she let Mia go without even putting up a fight. After school the next day, I bought an ice cream and raced over to the skating rink where Mia loved to practice, waiting for her to show up so we could eat together, except she didn't show up. When I got back home, I saw Mom hanging up a call in tears, and my anger towards her immediately disappeared.
Mom, what's the problem?
I just got off the phone with my bank. They said Dad wiped all the money in my account. All my savings are gone, Zoe.
Seeing Mom cry made me emotional, so I forgave her and hugged her tightly.
Everything will be fine, Mom.
Mom and I had to come up with a plan to earn back everything that Dad took. So we started baking and put up a stand for customers to come by. And in no time, we were back on our feet. Things were looking really good for us at home and for me at school. One day, while I was reading in the library, I was suddenly called to the principal's office through the intercom, and everyone looked at me. When I got there, I met the principal smiling widely at me.
Congratulations, Zoe.
Thank you?
I just got off a call with some lawmakers of this school, and I'm glad to announce you've been chosen to be the school's president for this year.
What? That's so random.
You're the best student in this school, Zoe. You deserve this.
I was too shocked to come up with words to say. My childhood dream was finally a reality. I only wished Mia was still with me to celebrate the good news. Several months later, I was at the mall one day, restocking items for Mom's business. Then I noticed a girl trying to steal from an old woman. So I coughed out loud to stop her operations. When I moved closer, I was shocked to see the blonde girl was Mia. She looked thinner than a Victoria's Secret model and had dyed her hair blonde. When Mia recognized me, she tried running off, but I held her back.
Mia? Oh, Zoe, what are you doing here?
Shopping for Mom. What are you doing here? Why were you about to steal from that old woman?
That's none of your business, Miss Goody Goody.
Typical Mia. I was about to tell her how much I'd missed her when an angry-looking boy appeared from nowhere. Hey, babe. I looked at them shocked when my little sister called the shady guy babe.
Hey, babe. You sound so dumb. I gave you only one job. Steal the purse and leave. Instead, you're out here making friends with whoever this person is.
Please forgive me, Kareem. This is my little sister, Zoe. She stays with my mom, and I haven't seen her in a long while.
I could tell Mia was intimidated by Kareem, and this weird vibe he gave off made me dislike him instantly.
Zoe, meet my boyfriend, Kareem.
I gave him my not pleased look, and then Mia immediately took his hand to walk away.
Okay, bye now.
Mia, wait! I pulled her aside and gave her my phone to always communicate. Here, take this. Call me on Mom's number. Promise me you'll call?
Yeah, I have to go now.
As we hugged tightly, I heard Kareem's annoying voice.
Time up. Mia, we need to bounce.
I watched as Mia ran off into thin air with Kareem, and all I could do was hope she'd call me. When I got home, I told Mom I saw Mia at the mall, and for the first time in a long while, Mom's face brightened with a smile.
Did you talk to her? Did she tell you where they live now?
I don't know where they live, but I gave her my phone to always communicate. Mom just flashed a weird grin and left. Later that night, I talked to Mia through Mom's phone, and while she didn't seem as excited as I was happy that things might just work out for us again. But the next morning, I woke up to see Mia staring at me with eyes red like hot lava.
Mia? How? Wait, am I still dreaming? Oh, please! Stop pretending like you don't know what you've done. You gave me your phone yesterday so you could easily track Dad and I down. Well, congrats, genius. Mom came in early this morning with the cops, and they took Dad away. And now I'm stuck here with both of you.
I didn't know Mom was gonna do that, I swear.
Also, Dad deserved what came his way because he stole all the money in Mom's account, and that's unfair. I wish I never saw you yesterday. You ruined my life every single time. Ah!
Just like that, Mia stormed out angrily. In the coming days, I noticed Mia changed completely and now blamed me for anything awful that happened to her. But things moved from worse to crazy when Mom enrolled Mia into my school. For starters, when Mia heard I was now the school's president, she joined forces with some mean girls to disturb the school's peace just to get back at me. One day, a junior reported that Mia tried to stick bubblegum on her desk for no reason. I summoned Mia to my office, and as usual, she blamed me for everything.
Well, I wouldn't be in your life if you didn't ruin mine in the first place.
If you don't stop being mean, I'll be forced to use my office on you.
Oh, Miss President, I'm so scared of you.
Do whatever you want. I don't care.
I tried bringing out the good in Mia, but it was as if she'd exchanged her heart for a big rock. I had a few months left to spend in high school, and I was preparing for my exams, when suddenly I heard people screaming outside the house. I rushed to where the noise was coming from, only to see Mia arguing with a customer in front of our lemonade stand.
Mia, what happened?
This psycho here spat into my lemonade because I told her I wanted more.
Mia, why would you do that? Because Mom took Dad away from me, and now I want to take Mom's business away from her.
I was so tired of keeping up with Mia's attitude that I blurted out angrily.
I love Dad the same way you did, and it breaks my heart to learn he's gone. But Dad isn't the good guy here. Dad stole from us for whatever reason. You started picking pockets because Dad never influenced you right. Mom may be hard on you, but at least she doesn't make you do bad things to survive. You're such a jerk, Mia!
And with that, I stormed out of there, boiling with rage. When Mom returned from work that evening, I told her all Mia had done, and Mom lost her temper.
I've done everything I could for you. I clothe you, feed you, I even saved you from that evil man that's supposed to be your father. But this is how you pay me? With more problems?
Oh, please, Mom. It's not like I asked to be in your life again. You came to pick me up after you called the cops on Dad. Remember? You know what? I'm done living with both of you. I'm going to stay with the love of my life. Don't look for me.
That night, Mia packed everything she had and left the house. I was too angry to beg her to stay because she'd done enough damage in just the few months she stayed with us. When I got to school the next day, I noticed the school's trophy cabinet was as empty as space. I thought the cleaners had taken all the trophies out for cleaning, but when I got to my office, I met the principal, already waiting for me at my desk, fuming like a car exhaust pipe. My heart beat 100 times in a second as he started speaking.
I noticed all the golden trophies awarded to this school have gone missing, and you are the only one with the key to the trophy cabinet. But I don't believe you're the thief. I think someone else stole the trophies, which is why I would respectfully take this from you and relieve you of your duties as this school's president. I'm sorry, Zoe.
After speaking, the principal ripped the president tag off me. I felt my heart break into a million pieces like a fragile egg.
Please, pack up your stuff and submit the key at this office by the end of today.
With a heavy heart, I did as the principal had instructed. Unfortunately, news that I was no longer the school's president spread like wildfire, and everyone pitied me and started treating me different.
Aw, Zoe, I'm so sorry things turned out this way for you. Well, I made this for you. I hope you like it.
Thank you, but I'm good. Mom didn't act any different from my schoolmates either. She lavished me with gifts, hoping they'd make me feel better. In less than 3 weeks, I got over my loss and studied hard for my final exams. As expected, I aced all my papers and was the valedictorian for my class. A day before my graduation, I was trying to come up with the best speech when Mom walked into my room. I know you're busy, but I wanted to give you this one gift that I've been keeping for almost 17 years now. My eyes brightened as Mom showed me 2 tiny wrapped boxes, and all I could do was wonder what was inside those boxes. It's a gift from your dad. I mean, your real dad. Suddenly, my heartbeat slowed and I couldn't wrap my head around what Mom meant by real dad. This was supposed to be for you, and this for Mia. I was instructed to give the box to you a day before your graduation. Mom handed over the dusty, tiny box to me, and when I opened it, I saw a beautiful locket necklace with a little baby and a man's picture in it. Who are these people? That's your real dad. We lost him when you were just 2 months old. So, who is the man that stole from us? Oh, I met him a while after we lost your dad. I was scared of raising 2 girls alone, so I moved on and remarried. He was a good guy. I really didn't think he would betray me. Why didn't you tell me about this? And you just left Mia to go with him, even though he was not her real father? You were both little girls, and you knew nothing. I hid all your real dad photos because I thought I was protecting you from the pains of losing someone. And you're right, I was so stupid to have let go like that. I was just so angry at that time. I'm so sorry. It's fine, Mom. We just need to find Mia and tell her the truth. After that, I wore my necklace and sat up all night crafting the perfect speech. When it was time for me to deliver, I was called on stage. But just then, something unexpected happened. I saw Mia approaching me from the backstage and I froze. I was shocked, happy and confused all at the same time. I expected her to hug me and explain all that had happened to her, but instead, she reached out for the microphone and started speaking.
I just want to say something. I'm sorry, Zoe. I was the one that took your keys, and I helped Kareem steal all the trophies from the school. But now, Kareem dumped me and sent me packing, and not a single day has passed without me hating myself and feeling guilty for ruining your life. Please forgive me, little sis.
I had so many questions to ask Mia, but I bottled them up and helped her to her feet, and just then, the school's principal joined us on stage.
With Mia's help, we've been able to retrieve all the stolen items and arrest those involved. But because of Mia's confession, we've decided to let her off with a fine.
After the principal spoke, I gave my speech with Mia by my side. Then, I took Mia to where Mom was seated, and there was an awkward silence until Mia spoke. Mom, I'm so...
Shh. I wasn't the best mom to you, and I'm sorry about everything, Mia.
I missed you so much.
I miss you too.
Mom opened her arms wider, and I joined in the warm hug.
Honey, I'd like you to meet Alyssa. I extended my hand, and Alyssa smiled as she shook it.
It's nice to meet you, Candace. I've heard so much about you.
Dad's phone buzzed.
Please excuse me, I have to take this.
Alyssa nodded, and Dad left the room. Alyssa suddenly leaned towards me.
If you don't do as I say, I'll make your life a living nightmare.
Hi there, I'm Candace from Ireland. Please like and subscribe. When I was 3, Mom passed away from an illness, and it's just been Dad and I ever since. Dad and I were very close. He always treated me like his little princess, and we'd get manis and petties together, go to the movies. He'd even set up my dolls and stuffed animals, and we'd pretend that we were runaway models. When I was 15, Dad introduced me to his girlfriend Alyssa, and 6 months later, they were married. She did and said all the right things when Dad was around.
Ethan, I think it's time Candace got her own computer.
Or,
I think Candace and I should have a girls' day out.
She'd always blink flirtatiously at Dad, and he was swooned by her charm. But he had no idea how evil she really was when he wasn't around. One weekend, Dad was out of town for business. I was in my room when Alyssa burst in and threw a waitress's outfit on my bed.
Put this on and meet me downstairs. You'll be the waitress tonight at my party, or I'll tell your father you were out past your curfew.
I groaned as Alyssa walked out. I quickly got dressed and went downstairs. I didn't want to be around Alyssa's friends, so I did everything possible for her to send me back to my room. First, I dropped a tray of salmon platters on a guest. Then I accidentally pulled off the wig of a man who was flirting with Alyssa. And finally, during dinner, I poured wine into Alyssa's lap instead of her wine glass.
Look what you did, you worthless child!
She stood up furiously. Get out of here! I smiled slyly, walked upstairs, and locked myself in my room for the rest of the night. The next day, I came home from school and Dad found all the pictures of Mom, Dad, and I torn to pieces on my bed. Alyssa was standing in my bedroom doorway with an evil snarl on her face.
You don't need those pictures anymore. Your dad is happy with me.
Immediately, I called Dad on the phone and told him what had happened.
Candace, they are just pictures. You should have had them stored on your computer.
Dad, she tore up my pictures. How could you take her side?
She was upset after you embarrassed her in front of her friends. I'm sure she didn't mean it. Candace, I have to go. I have a meeting in 5 minutes. I'll see you tomorrow.
The line went dead. I looked at my phone in disbelief. I don't even know why I bothered to call Dad anyway. He never took my side. 2 years later, I got accepted into the college of my dreams. I was excited because it meant I didn't have to live under the same roof as Alyssa. As soon as Dad got home that afternoon, I rushed down the stairs and shoved the letter into his hands. I got in! I got in! Dad read the letter, and instead of excitement, a wave of regret washed over his face.
Sorry, Candace, but I can't afford the tuition for this college. I gave all the money from your college fund to Alyssa to start her business.
You did what? Grandma left that money for me. How could you?
Look, you can still go to community college.
Alyssa handed me a brochure.
At least you'll still get a college education.
On the first day of college, the unthinkable happened. It was the last class of the day. I sat in my chair, but suddenly the world turned sideways. The chair leg broke and I collapsed on the floor. I kept my eyes closed but prayed that no one had seen me, but I wasn't that lucky.
Hey, are you okay?
My eyes fluttered open and I looked into the eyes of the cutest guy I'd ever seen. As he helped me up, I felt the eyes of the other students boring into my skull. Immediately, the bell rang and I hustled from the classroom.
Hey, wait up! Hey, I'm Darian. Are you sure you're okay?
My ego is a bit bruised, but I'll be okay. I smiled shyly.
I'll see you around.
I nodded and Darian went off to meet his friends. Over the next few days, Darian and I became friends. It was nice to have something to keep my mind off my evil stepmother and her treacherous ways. We went hiking, the zoo, the mall, practically anywhere that didn't have Alyssa there. One evening when Darian dropped me off, Alyssa grilled me.
Who is that boy that keeps dropping you off? Where are you coming from? What were you doing together?
You are not my mother, and I don't have to answer to you. I slammed my bedroom door behind me. One afternoon, after confirming my date with Darian to the movies, I spun around to head to my room when I saw Alyssa standing in the doorway of the kitchen.
And where do you think you're going?
You were listening to my conversation, so why not tell me? I smirked.
I forbid you to go.
Good luck with that. About 30 minutes later, Darian pulled into the driveway. Alyssa was nowhere to be seen, and I thought that was the last I'd see of her that day. But boy, was I wrong. About 15 minutes into the movie, a woman sat down next to Darian. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed his hand. Darian looked over at the woman.
What are you doing?
He tried to pull his hand away, but the woman locked her fingers into his. I glanced over and realized it was Alyssa. Alyssa, what are you doing? I leaned over Darian and tried to get Alyssa off of him.
Hey! Can you guys in the front keep it down? We're trying to watch a movie here.
I jumped on Alyssa and we began to fight while poor Darian tried to tear us apart. Within a few minutes, 2 ushers threw us out of the cinema and onto the streets. Alyssa cackled when the ushers went inside.
My work here is done.
She jumped into her car and drove off. I was so angry I thought I'd explode. I couldn't believe Alyssa would do something like that. Home was the last place I wanted to be, so Darian and I stayed out until 1 a.m. When I got to the front door and turned my key, nothing happened. I tried the kitchen door and it was the same. That witch changed the locks. I banged on the kitchen door, but Alyssa refused to open the door. I found a big stone in the yard and I smashed the kitchen window. I pushed my hand through the hole, unlocked the window, opened it, and climbed through. Suddenly, Alyssa was in the doorway of the kitchen, screaming to someone on the phone. Someone just broke into my house! Hurry, please! Alyssa came charging at me with a bat. Alyssa, stop, it's me! She swung at me and I saw stars as she hit me in the head. You'd think I'd be dazed by the hit, but I was enraged. Like a bull staring at a red cloth, I charged at Alyssa. I landed some punches on her stomach and face, and Alyssa got in a few lucky blows herself. We were pulled apart a few minutes later by 2 police officers.
What's going on here?
She changed the locks on the door, then she assaulted me with a bat. I tried to grab Alyssa again, but the officer held me back. The officer turned to me. Do you want to make an official report and press charges? Before I could respond, Alyssa whimpered, "Officer, I woke up to the sound of shattered glass. That's when I grabbed my phone to call the police and a bat to defend myself. I love my stepdaughter. Why would I want to harm her?" After the officers took our statements and left, I went to my room, hopped into bed, and fell fast asleep. I was too tired to even deal with Alyssa right now. The next day, when Dad returned home, he was furious.
Alyssa told you couldn't go out, and in retaliation, you broke the kitchen window? Candace, you can't abide by the rules of this house. Then you will have to leave.
But Dad, she's the one.
I've had enough of your excuses. You're walking on a fine line, Missy.
Ugh, you always take her side. The next day at college, I met Darian by the benches under the trees. I explained everything that had happened. What am I gonna do?
Find your own place. At least you'll be comfortable there.
Sounds nice, but Dad only gives me money for school. Where am I gonna get money for a place?
I'll help you get a job and I'll help you pay some of the bills.
You don't have to do that.
I know, but I want to do it for the woman I love.
My eyes widened. You love me? Darian leaned in and kissed me. I was thrilled. After a few seconds, we pulled away.
I think we should get to class. We don't want to be late.
Darian winked, and my heart felt very warm. As promised, Darian helped me get a part-time job at the post office. I gave Darian all the money I made from work to put into his savings account. I couldn't risk Dad or Alyssa finding it and spending it. It wasn't long after Darian asked me to be his girlfriend, and of course I said yes. A few months later, I finally saved enough money to make a deposit and the first month's rent on an apartment.
Candace, I don't think that you've thought this through,
Dad said as he paced the living room. Baby, let the child go. She isn't of any use here anyway. But let her only take the things that she purchased since she wants to be a grown-up. I packed my books, laptop, and the few pieces of clothing that I had bought myself. As I opened the front door to leave, Dad said softly,
"You are welcome to return when you adjust your attitude."
Alyssa stood next to Dad. "It's like the trash is taking itself out," she whispered to me, unheard by Dad. I shook my head and walked out the door. Living on my own was superb. I didn't have Alyssa watching over me, and Darian came over every day. I didn't have much, but I had everything that I needed. About 2 weeks later, while studying in the kitchen, I heard a key turn in the front door. Immediately, I called Darian and armed myself with a curling iron. While on the phone with Darian, a man and a woman holding a baby stepped into the apartment. When they saw me, they stopped in their tracks. "Why do you have a key to my apartment? Who are you?" I waved the curling iron frantically and dropped the phone in the process. We just paid the landlord the first month's rent and the deposit, and he handed us the keys." "There must be some mistake. He probably gave you the wrong keys because I already paid for this apartment." I invited the family to sit while I attempted to contact the landlord, but I only got his voicemail. A few minutes later, Darian arrived with the police. We explained the situation and showed the officers a picture of the landlord.
"I'm sorry, ma'am, but this man is wanted for numerous types of fraud. Every time we've gotten close, he slips through our fingertips. Sorry to say this, but you'll have to vacate this apartment since it's likely this isn't his property."
Once the officers left, followed by the family, I sank into the sofa and buried my head in my hands. What am I gonna do?
"You can come home and stay with me."
Darian squeezed my hand softly. I nodded gratefully. That night, I moved out my things and moved into Darian's apartment. Things soon settled down, but then, like most things in my life, they took a sudden turn. One night, while watching television, Darian burst into the apartment.
"Candace, your dad has been admitted to the hospital."
I flew up from the sofa. What happened?
"Not sure, but a friend of mine who works at the hospital told me. Grab your jacket, let's go."
At the hospital, Darian and I were directed to Dad's room. I expected to see Alyssa there, but she wasn't. Dad was unconscious when we arrived. The doctors said Dad complained about a stomachache, and when they checked him out, it was too late. He had a massive tumor wrapped around his intestines and other internal organs, and they weren't able to move it. I was devastated. Alyssa never visited Dad at the hospital. Dad never opened his eyes again, but I knew he heard me because tears ran down his cheeks when I told him that I loved him. Dad passed away a few days later. Weeks passed, and finally it was Dad's funeral at the cemetery. Alyssa suddenly turned up and wailed as if she hadn't been absent all throughout this time in the hospital. She stood close to the burial hole while they were piling dirt onto the casket. "Baby, please don't leave me. I wish I could go with you." I scoffed. "Where were you when he was at the hospital? Because you have a crowd, you were pretending that you care about Dad?" I loved your dad and I did everything possible to make him happy. Ha! You did everything to make you happy. At least he doesn't have to deal with a crazy piece of trash like you anymore. Alyssa slapped me and I grabbed her hair and slammed her face into the dirt. Alyssa and I began to fight and Darian and some other members pulled us apart. I hate you, Alyssa, I screamed as Darian dragged me away. A few days later at the reading of Dad's will, Alyssa inherited everything. I knew I shouldn't have been surprised, but it still hurt. I walked out of the reading of the will and Darian caught up with me in the parking lot. I'm gonna fight that witch for the will.
Babe, don't. Those are just material things. Don't contest the will. Alyssa hired the best lawyer in town. She will win. She's hurt you enough, and I don't like to see you like this.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Over the next few days, Darian paid for me to stay at a hotel and be pampered, while I gathered my thoughts. Even though Dad and I didn't get along, I sure did miss him. I decided to leave the hotel earlier than expected and decided to grab coffee at the cafe before I headed back to the apartment. As I sat there reading the newspaper, my heart stopped when I heard Darian's voice, followed by Alyssa's. How much longer do we have to pay this charade? That was Alyssa. I lifted the newspaper a bit higher to ensure they didn't recognize me.
Not much longer, babe. John will be here in a few minutes to tell us our last job.
What was Darian doing here? It was our luck that the doctors detected that tumor, and we didn't have to take the other route to get rid of her father. My heart skipped a beat. Alyssa and Darian had planned to get rid of Dad? A few seconds later, I heard another voice at the table.
Hey guys, I'm sorry I'm late.
I peeked to the side of the newspaper and my jaw dropped. It was the landlord of my first apartment. Darian and Alyssa had been behind this all along. I was furious. We have one more job to do tomorrow, and we'll be out of here. I sat there and listened as Alyssa, Darian, and the landlord discussed how they were going to rob a jewelry store and the warehouse they were going to meet at after to get the jewels off their hands. I breathed a sigh of relief when about an hour later the three of them got up and walked out of the cafe. I left about 15 minutes later and went back to the hotel. The first thing I did was hire a hacker to hack into the banking system. I told him if he did the job successfully, that he'd get 30% of whatever Darian had in his account. After he got his share, he wired a hefty sum of $250,000 to an offshore account, which he created under a false alias for me. The next night, dressed in all black, I watched from afar as Darian and the landlord robbed the jewelry store as planned. As they made their way to the warehouse, I contacted the police and gave them an anonymous tip that not only did I know who the jewelry thieves were, but they were having an auction tonight to get rid of the jewels. I parked about a block away from the warehouse and walked the rest of the way. From the rooftop, about 2 warehouses away, I laid on the roof and watched through my binoculars as police raided the warehouse and dragged John, Darian, Alyssa, and a few others from the warehouse into police jeeps. A smile curved my lips as the police jeeps pulled out of the warehouse parking lot. All unfair games must come to an end. Well played, Candace. Well played.
Before I was born, my dad named me Eva, which means life. See, my mother died in childbirth, and although I was born prematurely, I survived. Since then, my heartbroken father took excellent care of me. The bond we shared was unlike any other. He taught me how to speak, walk, read, ride a bicycle, almost everything. He'd dress up in princess costumes when I decided we should have tea parties with my dolls and teddy bears, and he'd always read me a new story before bedtime. He was the perfect dad, so I didn't really find myself feeling depressed because I didn't have a mother figure in my life. He played both roles really well. Before I continue, please don't forget to like my video and subscribe to the channel. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for being so awesome. I felt comfortable telling my dad anything. When I got older and started having crushes, I'd tell him everything too. He wasn't overprotective and never threatened to shoot any of the boys that I went out with. He'd just fill their heads with awful dad jokes. Maybe threatening them would have been better, honestly. I couldn't have asked for a better life. I lived in the perfect small neighborhood. Everyone there was kind, and my best friends all lived on the same street. My school was the best too. But I guess when everything seems to be going right, it's a warning that something is about to go wrong. And that is what happened to me. When I was 17, my dad told me that he had started dating again. Although I was worried, I wanted him to be happy, so I accepted and wished him the best. Sometimes he'd bring the women he was dating to meet me. Some of them were really nice, and they always tried to win my affection by buying me gifts or taking me shopping. But my dad never dated one woman for more than 3 months. It's like these women would appear, then disappear from my life. So I learned never to get too attached. I appreciated the free stuff, though. This is why nothing could have prepared me for what my father would tell me one night. Eva, I met the perfect woman. We're going to get married next month, he said. What? Was the only word I could manage to utter. I met her online. She lives in Montana. We are moving there next week to live with her and her family. Don't worry. She has a really big house, so you'll be comfortable, he said. I instantly burst into tears. Dad, we're in Michigan. Montana is miles away. I love my life here. I love my school, my friends, this house. How could you do this to me so suddenly? I said between tears. I know that this is going to be difficult at first, but maybe it will be even better over there. Also, you'll have a mother figure. Wouldn't that be great? As a man, there's only so much I can do for you. Plus, we can always come back to visit. We'll still have this house. I won't sell it, don't worry, he said. I tried to remain optimistic and to believe him. By the next week, we were all packed and ready to leave. As we got into the car to drive to the airport, my heart broke. Mostly because we had to leave my kitten Georgie behind. My best friend promised to take care of him, but I was still very sad. We couldn't take him because my dad said that Lily didn't like cats. When we got to Montana, we met my future stepmom at the airport. She was holding up a sign which said, "Welcome, Philip and Eva." My dad gave her a hug, and she looked at me and said, "Wow, Eva, you're so beautiful. I've heard so much about you. It's nice to meet you." She didn't seem bad at all, and she was really beautiful too. We drove to my new home, which was actually pretty huge. I was taken up to my room, which was decorated exactly how I liked it. I had a lot of cool new stuff in there as well, even a new prayer book with a huge monitor. My eyes twinkled. After I unpacked, Lily called me downstairs to meet my new siblings. She had 4 children. Arthur and James were 6 and 7. Then there was Maria, who was the same age as me. Finally, there was Janet, who was 19. She planned to move away for college soon. We had an interesting evening getting to know each other. 1 week later, the wedding ceremony was held at a local church. Although I felt this was happening all too quickly, my dad looked happy, so I tried to be happy for him. We all went back home together as one big, happy family. I now officially had a stepfamily. The first few months, Lily was exceptionally nice to me. She paid more attention to me than she paid to her own children. She would sometimes bring me breakfast in bed, take me to the spa or to the nail salon to get my nails done. We'd go shopping or bake cookies together, and we were always laughing at some silly random jokes. I felt like I had a real mother, as she was so kind and nurturing. My new siblings were also adorable. They were always laughing and smiling, and they made me feel right at home. Everything was perfect. My dad and I still had a wonderful relationship. I told him about everything that happened at my new school, and we still hung out a lot. But one day, he referred to me as the most beautiful girl in the whole world, and I could have sworn that I saw Lily look very angry. After he made that comment, I noticed her attitude towards me changed. We stopped going out together, and she was always too busy to do anything fun. When I tried to talk to her, she'd just give me one-word answers like, "Okay, and cool." Then she'd look away and pretend to be doing something else. I realized there was a big problem when I overheard her talking to my dad in their room one night. "You called Eva the most beautiful girl in the world. Don't you think I'm beautiful too?" she asked. "Of course you are, but a daughter will always be number 1 in her father's eyes. Don't you feel the same way about your sons?" he asked. "Ugh, I can't believe you. A wife is supposed to be a man's first priority," she said, and then they both went silent. The next day, she did something awful. She was mopping the floor and forgot that she left a puddle just underneath the stairs. When my father came down the stairs, he tripped and fell. His ankle was so badly damaged that we had to take him to the hospital. "This is all because Eva emptied a bottle of water at the bottom of the stairs," my stepmom said to my dad in front of me. "What? You left the puddle while you were mopping. Do you really think I'd intentionally try to hurt my dad?" I screamed. "See? She's doing things and blaming me now. Your daughter's really getting out of hand," Lily said. "Eva, don't disrespect your stepmother like that. She's very nice to you," my dad replied. "But Dad!" I tried to explain that she was framing me, but he wouldn't listen. When we got back home, my room was in a total mess. My clothes were on the floor, my stationery was on my light pink carpet, and there were stains everywhere because the markers were open. My lamp was broken, there were no sheets on my bed, and my mattress was ripped. I wanted to cry. Dad, look what someone did to my room, I said. He came to my room slowly as he couldn't walk very well from the fall. What happened here? He asked. I don't know, I said. Suddenly, my stepmom appeared behind him and said, would you look at that? Now she's lost her mind and trashed her own room. I spent a lot of time, money, and effort making this room nice for you, and this is what you've done? She screamed. What the hell are you talking about? Dad, she's lying. You know I'd never do this. I cried. Eva, apologize to your stepmother, my dad said while sighing and leaving the room. While his head was turned, my stepmother grinned at me with the most evil look I had ever seen. I had to clean up everything on my own, and it was hard to do that while crying. Why had she become so evil all of a sudden? Later, I found out that she paid my little stepbrothers to trash the room. Lily continued doing awful things and blaming me so that Dad would see me differently. She even turned her own children against me. No one would talk to me, and when my dad talked to me, he always seemed disappointed. One day, I decided that I couldn't take it anymore. I got the idea to set up hidden cameras in the house so that I could prove to my dad that his new, awful wife was the one causing all the trouble. I put one in every room in the house, including mine. That same night, my dad complained that his laptop stopped working. It was pretty important because he needed it for work. I went to my room and checked the surveillance footage and saw a video of my stepmother throwing the laptop on the floor. I saved this video but decided not to show it to my dad until I had more evidence. Within the next week, I had footage of her staining the furniture, burning the food, putting laxatives in his ice cream, pouring a sticky substance all over his favorite sneakers, and breaking several things in the kitchen. Of course, she blamed me for all these things, and when she spoke negatively in front of my father about me, I just smiled and said, sorry. She probably began to wonder what was going on with me. After I had gathered enough evidence, I typed and printed beautiful invitations, inviting the whole family to a family meeting. Everyone was seated nicely in the living room. I got my laptop and projector and pointed it towards a white wall. What you guys are about to witness may come as a surprise. Kids, your mom is a monster. Dad, what have you married? You've made a mistake, and the sooner we can get out of here, the better. Quite frankly, I am tired of being blamed for things I haven't done. Lily, why do you dislike me? Is it because I'm prettier than you and more important to my dad than you'll ever be? I said. I played the first video of Lily smashing my dad's laptop. No one really looked surprised. They just looked serious. I played the rest of the videos. Lily's daughters walked out disgusted, but the boys remained because they were already used to doing their mother's dirty work. At the end of it all, I said, Dad, do you believe me now? I've done none of the things she's accused me of. She has made my life a living hell. Can we please go home? I miss my life, I said. My father stared at me. I thought he was going to apologize, but instead he said, Eva, you violated your stepmother's privacy. Apologize immediately. My jaw dropped to the ground. Was he out of his mind? I've told you she's no good. It's about time we sent her off to boarding school. I know a good one in Switzerland. We can send her there and we won't have to worry about her doing horrible things anymore. Lily said, Yes, dear, that's a really good idea. My dad said, Did you not understand a thing I just showed you? I screamed. There she goes, screaming again. The girl is out of control, Lily said. The next week, I was all packed and sent off to Switzerland. I am there now, and school isn't as bad as being around that horrible woman, but I really miss how perfect my life was before my dad married her. I often wonder what happened to my dad, and why he never took my side when I was all he had for 17 years. There are some things we may never understand in life, I guess.
Hi, I'm Collins, prince of a faraway kingdom called Setia. I was born to the two worst parents ever. Dad and Mom were the king and queen of Setia, and they were the worst the town had ever seen. They shamelessly stole and ate the town's money, and also believed that we were above everyone else because we were royals. My brother, Gerald, who was 2 years older than me, was exactly like them. Selfish, and a big, empty-headed hunk who was only interested in growing his intimidating biceps and nothing else. I came out different though. Every time I got a chance, I helped people, even if Mom and Dad didn't like that very much. Once, when I was 10, I heard this girl crying by the castle gates.
Somebody! Anybody! I I need help! My mom needs medication and we don't have any money.
My brother Gerald walked up to her and pushed her away from the gates, and then he was so rude.
Get away from the castle, peasant. There are doctors all over the village. Go ask them for medication. This isn't a hospital.
I don't have any money for that. The king and queen took our farmland away. Please help me.
Get lost!
I decided that was enough, but before I could do anything, the girl stood up to my barbaric brother, unwavered by his scare tactics.
You're a cow, and you don't scare me.
I think I had fallen in love. Gerald angrily shut the gates on her, and that was my cue to sneak through them later with a bag of coins still from his cloak, as vengeance for what he did to her. I found her at the same spot, looking so helpless. I can help you. She turned to me with big, brown eyes, which I'd never forget. And then I took out the bag of coins and gave it to her.
Thank you so much.
She hugged me and ran off before I could ask her name. As I stood up, my leg kicked something. It was a locket. Inside of it was an old picture of a man and a woman I guessed were her parents. I kept it and promised to return it whenever I saw her. But after that day, I never saw her again. In the next few weeks, I busied myself with caring for my plants as Gerald continued to be a menace.
Hey, Colin, knock, knock.
Not again. I slapped a hand across my face, exhausted of hearing his dumb jokes.
It's a big, sweet, juicy piece of chicken. Nothing you'll ever know about. Vegan, real men eat these instead of ugly, foul broccolis.
Well, why don't you have this? I swung a corpse flower in his face, and the smell drained the blood from his face. He screamed like a girl, and I burst out laughing. Years passed. A harsh winter hit my village, destroying all of our crops and plunging us into months of famine. As everyone struggled to manage, my parents continued to harass them for everything they had. And as soon as they realized that the people were too poor to sustain their extravagance, they organized a search party.
You brave men and women are the only hope of Setia. I put my strong sons Gerald and Collins in charge of you. You'll leave the town and search for ripe farmlands and other places. Once you find anything, report back to the palace. I wish you luck.
We left that day and trudged through the deep snow searching for farmlands until a thick tornado struck the group on the 4th day and separated us. I was whirled away from Gerald and the group. When I woke up the next morning, I found myself in a lush forest. I walked around, admiring the greenery around me. Suddenly, I heard a growl behind me. Chilling fear shook my bones as I turned around and came face to face with a 7-foot bear. My skin prickled with goosebumps. And just when I thought I was done for, a girl jumped out of the bushes and grabbed me by the hand. We dashed through the dense bushes until we'd given the bear some distance.
I think it stopped chasing us.
Thank you for saving me. I'm Collins. What's your name?
I'm Raven.
She stood straight, and I was faced with the most beautiful lady I'd ever seen. She reminded me of one of the strong, tall Amazons I often read about in books.
What are you looking at?
I tried to speak, but I felt like a cat caught my tongue.
Uh-oh! It seems like it found us again. Come on!
We ran until we reached a small cottage in the middle of the forest.
Welcome to my humble abode.
You live here all by yourself? Isn't it too dangerous for you?
Nothing can scare me. In fact, they should all be scared of me.
The confident way she spoke gave me a sense of déjà vu, and the brave girl from years back came into my thoughts. You know, you look quite familiar.
I've heard a lot of pickup lines from guys, but that one is new. A for effort, but I don't think we've ever met, handsome.
Wait, I'm really serious. I brought out her locket from my pockets. I've been carrying it around with me since that day, hoping it would lead me to that fierce owner who had faced Gerald, the girl I'd fallen in love with. And now, she was right in front of me. Remember this? You dropped it all those years ago when I helped you with money for your mom's illness. She looked at it as if it were a foreign object, so I opened the locket and showed her the picture of the people inside. I thought she recognized them for a moment, but her expression changed to a frown.
I told you I don't know you. That silly locket isn't going to change my mind. And have you never heard of doppelgangers?
It's just you look so alike. I closed the locket and slipped it back into my pocket, quite disappointed that she wasn't the one. Raven let me stay with her because I had nowhere else to go. I learned quite a lot about her in that while. How she loved music and loved to dance. We went on food gathering trips together, and in the process, I showed her all of my favorite plants and what I loved about each one. This is the Middle Mist Red. It's one of the prettiest and rarest flowers in the world.
It looks like a rose.
But it's not. It's actually a type of camellia flower. It'll look pretty on you.
Why don't we try?
She turned to the side, and I slipped the flower into her hair.
Well, what do you think?
I was stunned by her beauty. There were no words to express how beautiful I thought she was. It looks so beautiful on you.
Thank you.
She grabbed my arm.
Come on, there's something I want to show you.
I followed her as she excitedly led me past some beautiful glowing trees to a sea with an old ship tied to an abandoned dock. We found a lot of boxes in its storage. Wow, so many boxes. What do you think are in them?
Why don't you open one and find out?
I opened one of the boxes and was shocked to find it filled with diamonds. Where did they all come from?
I have no idea. They're my ticket out of here, to somewhere better. We could share them if you want.
Raven and I spent our night on the ship, staring at the stars and talking about our futures. I forgot all about Gerald and everyone until the next morning, when I woke up and found myself surrounded by Gerald in the search group.
Today's your lucky day, Collins. Your big brother has come to save you.
How did you find me?
You weren't easy to find, but thanks to my excellent tracking skill, we tracked the debris from the tornado to here.
Gerald started to walk around, looking at everything in awe, and I just knew in that instant what he had in mind.
Look at all these plants. It can feed an entire town for years.
As if that wasn't bad enough, my back collided with one of the ship's boxes, which fell and spilled diamonds. I shifted to hide them from Gerald, but it was too late.
Diamonds, too? We're about to be the richest royal family in all of Europe.
None of the things in the forest belong to you.
Don't tell me you'll starve an entire town because you're a plant freak.
Gerald directed the search party to take whatever they could find, and there was nothing I could do to stop them. Meanwhile, Raven had disappeared into thin air. I looked around for her, but she was nowhere to be found. I really hoped she was safe. I watched my brother and the group clear most of the forest in a single day, and we returned home. Mom and Dad had greeted us and then directed the guards to take the diamonds to storage. Aren't we supposed to distribute everything to the kingdom?
It's still for the people. We're just helping to preserve it.
But I knew they were lying. When they went to bed that night, I crept into the storage room and stole some food, which I gave to the villagers. Gerald and the group returned to the forest every day to get more food, and I followed them on several occasions, hoping to see Raven. I never found her, but I did discover some Middle Mist flowers, which I brought back to the palace and planted all around. They made me think of Raven. A month passed since I last saw her, until one night I had been sleeping when a loud commotion in the palace woke me up. I went to check on the source and was shocked to find the servants running around in terror. But that wasn't my biggest shock. It was Raven right in the middle of the chaos. In fact, she was causing it.
Ha-ha! Run, wimps! I'm your new queen now!
Raven?
Oh, hey there, my prince. Or should I say, princeless?
Her guards laughed like she had said something funny. What do you think you're doing?
What does it look like? I'm taking over the kingdom from your bad parents.
What? I thought you wanted to travel and explore the world.
That was all a lie I told you to get you to trust me. I knew it wouldn't be long before you royalties revealed your greed and you proved me right. Just like all those years ago when you gave me a bag of stones instead of coins.
What? That wasn't me. It had to be that moron Gerald. He had filled the bag up with stones, not coins. I'm sorry. I honestly thought they were coins. That means the locket is yours. Why did you lie then?
I couldn't give up my act, but I'm going to need it now. It's all I have of my parents since I lost them both to illness because of your family.
I guiltily returned Raven's necklace to her and looked around the throne room suspiciously. Where are my parents and brother?
Sleeping soundly in their beds. You don't think those flowers in the forest were just there, right? Thanks to these guys, they helped me put some sleeping powder into the flowers and I planted them just where you'd find them. I know how hard it is for you to resist your favorite plant.
I couldn't believe Raven would trick me this way. I had been nothing but kind to her.
Anyways, I have a coronation to plan, so please, find yourself to your new quarters, which is the dungeon.
I was thrown into the dungeon the next morning. Dad, Mom, and Gerald were all thrown in there as well.
I keep telling you never to mix with poor people. I hope you've learned your lesson now.
For days, they wouldn't stop bickering about how everything was my fault. I wished I could be anywhere else. My wish was finally granted the next week.
You, the queen, seeks your presence.
I was escorted out of the dungeon to the throne room where Raven sat majestically. She motioned me forward and I approached her.
This is hard to say, but I need your help, Collins.
Now, why on earth would I help you?
I know I took your parents' crown away, but they've done worse.
And you threw us in a dungeon. I never even did anything to you.
Fine, I'll let you all out. Happy?
Yes, that's better.
Now that's settled, I need you to teach me how to be a proper queen. The kingdom isn't dead, and I want to marry Frank, Prince of Mayland, to save us. I heard he's your family friend and very wealthy.
He wasn't my friend. He was one of Gerald's thick-headed dumb friends. And hearing Raven talk about marrying him felt like such a punch to my guts. Fine, I'll teach you.
Thank you. And for what it's worth, I'm really sorry about everything. I enjoyed the time we spent together in the forest.
She avoided my eyes as she said the words, but I wasn't falling for the pretense this time. You don't have to lie to me any longer, I said, and then walked away. As promised, Raven released my family from the dungeon and placed them in a house with thick security. On the other hand, I was free and helping Raven with her lessons. Steady, steady.
Thanks.
Raven was a quick learner. In no time, she was doing perfectly.
I think I've gotten the hang of this.
I spun her around as we danced, and when her skin touched mine, my heart felt like it was going to burst into 1,000 pieces. I was so caught up in the moment that I didn't notice when the music stopped, and I drew Raven close and kissed her without thinking. She returned my kiss, and when we were finished, she looked at me with those big brown eyes. I think I'm in love with you, Raven.
Collins, I'm sorry, but let's pretend like the kiss never happened. I have to marry someone else.
She ran out, leaving me standing alone in the ballroom inn. Since that day, she began to avoid me. The following week, Frank arrived in Setia, and Raven hosted a ball in his honor. Guests from all over the world arrived, and I was jealous as I watched Raven laugh at something he said. I had no idea what came over me, but I grabbed a glass of drink and headed towards them. As soon as I reached, I lifted it and spilled it on Raven?
What did you do that for?
I glared at Frank. It was like he had seen me coming and moved out of the way, just in time for my drink to spill on Raven instead of him.
You have no right to harm the queen. I'll protect your honor, your majesty.
Suddenly he shoved me. I shoved him back and we began to fight, ruining the entire ball. Raven was furious with me.
This was always your plan, to embarrass my position as queen and ruin my chances of finding a husband. I should have known better than to trust you.
She walked away from us while we were still on the floor, and Frank quietly slipped out from under me and out the door. Moments later, my parents and Gerald stormed into the room in anger.
Where's that throne thief?
As they burned with rage, I spotted Gerald and Frank shaking hands.
Thanks for getting us out. You're the best, bro.
I knew it! Frank had been up to no good, but before I could do anything about it, Raven came into the room and faced my parents.
You're all supposed to be locked up. How did you even get out?
Foolish girl. You didn't think an old-time friend of ours would just marry you while we were still being held hostage, did you?
Raven whistled, and all of a sudden her crew gathered behind her.
If you want the throne, you should know I'm not going down without a fight.
Gerald's eyes glinted with excitement at the mention of a fight, and the two sides squared up. I decided I had enough of everything and yelled, "Enough!" Everyone turned to look at me. None of you deserve to sit on the throne. I'm sorry to say, but you're all bad rulers. Dad, Mom, and Raven, you don't even know how to rule. Everyone noticed the commotion and gathered around as I spoke. They nodded their heads to everything I said. I think this time the people deserve to choose who rule them.
Yeah! That's bloody ridiculous. Our generation has held this throne for years.
As he attempted to walk up to the throne, Raven and her warriors blocked him.
Colin is right. This town needs better.
The crowd agreed with me, and moments later, a vote was held and I was elected to be the king, but I didn't want it. I don't think I can do it. Raven walked up to me and touched me on the cheek.
You're the perfect leader, Collins. You're kind, passionate, and gentle. This town needs you. Not me or your parents. I allowed vengeance to cloud my mind and make me into a bad person, but you never hated me in spite of it. You still loved me.
Raven's words filled me with a lot of courage. I'll only be able to do this with you by my side.
Then I'll be by your side. I'm sorry about everything, and I love you too.
She threw her arms around me and kissed me, and the next day the town crowned me king. I looked over my subjects and made one promise. I will be a better king to you than my predecessors! Then I looked at Raven and sneaked out a Middlemas flower from my pockets, which I tucked behind her ear. At least this one isn't poisoned.
Oh, come on.
Raven laughed at my inside joke and hugged me. I love you so much, Raven. Please, be my queen.
Really? Of course I'll be your queen.
I turned to the crowd and raised Raven's arm. And this is your new queen.
Hi everyone, I'm Sophia from the USA. Please like and subscribe to STA. When I was little, I'd always wanted to be like my parents, high-achieving scientists. But as I grew, I realized I could never because I sucked at everything. Driving lessons, sports, school.
Another F, Sophia.
So, I gave up. My parents were often disappointed, but they always tried to be understanding.
You'll do much better if you just put in the effort.
I wish it was that easy, but being used to failure just had a way of making me feel insecure about myself and everything. In school, I was even known as the unpopular loser.
Hey, loser! Disappear! We need this spot. Is your name written on it?
That was Heather, the smartest girl in my class, and her dumb, super rich boyfriend, Cameron. I never understood what she saw in him. He was way below her standards. He gave me a mean stare, and I just left the table for them.
Whatever. I was done eating anyways.
After school that day, I headed home, and on the way, spotted a new antique store that I'd never seen before and walked in to look around. I mistakenly bumped into a shelf of figurines, and everything clattered to the floor. I apologized to the owner as I picked them up.
I'm so sorry. You look like you might be going through something. Talk to me, child. What's wrong?
I don't really talk to strangers.
Especially ones who looked mysterious and sniffed at people like creeps.
I'm no ordinary stranger. I can sense a bad aura around you. So many failures.
She was right, but how?
How did you know that? You'll find out. I have just the thing for you.
The woman disappeared behind her desk and brought out a weird figurine of a man with marks on his face and something like a small horn protruding backwards.
What's that? It's a very special, important artifact. It'll take care of all of your failures. Have you ever heard of Eshu, an Orisha of the Yubora tribe in Nigeria?
No. What about him? Before the woman could say anything more, someone interrupted, and she became preoccupied with him, so I had to leave. That night, I did a little browsing and found out that Eshu was a powerful god of change, fate, duality, crossroads, a few more things, but there was one constant in every source I checked. He could alter a lot in a person's life, like my grades. Wait, there's more. Eshu can also cause bad change. Well, that's a downer. Was the artifact safe to use? But the good outweighed the bad, and it was super tempting. Well, I'm sure the bad was something I could handle. I had to use this.
Please help me score better grades in school and make me so popular and confident.
I got a piece of rope from my jewelry bud and tied the artifact around my neck like a pendant before I slept off. I woke up the next day feeling extremely confident and better than ever. The artifact's magic was working. I dressed up for school and couldn't even recognize myself in the mirror. At school, everyone stared at me in shock, and it only made me feel more confident. In the classroom later that day, the teacher gave a pop quiz, and guess what?
Dan, a C. Frankie, a B.
Wait for it.
And Sophia, an A.
I had scored an A! OMG! This artifact was my good luck charm. After class, I headed to the cafeteria and found Heather taunting another student as usual. I was filled with so much confidence as I approached her.
Hey, leave her alone! Or what? You can't do anything.
I grabbed a plate of pasta and splashed it on her face, and she looked so furious.
Ah! You ruined my makeup!
After Heather left, I faced the girl she had been attacking.
Hey, are you all right? Sorry, I can't hear without my hearing aid. I'm deaf. Thank you for saving me back there. I'm Lottie, by the way.
I'm Sophia. Why did you let Heather push you around?
Oh, I'm new here, and I only wanted her to show me around. I didn't know she'd be mean.
Well, I can show you around if you want.
Really? Thanks!
As promised, I showed Lottie around, and from there, we became really tight friends and were practically inseparable. The school term finally came to an end, and I made it to the top of my class. Mom and Dad were so happy that they got me tons of gifts.
We're so proud of you, baby girl. We got you presents.
If only they knew about the artifact. I felt like a fraud deceiving my innocent parents, but I couldn't tell them the truth, or the smiles on their faces would disappear. Everything felt like it was going so well for me, and it made Heather mad.
Hey, loser! I don't know how you suddenly went from an F to an A, but no one takes my spot. Maybe just study harder instead of being a meanie. Stay out of my spot, or you'll hate crossing me.
Heather walked away and I just scoffed. I guess she wasn't used to taking second place. The next week, I was feeling lucky, so I decided to rekindle my love for science once more and take part in my town's science fair. I came out as the overall winner with a whopping cash prize of $2,000.
And the winner of this year's science fair is Sophia! Congratulations, honey! Don't be reckless with your money. Save it in a bank, all right?
At school, I became so popular that I practically overthrew Heather from her throne, and I decided I was going to use some of my money to throw a big party. I had to prove to everyone my loser era was over. Lottie and I spent the whole day discussing plans.
I think I'll rent a fancy mansion for the party. That'll cost a lot of money. I can always get another. Why do you sound so sure?
I figured I could trust Lottie, so I showed her the artifact.
It's an artifact of the Yoruba god, Eshu, in Nigeria. He can change a person's life and fate. Do your parents know about it? Nope. I can't tell them. And they don't have to know about this party either. Promise me, Lottie? Promise. But at some point, you know they'll find out, right? I'll handle that when the day comes. Anyways, come on. We have to share these flyers around school.
Lottie and I got to school and shared the flyers around. And later, when we finished, we were spending some time in the cafeteria when Heather and Cameron approached us.
Hey, heard you were having a party. Where are our invites?
I thought that was pretty obvious. You're not invited.
The words flowed freely from my mouth, and I felt like it was because of the artifact.
You'll regret saying that. Come on, Heather.
Cameron grabbed Heather's hand, and for a moment, she pulled her arm away like she didn't want to go with him. But he grabbed it, and she just went along. That was weird.
Good riddance. They don't own this school.
The next day, I dressed up in my party clothes for the party. The pendant on my neck didn't match my outfit, so I took it off and carefully placed it in my handbag. Then, I wore a large coat over my dress to hide it from my parents.
Mom, Dad, I'm going over to Lottie's. I'm staying the night, so I'll see you tomorrow.
Why are you dressed in a coat?
It's a little cold outside. Don't want to fall sick.
All right, honey. Be safe.
Phew, that was close.
As soon as I got out, I took off my coat and headed straight for the party. And it was so fun. That wasn't until the crazy couple, Cameron and Heather, crashed it. Like, literally, crashed into it with a car.
I'm calling the cops on you two. You almost hurt everyone. I warned you.
To my surprise, Heather ran towards me and started begging.
Please, don't call the cops. Cameron didn't mean it. We're sorry.
Seeing her apologize for the first time ever gave me such a power trip, and I just couldn't help the next few words that came out of my mouth.
Prove you're sorry. Say, "You're my queen, Sophia, and I'm such a loser." Here, in front of everyone.
To my surprise, Heather said the words.
"You're my queen, Sophia, and I'm such a loser." Good. Now, leave my party and never come back.
Cameron looked furious, but Heather grabbed his arm and pulled him away.
Come on, Cameron.
After the crazy couple left, I turned around to face an upset Lottie.
You didn't have to go that far with Heather. It was mean. She and Cameron deserved it. They crashed my party, but you didn't have to turn into her to make a point. Come on, Lottie. I could never be like Heather.
I convinced Lottie I was on my best behavior, and after a while, she cheered up.
Fine. Can I keep my phone in your bag? I don't want to lose it.
I gave Lottie the bag and just kept dancing. The next morning when I got home, I noticed the artifact was missing from my bag. And after spending hours searching, I realized who must have taken it.
Where is it? What are you talking about? My artifact! Don't act like you don't know. Isn't it always around your neck? It was in my bag yesterday, which I gave you. You're the only one I told of its powers. Stop acting dumb. That's not a nice way to talk to a friend. A thief isn't my friend. Took only a little popularity and some cash for you to turn into a meanie too, huh?
Lottie furiously banged her locker door in my face and stomped away, and I was so mad at everything. I needed to cool down, so I went into the bathroom. And after a little while, Heather and a strange older lady walked in. I didn't want to be noticed, so I tried to stay as quiet as possible.
Mom, Cameron is crazy. I don't want to be with him.
Shush! Do you want to ruin the business deal I have with his father? It was just a car crash into some silly party.
He almost hurt someone and destroyed people's stuff.
Why are you so difficult? All you have to do is date the dumb boy and help him with his scores since he can't even spell his own name.
But he's a psycho. I'm tired of pretending to everyone that I like him.
You'll pretend for as long as I want you to. Also, you need to come right at the top of your class again. You're starting to look stupid to Cameron's parents. I can't afford that. Do you understand?
Heather's mom sounded so mean, and I felt so bad for the way I'd treated Heather in the past. As soon as her mom left, she fell against the toilet sink crying, and I just wanted to come out and comfort her. Until her stupid boyfriend walked in with a long stack of books, which he dumped right in front of her. The nerve!
Go away, Cameron! You look ugly when you cry. Anyways, I have some more assignments for you. I need them by tomorrow.
Who did he think he was? Seeing him speak that way to Heather made me so furious I stepped out of my hiding spot.
Hey, jerk! Why don't you go away like she asked you to? You again! No one's here, so I'll just deal with you once and for all!
Cameron tried to attack me, but Heather suddenly stood between us.
If you don't go away, I won't write your assignments!
The threat seemed to work because he glared at me before he turned around and walked out of the toilet. Heather turned towards me.
You didn't hear or see anything here today.
Then she grabbed Cameron's books and followed suit without even glancing at me. Throughout the day, I tried to catch her alone and succeeded when I found her in an empty class.
Hey, are you alright? Just because I stood up for you to my jerk of a boyfriend doesn't mean we're friends. I had no idea what you were going through, and I'm sorry for making your pain worse. Oh, don't be the goody-goody two-shoes now, queen.
All day, I felt so guilty about how I treated Heather that I didn't even notice the cops and my furious parents standing in front of my home.
Miss Sophia, you're under arrest for vandalizing the properties of a mansion rented to you for a party.
What are you talking about? Cameron was the one who crashed the party, not me!
The cop didn't even listen to me as they placed me in handcuffs and took me away. My parents couldn't look at me once. They later came to the station to bail me out that night, and the ride home was really quiet. As soon as we got home, they faced me.
Heather told us everything, and we're so disappointed in you. An artifact and a party? Really? You lied to us. We didn't bring you up that way, Sophia.
Jeez, they were right. I was a horrible person. I broke down into tears.
I'm so sorry. Everyone made me feel like such a loser. I just wanted to prove you all wrong. I didn't mean to hurt anyone.
Oh, honey, you're not a loser. We've never thought you were one. We just wanted you to believe in yourself and do better. You don't need an artifact for that. You just need yourself.
I love you too so much. Mom and Dad's words comforted me, and after a while, my tears subsided.
There's someone you need to see. She really cares about you.
Mom and Dad left the room, and Lottie walked in. Overwhelmed by my emotions, I hugged her.
Lottie, I didn't mean any of those things I told you. I know. You were kind of right. I did steal your artifact. But it was only because I wanted to help you.
I don't understand.
I looked up Eshu, and I know he likes to show the two sides to everything. You got everything you wanted, but you also became mean and unlike yourself. You even started lying to your parents. I'm going to fix everything.
Lottie's words made a lot of sense to me, so the next day, we decided to return the artifact back to the antique owner.
Welcome back, child. You look better than the last time you were here.
Thank you. I just wanted to return this. It gave me what I wanted, but I also turned into a bad person.
Oh, child, that was all you. Not this fake replica artifact of Eshu. I sensed an aura of insecurity around you and figured you needed something to boost your confidence. It was all a mind trick.
I couldn't believe my ears. Everything I won was all on my own, and the people I hurt in the process too.
Wow, Sophia, that means you must be a genius.
Everything felt too good to be true, but there was one lingering question on my mind.
Who are you?
A fortune teller.
Thank you for helping me discover myself. After that day, I became better and started to put effort into everything I did. But there was one thing left, Heather.
Heather was the student with the highest score.
After class ended that day, she approached me.
Did you fail yourself to give me a higher score? What? That's ridiculous. You're bad at lying. Thank you, I guess. And I'm sorry about being mean to you and your friend. I wanted an output for my anger, and I used you to. You didn't deserve it. Just like Cameron doesn't deserve you. You're right. I need to end things with him. I'll be with you as your support. If his parents or your mom try anything, we can sue them with some of my lottery money. Thank you so much, Sophia.
Heather later ended things with Cameron, and to everyone's surprise, she became close friends with me and Lottie. We were like the Powerpuff Girls. Together, we all graduated at the top of our class, and I grew up to be a scientist just like my parents. Effort really pays off, guys. You just have to try. The easy way out isn't always the best way. Hi, I'm Sarah, and I was born in the beautiful town of Woodmead. I loved it there because we were surrounded by people who knew and loved us. I was 5 years old when we spent our last Christmas there, opening gifts with my cousins.
Look, I got a jewelry box with a little ballerina. I know how much you love ballet, so Mom let me get it for you.
The gifts were great, but it was about having all of our family and friends around that made me love Christmas. But about a month later, my parents started acting so weirdly.
Put on this wig and sunglasses. We're going on a little trip.
But why do I have to wear this, Mom?
We're going to play pretend. You can even choose a new name for yourself.
Ballet shoes. I want to be called ballet shoes.
And ever since then, we've never been back to Woodmead, not even to see family. I was homeschooled, and I wasn't allowed to speak to anyone. When I was around 10, I got so sick and tired of her life, I ran out the gates and into the forest.
Sarah! Sarah! I'll only come out when you tell me that we can go back to our old home.
But this is our new life, honey. I thought you'd be used to it by now.
How can anyone get used to living like an alien? Every time we go out, we all wear wigs and change our names. I'm tired of it. Take me back to see my cousins and friends.
Mom eventually found me behind the tree and carried me back home. I was so angry at my parents, but they never heard me out. And then one day, when I was 14, they were watching the news and the reporter was talking about fugitives.
Are we fugitives? Is that why we can't talk to anyone?
No, honey, we are actually.
Dad was about to tell me what the real deal was, but Mom stopped him to tell me the greatest news, and I forgot about the fugitive thing.
I've got good news for you. You can start going to real school.
But on one condition, you can't make friends or speak to anyone.
I was so excited to finally get out of the house, so I didn't worry much about the terms and conditions. On my first day of school, I was so excited, but it soon wore off. As I walked down the school corridor, I noticed everyone staring at me. They whispered as I walked by, but I knew I couldn't speak, so I just rushed to my class. When I got into the class, the teacher smiled at me strangely and introduced me to the class.
Class, this is Sarah. Do you remember me telling you about her?
The teacher suddenly started speaking to me like she had a speech problem.
Welcome to class, Sarah.
I thought it would be different at school, but I still felt like an alien. Everyone acted so strange. When I got home, Mom and I started dinner, then Dad came home.
How are my favorite girls?
You're only girls.
Dinner's ready. Let's eat. Then it's game night and Dad gets to choose.
How was school today, Pumpkin? Talk to anyone?
No, Dad. I didn't talk to anyone.
What's the matter, sweetie?
Today at school, all the kids were staring and whispering, as if something was wrong with me. And then when I got to class, the teacher spoke to me so slowly.
You were new there, sweetie. Everything will seem strange.
That doesn't make any sense.
At least you're around other kids, right?
I guess.
I couldn't stop thinking about how strange everyone acted. After dinner, I didn't feel like playing any games, so I went straight to bed. Months went by, and I was still the quiet weirdo at school with no friends. Soon, everyone started talking about Christmas gifts.
Hey, who do you have to get a gift for?
I'm not telling. It would ruin the whole surprise.
All right, everyone. Here are the science results.
This was my favorite subject, and whenever I got an A+ on my tests, kids would be jealous and pick on my muteness.
I wonder how the mute girl gets 100% all the time.
Maybe she's the teacher's favorite because she's so quiet.
After they were done talking, I walked past their table and let out a smelly, soft gas right next to the tables.
Ew, I think I'm going to vomit. What's that disgusting smell?
I smiled and walked out of the class, feeling good about my sweet revenge. Later that night, while I sat reading, Mom and Dad watched the news again. And then suddenly, I heard that fugitive word again.
Mom, Dad, I know I've asked before, but are we fugitives?
Well, sweetie, it's like this.
No, sweetie, we're not. Fugitives are usually on the run because they've done something bad.
Have we done something bad?
No, sweetie.
Can we talk about something happier, please?
The kids at school are going to exchange gifts for Christmas.
Oh, that reminds me. We need to plan for our annual party.
We're the only ones that are going to be there, Dad. Some party that will be.
My parents didn't understand. I wished so badly to have a friend my age, just to talk to. A week later, I think my wish came true because a new girl joined our class and she kept glaring at me and I just kept smiling back.
Class, this is Alia. She is new here. I want you all to be nice.
Alia sat down and didn't seem to mind that I didn't speak.
Hello.
I just smiled and waved back. She smiled back and I had such an urge to open my mouth and say, "Can we be friends, please?" And then during recess, while I sat all by myself as usual, Alia came and sat with me.
Hi again. Do you mind if I sit here?
I smiled and nodded again. She must have thought I was a crazy person, all this smiling and nodding. But she really didn't mind, since she kept coming back. After a few weeks of listening to Alia, I could tell why she didn't have any other friends. She was a motor mouth.
Hey Sarah, how was your weekend? My mom took me to get a dress for the Winter Wonderland dance, and then we went to this beautiful museum. It was so much fun. I even got this really cool glow stick and a chain and a bracelet and this awesome nightlight. It makes all the items at the museum show on the walls at night and...
I smiled and waited for the rest of Alia's story, but then she said something that I couldn't keep quiet about.
Oh, how I wish you didn't have that speech disorder. I so want to know how your weekend went. Just imagine if...
I shouted out before Alia could complete her sentence.
Speech disorder? Who told you I have a speech disorder?
The principal. Your parents told him just so the other kids wouldn't pick on you.
I was so mad I could have screamed again, but the others were coming in. The teacher continued with the lesson, but I wasn't paying attention. I obeyed my parents, and now I find out they lied about why I didn't speak. It was time for me to return the favor.
Okay, class. Today is book reading day. Does anyone want to go first? Thank you, Sarah. You can leave your book on my desk.
But instead, I started reading my book fluently. The teacher in the class stared at me in amazement, and then one of the girls stood up and shouted,
She can speak! It's a miracle!
I couldn't contain myself and burst into a fit of giggles. The rest of the class followed along. During recess, all the kids surrounded me like I was a celebrity, wanting to hear me speak. Alia eventually came to my rescue.
Okay, guys, give Sarah a break. She just found her voice. We don't want her to lose it again.
Yeah, guys, Alia's right. She never gets tired of talking, so you're welcome to stay and listen to her. Be warned, though, she doesn't have a stop button or even a pause. We all laughed. It felt amazing to be part of the class and not left out anymore. And all the kids were so accepting.
I'm glad I caught you before you left. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it's not about the joke I made during recess. It was honestly just a joke. I love that you are so talkative.
And no, I wasn't offended. I wanted to know if you have a partner for the Christmas gift-giving day.
I almost forgot about that. No, I don't.
Great, then we can get gifts for each other. Things were really looking great for me at school until I got home. Dad was sitting on the couch, looking very serious.
Dad, are you all right? Mom didn't speak to me at all on the way home. Is everything okay?
The principal of your school called us this morning.
My heart sank. I knew what was coming.
He said that everyone was calling it a miracle that you are speaking.
Well, how long were you going to keep this from us? And don't stutter. You're a walking miracle to your friends. Yes, Mom, friends. For the first time in a long time, I felt accepted and part of the group. I won't apologize for that.
You watch your tone, young lady. We are still your parents.
I have to wonder, what is that supposed to mean? You lied to the principal that I couldn't speak because of a speech disorder. How could you do that? And what about taking me away from all the people we loved and making me dress like someone else? Sometimes I don't even know who I am or where I belong. And who wants their child to be a mute at school and not have any friends?
Everything we do is to keep you safe.
Safe from what? A bunch of teenagers?
Enough. Go to your room.
Mom and Dad were being so unfair, and I felt like an animal stuck in a cage. The next morning, I went to the kitchen and Mom and Dad were there. I ignored them, but they looked so sad.
We're sorry about last night, sweetie. We understand that we have been hard on you.
And to make it up to you, we're going to let you be a part of the Christmas gift exchange. We just have to get a gift from the mall.
Whoa! Alia was right. I did find my voice. Mom and Dad actually heard me out last night. When we got to the mall, I was so excited to look for a gift for Alia.
Okay, remember, no wandering off, all right?
Yes, Mom, I know. Mom and Dad were being so cool. We got the gift and we had lunch, then played games at the arcade. I was so exhausted by the time I got to the car that I fell fast asleep.
Wake up, Sleepy. We're home.
I felt like I slept for hours, but I couldn't have because when Mom woke me, she said we were home. The only thing was, this wasn't home. The more I looked around, the more confused I was.
Mom, Dad, where are we?
This is our new home.
No, it's not. I want to go home. Sarah, please! You're acting like a baby! Stop treating me like one! The moment I get close to anyone, you move across the state! What is wrong with you?
I was so upset. I ignored Dad when he tried to explain. He left with Mom to move our things into his new house, while I sat in the car. Then he came over to me.
Sarah, are you all right?
No, Dad! I can't do this anymore! It may have been fun when I was little. Not anymore! Okay, it's late. We should head inside. Tomorrow we see the new school. What do you say, sweetie?
I say no!
Eventually I gave in and started in the new school.
For this next experiment, I want you to pair up.
After the teacher gave his instructions, Lincoln approached me. He was this guy that no one paid attention to since he dressed like a goth.
Well, looks like that's you and me.
He did the exact opposite of what the teacher said and started pouring yellow liquid into the beaker.
Relax, you'll see. And this goes in next.
And the next thing I knew, we were covered in green goop that exploded all over us.
Oops, I guess I heard wrong.
We were sent to get cleaned up, and as we walked, Lincoln talked and talked.
So, what's your story? I heard that you can't speak. Were you born without a tongue or something?
It felt like deja vu, and I was so angry at my parents for spreading this lie again, so I just told Lincoln the truth.
I have a tongue, so you can squash your crazy theory. I just can't make friends.
Wow, you're actually good at it. Talking, I mean. You know, it might help you make friends.
You think I don't know that? Before I knew it, I had told Lincoln my whole sad story. I felt good getting it off my chest, and I didn't take Lincoln for a gossip. But when I got to school the next day, I realized I was wrong about him.
What's it like having fugitive parents?
Excuse me?
Have you always been on the run?
Then I knew Lincoln gossiped. When I found him, I let him have it.
How could you? I never said we were fugitives!
I must have heard wrong.
I felt like shaking Lincoln so he would hear straight, but then this monster of a girl came at me from nowhere. I managed to move out of her way just before she could ram me.
You leave my brother alone, or else I won't miss next time. Your brother is a gossip.
Jess, it's all right. I'm fine. See?
Jessica didn't hear Lincoln. She took a swing at me, but couldn't land it because someone grabbed her arm. The principal was the one that grabbed Jessica's arm. It turns out this wasn't the first time she got into trouble trying to defend Lincoln.
I just got a final warning and 2 weeks suspension because of you.
Well, at least you get to come back.
I didn't care who Jessica blamed. I was just so mad at Lincoln. He turned out to be such a jerk. When I went into the office, the principal left and my mom and dad were there. Immediately, my defenses went up.
Are you all right?
Yeah, Mom, I'm all right.
We shouldn't have pressured you. We only thought about keeping you safe, and not how this might make you feel.
I didn't expect this. I was so used to fighting Mom and Dad by now, I didn't know what to say, so I cried.
I'm so sorry. I should have listened. Now look what's happened because I couldn't keep quiet.
It's all right, sweetie. I should have told you from the start. We are in a witness protection program. Your dad and I testified against some hardened criminals, and we couldn't risk them finding you.
Oh, Mom, I'm so sorry I never trusted you.
I think it's time we go home.
When we got home, I saw that Mom and Dad had packed. This was something I should have expected.
Okay, we're all set.
Ready, sweetie?
Yes, Dad. Dad loaded the car, and we set off. I wondered about the next town.
You should get comfy, sweetie. We're in for a long drive.
Where are we headed?
Home, sweetie. Home.
I soon fell asleep. I woke up when I felt the car stop. We were parked outside our old house in Woodmead. I didn't understand. I thought we weren't safe here. Mom, Dad, what are we doing here?
I told you we were going home.
Those bad people I told you about, they have finally been sent to prison.
It was Christmas, and we were all together, just like when I was little. But I had to do something very important. Mom, Dad, can we go for one last trip?
Okay, but it's Christmas.
I know, but I promised someone that I would buy them a gift. My parents agreed, and I couldn't wait to get to our destination. When we finally arrived, I knocked on the snowflake-decorated door, and I was so happy to see Alia's face again.
Sarah? What are you doing here? I thought I would never see you again.
I came to give you your present. Alia immediately hugged me, almost crying. Thank you for remembering. This means a lot. I kept your present as well. This is what I loved most about Christmas. Not the gifts, but being able to make someone smile.
Just when I was about to go on stage in front of 1,000 people, my stepsister pushed me from the back and I fell over the audience, ending up in the hospital. All this just because she was jealous of my fame. Hi, my name is Aisha and I'm from Turkey. Please like and subscribe. My parents abandoned me at the door of an orphanage. Growing up at the orphanage, the social workers noticed that my fingers were growing weirdly longer than those of the other kids. So when I turned 7, they decided to take me to piano classes.
Your long fingers might just win you a spot to be amongst the stars.
Really? That would be amazing. My piano teacher gave me daily lessons, and 1 year later, when the orphanage organized a fundraising event, I played the piano for the first time in front of an audience. After my performance, I received a standing ovation from the crowd. Then later, I was approached by a social worker and a family.
Aisha, my darling, these are Serdar and Fasan, your new parents.
I raised my eyes, and a beautiful young couple was standing in front of me. Next to them was a girl about my age, too.
Hello, dear. This is also your new sister, Fatma.
Hello, Fatma. Hello, Mr. and Mrs.
Oh, please, call us Mom and Dad.
The family that adopted me was crazy rich and took me home in their Rolls Royce. Their house was 10 times the size of the orphanage. As soon as I walked in, Fatma invited me to her bedroom. It was huge.
These are my dresses.
I'd never seen so many dresses before in my life.
Can I see yours?
Well, you just saw it. I only have this.
Are you serious? Then don't you dare touch any of my dresses.
What? Why would I do that?
'Cause you're poor and an orphan, and that's what you people do. My parents made a mistake bringing you here, and I'll make them return you.
Return me? What am I, one of your dresses to get a refund on? I left her bedroom. Fortunately, my adoptive parents were great people. They treated me equally as their daughter.
Here, my darlings. I brought these shoes for you. They are the same, so you can look like two beautiful twins.
Thank you, Mom.
But as soon as Mom left, Fatma went back to being a brat.
If you wear those shoes, I'll tell everyone that you talk in your sleep, asking for Mommy. So you better give those to me.
I don't care. Mom brought us both shoes, and I'll keep mine. I might be an orphan, but I was no fool. I wasn't going to let my bratty new sister boss me around. Some months later, on my supposed 10th birthday, my adoptive parents finally bought me a piano so I could go back to taking my classes. It was beautiful, all covered in gold. They even hired the same teacher I had in the orphanage, which made me tremendously happy. But as soon as I started my classes, Fatma was so jealous that one day I woke up to find my piano all destroyed.
What happened here? Aisha, why would you do this?
It wasn't me.
It was her, Mom. I saw her.
How could you be so ungrateful? We're sheltering you, giving you everything you need, and this is how you pay us back?
Unbelievable. Fatma evilly smiled behind her mom's back. I was grounded for 2 weeks, but later they bought me another piano, and this time it was the strongest one, so no one would be able to break it. And I was back in the game. I practiced constantly for 4 years, ignoring Fatma's attempts to discourage me, and I applied for the biggest classical music festival in town. On the day of the festival, my life changed forever. When I woke up that morning, I noticed something weird. My fingers were glued to each other. Fatma! Instead of Fatma, Mom walked into my bedroom.
What's wrong? Oh my gosh! What did you do to your hands? Again, Aisha, you are wasting our time. If you don't want to play the piano anymore, you can just say. You don't have to be so extreme.
But Fatma did this to me.
Stop it! Fatma is just a kid, just like you. Don't make us regret bringing you here.
And I wasn't going to make them regret it. I got up from bed, got dressed, and decided to participate in the concert just like that. While on stage, I pulled myself together and decided not to cry in front of the others, just like my teacher had told me. And guess what? I did great and won first prize. Right when I was awarded the prize, Fatma showed up out of nowhere and joined the winner's picture, acting as the sweet sister. From that moment on, she completely changed her attitude towards me.
Congratulations, my sister. I was so wrong about you.
Well, thank you. The next day in school, she would only stick to me, telling everyone about how great a pianist I was. But of course, all this candy behavior stopped when the cutest guy in school approached me. His name was Ahmed.
Hey, Aisha.
I stopped playing immediately.
No, please keep going. I love how you play music.
I turned red, but I kept going. I felt that he was staring at me while I was playing.
Oh, Ahmed, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you.
And she took his hand and they left together. But she came back alone 2 minutes later.
Listen to me, you poor orphan. You had everything you wanted from my life. But Ahmed is mine. Do you hear me?
Is he your boyfriend?
He might become if you leave us alone. If I ever see you again with him, you'll be in so much trouble.
And she left. What was wrong with her? I mean, Ahmed was super cute. But if she wanted him and he wanted her, whatever. There's plenty of fish in the sea. But it seemed like Ahmed was more attracted to me than her because he came back the next day when I was playing the piano. I had my camera turned on for a YouTube video when Fatma came furiously.
You asked for it!
as she opened a can full of paint and was about to throw it at me, but right then she slipped and the can fell over her, covering her in yellow paint. Ahmed looked at me and then took my hand and we went out to sit under a tree in the school garden, and that was one of the best moments of my life.
Aisha, you are a great piano player. I love the sound of the music that you make. Would you like to go out with me?
Really? But what's the story with my sister? I thought you liked her.
Fatma? I only met her twice. I don't like Fatma at all.
What a moron. She did all those scenes just because she was jealous of Ahmed coming after me.
I like you.
I stared at him. He stared at me. Our lips moved closer and we almost kissed. But right then, Fatma showed up in the tree just like a monkey and threw the rest of the paint at us, making us all yellow. What the heck? I left Ahmed and ran home to tell everything to Mom. But her reaction was unexpected.
Listen, I've had enough of your lies. Ever since you got here, you started blaming Fatma for everything. Well, it's not her fault. And even if it was, she's my real daughter. Do you expect me to punish her for things that a stranger says?
A stranger? But there was more to it.
I discussed it with my husband. We think it's best if we take you back to the orphanage.
What? What the heck was that? And they did return me the next day. When they dropped me off in front of the orphanage, Fatma said,
I'm sorry. I tried hard to make it work with you, but you just won't listen.
Yes, I won't listen to the garbage that comes out of your mouth. And I took my backpack from the car and went inside. Again, after many years, I was a poor orphan. I picked up my piano lessons, and in the next 2 years, I was one of the most famous piano players in the country. When I turned 18, I was allowed to join a worldwide tour and open for the greatest piano player. Such an honor. One night after closing the concert in Brussels, I decided to walk to the hotel. On the way there, I saw a guy walking and holding hands with a girl. But when I got closer to them, I heard them speaking in Turkish, and it made me take a second look. It was Ahmed. He also saw me and stopped.
Hey, wow, what a coincidence.
And before he could say anything else, I saw that the girl standing next to him was Fatma. Well, I see that some people came out differently at the end.
We moved to Brussels in actual universities, and not in orphanage classes for studies. Let's go, honey. We have no time to waste with this useless person.
It seemed as if Ahmed wanted to say something, but Fatma pulled his arm and they left. As soon as I got home, I became a little nostalgic and checked my phone for pictures and videos from when I was living with the family. To my surprise, I found a video of when I was playing the piano. And guess what? The time Fatma tried to throw yellow paint on me was caught on camera. I posted it on social media and it reached millions of views overnight. The next day, Ahmed was waiting for me outside a theater I had just performed at.
Hey, great concert. I was among the audience.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You were great. And about yesterday, I broke up with Fatma and I was wondering if you're available to go out with me.
Sure, why not? Let's go right now. I mean, I always liked Ahmed, and we never exchanged that kiss, so it was worth giving it a try. I'd gained so much confidence since I had started being in front of huge audiences, and I wasn't shy anymore. Plus, boys were standing in line for me, and I was used to the attention by then. We walked together to the nearest sushi place, sat down, and had a long chat and dinner. Before leaving, he said,
Hey, do you mind picking up the check? I forgot my wallet at home.
I would have paid anyway, but it was weird to be asked that. Anyway, I paid, and we left the place when he continued.
Hey, do you mind if I sleep at your hotel tonight? My roommate has his girlfriend over.
I did have a spare bedroom. All right, sure. And we went to the 5-star hotel where I was staying. Ahmed stayed in the room next to me. The next morning, I wanted to say hi to him, but he had disappeared together with all my jewelry and some cash I had in the drawers. What a piece of wood! I called the police and they came quickly and started an investigation. 2 days later, they caught Ahmed and deported him back home. The next day, I was going to perform at my last concert in Brussels. When I was about to go on stage in front of 1,000 people, the audience suddenly started to change their mood and they were all pointing behind me. When I turned around, I saw the devil running towards me.
You made Ahmed leave! You also leave!
She pushed me and I fell over the crowd. I broke an arm and ended up in the hospital where I spent many nights. To my surprise, Mom visited me.
I'm sorry about everything. I saw the video you posted. So many things I didn't know about my daughter. We sent her to a rehab center. She needed professional help. But we are grateful you were always so calm and patient. I guess it's too late now to ask you to come back to our family since now you have everything.
I learned a lesson. That in life, you never know how things might turn out. That's why I'm glad you're keeping the door open for me. She smiled and left. After 50 years, when my adoptive parents passed away, I heard the news while playing in Beijing. Later, I received a letter saying that they had split all of their possessions between me and Fatma, besides the house. That belonged to me now. I decided to turn it into an orphanage for kids under 10.
Hey, Stanley!
Yes, sir.
You'll be doubling as a waiter tonight, so once you're done cleaning, get dressed in a suit and get ready to serve the guests.
Sir, I'm supposed to close by 7 p.m. That's the end of work hours for me, sir.
Well, not today. You'll probably be here till tomorrow morning. One of the waiters fell ill, so you'll have to take his place.
Sir, does this mean I'll be paid his wage instead since he won't be coming in? The director burst into laughter.
Dream on, Stan. You're not getting paid a dime for the extra hours you'll be working. If you're not happy with that, feel free to quit. There are millions of janitors ready to replace you. And in case you don't know, these people are happy to be paid half your salary for more work.
Half of $2 per hour? I asked, surprised. Who in the world would want to be paid $1 per hour? I only took this job because I was dying of hunger. Sir, could I just get a tiny little bit of money from you? You didn't tell me about the event earlier, so I didn't bring anything decent to wear. I have to go back home, pick up something, and come back. He rolled his eyes and gave me my exact payment for the day. Nothing for the transport to go home and return again on the same day. Sir, this is my payment for the day.
I'm aware.
If I go home and come right back with this, I'll not be able to go home after the event or even get something to eat. I haven't had anything for almost 2 days.
And you look so strong and healthy, I think you should starve yourself for a few more days so you'd feel better.
I could feel the tears roll down my face as he walked away. I rounded my cleaning up and walked to the gate, but a security officer stopped me.
Stan, my boy, what's up? Going home?
Not really. I have to get something decent to wear and come back.
Why? You're done for the day?
The director gave me extra work. I'm doubling as a waiter tonight.
Oh, that's good news. Extra cash, huh?
The tears that formed in my eyes answered his question.
Completed the school fees yet?
I burst into tears. No, I think I may have to drop out. He patted my back, feeling sorry for me.
Follow me.
He took me to his locker where he brought me out a worn-out suit. It was baggy and kind of torn, but I was so grateful. I knelt down and hugged his legs.
Please, stop it,
he said as he went back to his position, squeezing $20 into my hand before leaving. This action meant the whole world to me because I knew that he wasn't getting paid much either, as we were grossly underpaid and undervalued in the company. Hi, my name is Stanley, and today I'm sharing how I escaped the shackles of poverty and became a billionaire by doing something simple. Hit the like and subscribe button if you also want to become a billionaire without breaking a sweat. The event tonight was a fundraiser hosted by a crazy billionaire called the Mad King. I ran around serving drinks, snacks, and cleaning up after people. The Mad King donated to various charities that night, and the crowd went wild with happiness.
Guys, calm down. I know you all love me.
Yeah! The crowd replied.
Phew, look at these waiters running around and cleaning up after us. Such a hard and unappreciated job. Do you guys know that I once worked as a waiter? What?
No.
Impossible.
I don't believe it.
Really? Yup, I did. This is your lucky day, waiters, because today I'll be giving you all $10,000 each.
We all jumped happily. Our director quickly climbed up the stage and took a different mic.
Wow, you're even more amazing than we all thought. Sir, we respect you so much,
he said while bowing down to the Mad King.
Who are you?
The Mad King looked concerned.
I'm the director of this event hall, sir. I'll be taking the money for all the waiters whom I'm in charge of. We are 6 in number. Oh, of course. Great.
The Mad King wrote down 6 $10,000 checks and gave them to our director. First of all, there were only 5 waiters. Secondly, why did he need to take our checks? I mean, we have hands. As the director walked past us with an evil smirk on his face, we knew that we'd probably never see our $10,000 checks, ever. There was no way I was going to let this happen, though. I needed money to solve a lot of problems. I needed to pay for school, rent, medicine, my sick and dying mother's medical treatment, and much more. I couldn't let him just walk away with my $10,000 gift. So I followed him and stopped him in the hallway close to the kitchen. Director, please wait. Could I have my own check? I just want to keep it safe myself. Thank you so much for receiving it on my behalf, sir. The director turned slowly while staring me down.
Get lost, fool. You work for me, so your money is my money. Your gifts are my gifts. You're not getting any check.
I burst into tears for the 3rd time that night. Please, sir, I beg you, please. I need some money for school fees, rent, feeding, medicine, and medical bills for my mother. Even if it's just $1,000 from the $10,000 that you'll give me, I'm fine with that. I promise never to say anything about the extra $10,000 checks that you collected.
Stanley, are you deaf? I said you're not getting a dime.
Okay, sir, could you give me $500 then? I saw the anger on his face. What about $100? I just need to get some medicine for my mother. The director stretched his hands towards me like he was accepting to give me the $100. But all of a sudden, his fist was flying at me, and all I saw was black. When I finally opened my eyes, I felt myself being pushed in something like a cart. Everywhere was dark, but from a tiny hole in the container I found myself in, which seemed to be a cupboard, I could see that I was being wheeled out of the hallway into the hall where the event was happening. I tried to say something, but noticed that my mouth was gagged and covered with duct tape. No one could hear me. My hands and feet were also tied up, so I couldn't move. What the heck was wrong with our director? Whoever was wheeling me stopped when he got into the hall and just left me at a corner. At that very moment, the Mad King picked up his mic to make an announcement.
Fans and lovers, I'm going to change someone's life today. We're going to play a game right now. You see that cake there?
He pointed towards me, and everyone looked on top of the cupboard that I'd been locked in.
I've hidden a tiny check of $1 billion inside it. The waiters are going to cut the cake into tiny pieces and share it, and one lucky person will win the money.
Obviously, the crowd didn't trust the waiters to cut the cake to avoid them winning the money. They gently inched towards the cake. At this point, I realized that I was in danger. I had to get out as quickly as possible. I struggled and managed to free my hands and feet. After that, I ungagged myself and tried to sneak out, but I was too late.
So, this is how it's gonna work. After...
The crowd didn't need to hear more from the Mad King because the cake was already surrounded and people were pinching around it. When others noticed the people pinching, they started pinching too, and next thing, a fight broke out while I struggled to escape amidst the chaos. As elegantly dressed men and women plunged their hands into the expensive cake, eating and searching it like mad people, I carefully crawled out of the cupboard. Unfortunately, the mad crowd managed to knock me out in the chaos. I didn't know how long I was out, but a heavy splash of cold water brought back my consciousness.
You've breached your own employment contract by getting drunk and passing out while on duty. As a result of this, you won't be paid for a full day of work.
What? I didn't drink anything. I was knocked out by the crazy crowd.
2 days for lying.
What? How can you do this? This is all your fault. You knocked me out, gagged me, and put me in the cake cupboard in direct danger. I could have been killed. You should be arrested for this.
3 days for threatening your boss.
I felt a familiar pang of resentment in my soul, but I just kept quiet.
Still have something to say, Stanley?
I just stared at him angrily.
4 days for giving me a bad look. But look at it this way, Stan. You're free to quit if you're unsatisfied with your job. Feel free to quit anytime.
Stanley.
Huh?
It's Stanley. Only close friends are allowed to call me Stan, and you're not one of them.
5 days then, Stan.
He looked at me expecting a reply or a bad look, but I just kept quiet and looked at the floor, defeated. When he was satisfied, he left. I got up to start cleaning. The hall was empty and everyone had gone home. After standing up, I noticed that I had been lying on a huge chunk of cake. I was so happy to see this because I hadn't eaten in a while. The cake was a little bit squashed and dirty, but I didn't mind at all. I happily ate it straight from the floor. While trying to swallow, I noticed that a hard paper was blocking my throat. I curiously pulled it out and couldn't believe what I saw. It was a tiny, customized check card of $1 billion. What? So no one found the check after last night's madness? People must have gone home feeling pretty stupid. No wonder my director was the last to go. I guess he stayed back to make sure there was no cake unturned or squashed in this case. Unfortunately for him, though, he didn't find the one I was laying on. Could this be real? I was probably still unconscious and simply dreaming. I put the tiny check in my pocket and continued cleaning. It was Sunday and I had to round up quickly so I could go spend the day with my mom. When I got home, I noticed that the check was still in my pocket. This was real after all. I wasn't dreaming. I really won $1 billion. After keeping the check in a safe place, I spent the day talking and laughing with my mother.
Tell me the good news.
What do you mean, Mom?
I can see it in your eyes. I know something good has happened.
Shh, it's a secret. You can't tell anyone no matter what, okay?
I promise,
she said in her sick voice. It made me sad that money was stopping her from getting better, but I knew that all that was coming to an end. I told her what happened, and she tried screaming, but her sickness didn't let her. She managed to jump a little bit on her chair, though, and it gave me so much happiness. First thing on Monday morning, which was the next day, I went to the bank to cash the check. On seeing such a high amount and seeing how haggard I was looking, the bank staff had to confirm by calling the owner of the check first. He gave them the go-ahead, and the money was wired into my account. I couldn't believe my eyes. My account had to be upgraded because the previous account type couldn't hold such an amount. The first thing I did with my newfound wealth was to give my mother the best treatment available. I also transferred to a better school and paid all the necessary fees until graduation. I separated, then locked some money for college, invested in stocks and Bitcoin, paid my rent for a few years, and bought necessities that would also last a few years. After that, I bought the company I previously worked in as a janitor. I demoted the director to a janitorial position, then forced him to give all the waiters back the money they won with interest. I collected my $10,000 from him and the $10,000 he stole and gave it to the security guard that helped me that night. I increased the salary for all the workers in the company and started paying them their standard wages. This made them happy and willing to even work more, thereby tripling the income that the company was previously making, indirectly increasing my wealth. With my wealth growing dramatically as a result of my company and investments, I started buying rental properties, which my mother started managing as she got better. The more my wealth increased, the more I invested. 2 years later, I realized that I never thanked the Mad King, and that was a huge mistake. I traveled to his place with gifts and apologized. I told him that I was grateful to him for changing my life, and I wanted to work under him for free to make up for thanking him late. He laughed and said that I was the only one he had granted money who ever came back to thank him. He also accepted my proposal to work under him for free. My actual reason for wanting to work under him for free was actually so I could learn the secrets of wealth building through him, and he knew this. Besides, I didn't need to work for money anymore since my money was now working for me. To my surprise, he gave me the position of a janitor to begin with, and as disgusted as I was, I knew that it was simply a humility test, so I accepted it. He promoted me every 6 months until I finally became his personal assistant. I worked with him throughout high school and college, and it took me a few years, but I was able to learn all the secrets of wealth building and became the next Mad King after the death of my master.
I have something called social anxiety. I get so nervous when I'm around people. Recess was the worst time of day for me because kids like Marley would suddenly sneak up behind me.
Relax, weirdo. What are you doing standing like a little creep behind the wall? Why don't you just get out there and make friends?
Maybe because I don't want friends? And what are you hiding in your other hand?
This!
This is the reason I don't have friends. Hi, I'm Aria, and I'm from Tennessee. I loved being home with my parents, and while we were eating dinner that night, I came up with a solution to solve my anxiety problem. Mom, since you're taking a break from work, maybe you can homeschool me. Aria, I'm taking this break so I can focus on my novel. Your therapist said the only way you can overcome your fears is by being around people.
I have something better in mind that might just help. Summer school.
What? That only meant more new faces. I really don't see how summer camp is going to change anything. My parents eventually convinced me that summer camp would be good for me, but I still stayed hidden away. All the new faces definitely made me more nervous until one day when I really wanted a candy bar from the vending machine in the office. Hi, could you change a $10 note? I want something from the vending machine.
Sure, honey. Here you go.
I waited behind another girl who wanted a soda, but looked very frustrated. I soon found out why.
Hi, can I borrow some money? I don't have enough, and my friends and I are so thirsty. What is it? Can I have some or not?
And with that, the girl shoved me into the machine, and soda dropped down the chute.
Thanks, for nothing.
I crouched down against the machine and cried. Just then, I saw the girl coming back. I was so afraid. But behind her was another girl who was pushing her towards me.
Apologize! No! Or else! I'm sorry, and here is my money. You can get whatever you want.
And that's how I met Cassidy. I shadowed Cassidy the entire summer camp, and she wasn't scared of anything.
Come on, it's your turn, Arya.
What if I fall? I won't let you fall. Ever. Cassidy wasn't like the other kids. We snuck out of our cabins at night to chat and watch Storytime animated videos and eat s'mores. I had the time of my life. After summer camp, it was back to school for me, and I felt more confident because of who I saw.
Surprise! I told my parents to transfer me to your school. Oh, wow! great! I was happy, but also thought it was strange. But anyway, since I didn't have any friends, it was a good thing. Until she started coming to my house. Cassidy, it's your turn. Let's see if you can maintain that winning streak.
Of course she can. She's a born winner.
Nah, I just practice, and give it my best shot.
Listen, she even talks like a winner. Your parents must be so proud of you.
It almost seemed like my parents loved her more than me. And whenever we mentioned her parents, she looked sad or she changed the subject. Cassidy, how come you never talk about your family? Because they're always busy. I'll see you at school tomorrow. Back at school, Cassidy also seemed to be the shining star amongst the other kids. Once she even showed everyone that she could balance a straight line of books on her head throughout recess. This was a bet she made with some random guy. Cassidy! 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 I eventually got tired of standing around watching Cassidy, so I went to the bathroom, which was such bad timing since I found Marley there, fixing her hair. Hey, Aria, how are you doing? I haven't seen you standing behind anything lately. Oh, you're so funny, haha. Cassidy and I are really busy with our science project. Cassidy, oh, her! She seems to be more likable than you. Well, I don't care about being liked. You know that. Oh, yeah. I saw how your parents get so excited when they see Cassidy every time they pick you up after school. It must be tough not being a perfect child like her. I didn't care about being liked at school, but I did care about my parents liking her more than me. So I had to make some changes. I decided maybe I didn't need Cassidy anymore. I was good without her. I got excellent grades and even did some sports, and other kids at school started hanging out with me. Even Marley started liking me. Hey ladies, mind if I get a spot over there? Sure, but Marley and I are just going to take a walk outside. Aren't we, Marley? Okay. But remember, we have to meet at your house this afternoon to complete our science project. Oh, actually, I'm gonna take a rain check on that one. I can't do today. The next day at school, I was hanging out with Marley when Cassidy appeared. Hey, Ari, can we talk about the science project, please? We're falling behind pretty bad. Oh yeah, about that? Marley and I are a better fit, so we're going to work together. You don't mind, do you? No, actually, it's cool. I'll just finish this on my own then. See you around. And the next day, Cassidy didn't come around. And the next, and the next. After I dumped Cassidy, Marley turned out to be a terrible science project partner, since she always ditched me when I started talking about the project. Hi, darling. Are you all right? Do you need some help? No thanks, Mom. Marley should be here soon. Marley never came, and Dad decided to step in because we needed to present the next day.
Harry, darling, I haven't seen Cassidy in a while, and Mom said that Marley is supposed to be doing this project with you. I hope that you get a good grade and blow everyone's socks off.
Thanks, Dad. I hope so too.
Oh, and one more thing. Good friends stick with you through good times and the bad times. Just remember that.
Dad had a point about true friends, so I needed to test Marley's friendship. Hey, Marley, what happened yesterday? I waited all afternoon. You didn't pitch in, and I couldn't complete the project. We're going to fail. Oh, man, my dad felt so sick, and I needed to stay home and take care of him. Look, I even have a note for the teacher. I felt like a jerk. Her dad was sick, and I was trying to test her. She even had a note to ask for an extension on the deadline for our project. She had to be a true friend, but she was awfully giggly and chatty for someone with a sick dad. And when we presented the project I worked on, Marley kept repeating everything I said and just spoke louder than me. Our project is about vegetative production and cloning plants. Our project is about vegetative production and cloning plants. The teacher eventually got tired of Marley echoing after me and asked us to sit down before I could even finish. What was that about? I was just trying to help since my father is sick and I couldn't help with the project. I wanted to have some input. It's okay. I understand. Next up was Cassidy, and she made a volcano, which looked so cool. She was definitely going to get a high score. And then Marley whispered in my ear, "Don't worry, she's not scoring any marks today." What are you talking about? Watch and see. Cassidy's volcano didn't erupt the way she wanted it to, and that's because Marley swapped the bicarbonate soda with sugar. I was so mad at Marley. But later after school, I found her crying. Marley, why are you crying?
Yes, I'm so sorry for what I did to Cassidy. I'm going through a lot right now, with my dad being sick, you know.
Yeah, it's okay. Cassidy is smart. She'll do well in her next project. Before I could head home, Marley invited me to hang out with her and some of her other friends at the Burger Creek. So, what are you wearing to the fall dance? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. We can go with my dad tomorrow. But I thought your dad was sick. Oh, yeah, I meant my mom. Oh, great. When we were at the dance the next night, Marley gave me a package to keep away in my bag, which I found so strange. Aria, hey, take this. What is it? I'll explain when we're inside. When I opened the package, it was a bottle of olive oil. I didn't understand. Where's the bottle? In my purse? Marley, what's going on? Just pour a little on the dance floor over there. It's where Cassidy is. Marley, no! I refuse to do that! What if someone did that to you? How bad could it be? She will slip, land on her butt, and everyone will laugh. Have a little fun. Just do it. And plus, it's part of the initiation if you want to hang out with the popular crowd. How bad could it be? Pretty bad, it turns out. Cassidy slipped and landed on her arm instead, and then the other kids who tried helping her up also slipped. The dance had to be stopped, and Cassidy was taken in an ambulance to the hospital. As soon as I could, I ran outside the dance hall and found Marley with her dad. He looked completely healthy. Marley, you told me your dad was sick! Well, he's better now. I felt like such a buffoon for listening to Marley. The next day at school, the principal made an announcement at the morning assembly.
The senior prom is cancelled. We will give the guilty party 3 days to confess.
What does that even mean? I couldn't deal with Marley right now, so I moved over to the empty seat next to me. She didn't even care about what happened to Cassidy. During recess, I tried to avoid Marley completely, but she still didn't get the picture. What's your problem? My problem? Marley, Cassidy has to wear a cast for who knows how long, and the prom is canceled all because of us! Us? You're crazy! You put the oil on the dance floor! Marley spoke so loudly that everyone there turned to look at us. Soon after, I was called to the principal's office, and I was shocked to see my parents there as well.
Thank you for coming, Mr. and Mrs. Miller. Aria's foolish behavior caused a terrible accident. It is for this reason we have decided to suspend her for 2 weeks. She will also have to miss prom.
Thank you. We appreciate your leniency. Please convey our thanks to Cassidy's parents as well, who decided not to press charges.
We will deal with Aria. Deal with me? I hadn't seen Mom so stern before. And it was all Marley's fault!
Aria, you have been acting up for a while now, but this behavior is not acceptable.
I could hear their voices, but I was so angry at Marley for letting all the blame fall on me that I wasn't really listening. But Mom knew how to grab my attention. You're grounded for a month. A month? That's not fair!
One more work, young lady, and it will be 2 months.
I just kept thinking about how I was going to get back at Marley, and now it felt like I was being bolted to the floor of my house, not able to move about anywhere other than here. As I sat in my room, thinking about how I disappointed my parents and how foolishly I acted for the past few weeks following Marley around, I broke down crying because everything was so messed up. And then I felt a hand on my shoulder. Cassidy, when did you get here? I just came to say I forgive you. Oh, Cassidy, I'm so sorry. I don't know how things got so out of control. I'm so sorry for choosing Marley over you. Oh, it had to happen. Marley is a firecracker. She just needs someone to light her fuse and then it blows up. Usually in your face. Wait, what? You knew about her? Oh, yeah. She was at one of my old schools a long time ago and got suspended. But this was a lesson you had to learn on your own. A word of advice, don't try to get even. People like her just don't know when to stop. I had no idea why I doubted my mom and dad, or Cassidy. Thank you for being such a good friend, Cassidy. The next day, Mom and Dad weren't so angry anymore. All was forgotten, and it was time to look forward. Morning, sleepyhead. Did you rest well?
I made your favorite, pancakes.
After a few months, everyone at school forgot about what happened at the fall dance, but I couldn't help but notice that Cassidy was not her usual self. Is everything okay with you? No, I need to tell you something. Okay? When I came to this school, it wasn't my choice. I lived in an orphanage most of my life, and finally a nice couple adopted me. It was just a coincidence that they lived closer to your school. Wow! And summer camp? Did your parents send you there too? No, the orphanage sent me there, before I could go off with my adoptive parents. Oh, Cassidy, why did you keep this a secret? Because I just wanted to be a normal kid. But now I have to leave again. The couple that adopted me, they lost their business and they can't afford to take care of me. I was heartbroken when I heard her story, and I felt so bad for even being jealous of her once. A few days before Cassidy could be sent back to the orphanage, I invited her over to my house for supper. Thank you all for having me. It was lovely meeting you.
Well, you could stay longer, if you want to.
Dad handed a letter to Cassidy, which I already knew what it was, and we all smiled waiting for her reaction. You're adopting me? I immediately hugged her and we both cried. Yes! Welcome home, sister. Hi, my name's Isabella and I'm from Mexico. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, I was always a loner.
Quick, everyone run! Isabella's here!
I don't know why everyone hated me. What was I doing wrong? But I had learned to accept my fate as a loner. That is, until Elle moved in next door, and she changed my life forever. The first time I met Elle was when I was 8 years old.
Isabella, go down the road and buy some tortillas.
See, Mama! I rode down on my bicycle, but suddenly my tire popped and I went tumbling down.
Look out!
I screamed as the car came racing towards me. It was too late. I was gonna die! Then suddenly, I saw a flash of blonde hair and suddenly I was on the side of the road, out of harm's way. A girl had just saved me from certain death. Muchas gracias! You just saved my life! The girl looked up at me.
You need to be more careful.
What's your name?
Elle.
Oh, are you my new neighbor?
I guess.
I smiled and hugged her. She blushed. Thank you, Elle. I'm Isabella. Elle gently escaped my hug and said goodbye. I thought that would be the last time I'd see her. Boy, was I wrong. The next day at school, I was walking through the hallway when suddenly I was shoved to the ground and my backpack was ripped from my grip.
Dios mío, seriously, Isabella? Aren't you a little too old for Barbie?
Camilla and her team of sheep laughed. Please, Camilla, give it back!
No, you embarrass me just by the sight of you. You need to learn that embarrassing me comes with a price.
Please, just stop it!
Never, you little...
One moment Camilla was there, the next she was sprawled on the ground. And standing there like some kind of superhero was Elle.
Back off. What the...
Elle hissed at Camilla and she backed away.
What are you, loco? I don't like bullies.
Camilla's friends helped her to her feet.
You're gonna regret that, new girl. And you?
Camilla glared at me.
You'll regret that too.
Camilla and her gang ran off, while Elle helped me up and handed me my bag. Thank you again. It seems you are my guardian angel.
I guess so.
From that day on, Elle and I became best friends. The problem was, I had no idea that Elle wanted to be more than just friends. I discovered Elle's secret when we were out on the swings in our school playground.
Isabella, we've been best friends for a while now.
Yeah! What? It's been like 8 years or something, right?
Yeah, but I have something I need to tell you.
Sure. What is it? Elle looked really nervous. Are you okay?
Yeah, Elle? I like you.
Huh? Oh! I like you too!
No, Isabella, not like that. I mean, I have a crush on you. I love you.
I was frozen. What? Wow, I had no idea.
Do you feel the same way about me?
I'm sorry, Elle. I don't feel that way about girls. Elle stood up. Elle, I'm really sorry.
Fine, it's fine.
And then she ran off. Elle, wait! She ran into the school building and disappeared. I stood there, still feeling confused. Had that really just happened? My best friend was in love with me? Suddenly, there was an enormous explosion, and fire broke out in the school. Screams erupted as children escaped the flames. Oh my god! Elle! I rushed in to try and find her, but the crowds of escaping students overwhelmed me and I was brought outside. It took a while for firemen to arrive and douse the flames. Eventually, I spotted Elle being escorted out of the school. Elle! Oh, thank God you're alive!
Stand back, miss.
What? Where
are you taking her?
She started the fire. She's been acting crazy, so we're taking her in. She'll likely be put in a psych ward.
What? No!
Stay back.
There was nothing I could do. They took Elle away. I was distraught. They did end up putting Elle in a psych ward, but it made no sense. She was fine just a week ago. At school, I became the biggest loner again. Camilla was overjoyed. One day she shoved me against my locker and grabbed my pink Barbie backpack again.
Now it's time you paid.
Please, Camilla, don't!
Shut up, Pipsqueak!
Suddenly, whispers arose in the students around us. Even Camilla stopped to look what was causing such a commotion. The crowds parted, and from them emerged the source of the whispers. It was a guy, but not any ordinary guy. A super hot guy. I could see Camilla was in awe. He must be a new guy at school because I'm sure I would have noticed him before. He walked over and suddenly looked over at me.
Hey, Isabella.
He knew I existed? Camilla looked just as shocked.
Hi, what's your name?
She pouted her lips in an attempt to look sexy, but she just looked like an idiot. The new guy took one look at her and rolled his eyes. Then he held out his hand. Camilla stared at it, slightly confused, then put her own hand on his.
Not your hand. Give me the bag.
Oh. She handed him the bag, then the guy approached me and helped me to my feet, handing me my backpack.
Here you go.
Wow, thank you,
Antonio. The name's Antonio.
Thank you, Antonio. I glanced at Camilla and her face was priceless. I wish I had a camera. Antonio grinned, then walked away. Everyone's eyes were on him, and I knew they were thinking the same thing. Why would he talk to Isabella of all people? After that intense ordeal, I wanted to vent to someone about it. So that day after school, I planned on paying Elle a visit at the psych ward. I didn't know if they were accepting visitors, but I was willing to try. But just as I was about to leave school, I heard a loud engine start up and a motorbike pulled up beside me. The guy took off his helmet and I gasped. Antonio!
Hey, beautiful.
I felt my knees buckle. The hottest guy at school just called me beautiful.
Where are you off to?
I hesitated. Could I tell him about Elle? I decided to go for it. I'm visiting my best friend Elle. She's, at a psych ward.
Oh, that's cool. But I wouldn't go if I were you.
Why not?
Because I know the psych ward doesn't take visitors.
En serio?
Yes, really.
Oh, okay.
Listen, you want to go for a ride? It'll be quick.
I should really try to visit Elle, but there was this handsome guy offering me a ride on his motorbike. These opportunities didn't come often. Sure, I hopped on and he handed me a spare helmet.
Hold on tight, sweetheart.
We zoomed down the street and he took us around this scenic view along the cliff. The sunset was gorgeous. It was so romantic. Finally, he dropped me off at my house. I was really into him. I was about to say something to thank him, to say anything really, when he leaned in and kissed me on the cheek. My heart nearly exploded then and there from excitement.
I like you, Isabella.
Oh, thank you.
What do you say to dinner tomorrow at El Diablo's? 7 p.m.?
Yes! Yeah, sure. Antonio smiled, then zoomed off again on his motorbike. What a night. The next evening, I waited at El Diablo for Antonio to arrive, but the clock approached 8 p.m. and Antonio still hadn't shown up. Great. Did I really expect a guy like him to like me? I sighed. Antonio had stood me up. I shouldn't be surprised, but still, I thought we had shared something special. I grabbed my purse and left the restaurant. At this point, it was already 8:30. I had no hopes of him showing up anymore. But just as I was leaving, I heard the familiar purr of an engine and suddenly Antonio was there.
I'm sorry I'm late.
You're an hour and a half late, Antonio! I looked at his clothes. What are you wearing? It looked like some kind of nurse outfit.
Oh, I work at a hospital. Yeah, I had a late shift tonight. We had someone come in from a freak car accident. I had to stay in and help them. That's why I'm late.
Oh, well, maybe that was an acceptable excuse.
I'm really sorry, Isabella. Can you forgive me?
Fine.
Do you still want to have dinner?
No, I'm too tired now. Just drop me back home. He took me home, but just as he was about to leave, I stopped him. Wait, I want to give you something.
What?
I kissed him on the cheek and he blushed like crazy.
Oh, thanks.
I grinned. Now it was my turn to make him all flustered. The next day, I decided I really had to visit Elle now. I wanted to tell her about Antonio. I didn't care if the psych ward wasn't allowing visitors. I had to see her. But when I arrived, I received some shocking news.
She escaped.
No manches! No! No way!
Yeah, about a month ago. The authorities are still looking for her, but it doesn't look like they'll find her anytime soon.
I went home feeling numb. Elle escaped? Where was she? Why hadn't she contacted me yet? I was beyond confused. The next day at school, I went over to the swing set where I had last spoken to Elle. I sat down on the swings. Elle, where are you? I heard a noise beside me, and Antonio appeared.
Hey, Isabella.
Oh, hi.
May I?
Sure. Antonio sat down on the swing where Elle had sat.
I've been looking for you all day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I really need to tell you something.
I suddenly got deja vu. Elle had said the exact same thing in this exact same spot. Freaky. Sure. What is it? Yes?
I'm in love with you.
Antonio!
I love you and I want to be with you. I want you to be my girlfriend. Will you?
I was overjoyed. I leapt onto him and kissed him fully on the lips. Of course! I'm so happy you asked. Antonio grinned, but then the smile fell off his face when a voice sounded behind us.
Oh, look, the two ugly ducklings finally got together.
We turned around to find Camilla and some guy next to her. What do you want, Camilla?
My boyfriend Andre and I want to go on the swings, so hop off, losers.
Yeah, leave already.
Fine,
No. Why should we leave?
Antonio, let's just...
Isabella, you dingus, just shut up already.
You shut up, Camilla. Oi, don't speak to my girlfriend that way. Or what? Or you'll get a taste of this knuckle sandwich. We'll see about that.
No, wait! Too late! Andre swung his fist at Antonio and they got into a huge fist fight. Camilla and I backed away as they fought each other.
Get him, Andre! That's right! Get him!
I looked in horror as Andre grabbed at Antonio's face, digging his fingers into his skin. But then, Camilla and I both started screaming as Andre seemed to be pulling Antonio's skin right off his face.
Okay, Andres, that's enough.
But he didn't stop, and suddenly, Antonio's face fell on the floor. Ah! Antonio! I rushed over, but when Antonio looked up at me, I felt sick to my stomach. It wasn't Antonio. It was Elle! Elle? What the? What?
Isabella, I can explain. Elle?
Antonio was Elle? But how? What? None of this made any sense. Had she done this to trick me? To get back at me? But we just kissed. Oh, this was wrong on so many levels.
Isabella, please.
No! You stay away!
Wait!
I turned on my heel and bolted. I ran as fast as I could. I couldn't deal with this right now. I ran towards home, but I heard a familiar motorbike engine and suddenly Elle was driving beside me.
Please, Isabella, can we talk?
You tricked me!
And I couldn't be more sorry. I made a mistake. Please, Isabella. Please, can we just talk this out? I'm asking you as your best friend.
I slowed down, then came to a halt. Fine. I walked over to the nearest tree and collapsed beneath its shade. Let's talk. Elle joined me and lay down. Why did you do it?
You know why? Because I love you.
But I don't feel the same about you. And you knew that.
I know, but when I was in that psych ward, all I could think about was you. I had to get to you. I had to be with you. And if I had to be a guy to do that, then so be it.
You escaped?
Yeah. When you found me in that nurse's outfit, I had just gone back to the psych ward to retrieve my things. I was using that as my disguise. I used my house as my base, and that's where I made this mask. I became Antonio. I did it for you.
Elle, you do realize this is all crazy, right?
Yeah.
Now, what do you think is the best thing to do?
I should go back to the psych ward.
I'm sorry, Elle, but it's the best thing for you right now.
I really love you, Isabella.
And I love you too, but as my best friend, not as a girlfriend.
Promise you'll visit me?
I leaned over and hugged her. Of course.
Hi, my name is Lucy, and I'm from Canada. When I'm not busy fantasizing about Josh, the hottest boy in school, I lead the math and science club, aka the Nerd Squad. One day, my sister Mel caught me kissing my bathroom mirror, pretending it was Josh. She got it all on video and shared it with the entire school. I was humiliated. What do you think Josh said when he saw the video? Watch till the end to find out. Mel and I were 1 year apart, Mel being the older one. Our dad raised us and neither of us had ever met our mom. Every time we asked our dad about her, he said that she left right after I was born, married another man, and moved to another country. She was definitely not winning the Mom of the Year award. Josh is so hot. Every time I see him, I'm tempted to just grab him and kiss him. I walked up to my bathroom mirror and started to kiss it, pretending it was Josh. I was leaving lipstick marks all over the ice-cold mirror, but I didn't care. Josh, you're such a good kisser. I kept kissing the mirror as I caressed it with my hands, imagining Josh's perfect face. You're such a psycho, Lucy. The sound of Mel's laughter startled me and I hit my nose in the mirror. Ouch! I turned angrily, clutching my now bleeding nose. What are you doing in my room? Dad sent me to get you and I walked in to see you violating the poor mirror. I can't believe I got all that on video. Wait until I show it to everyone at school. Tracy will love this one. I was horrified. Tracy was Josh's girlfriend and the leader of the Mean Girl Crusade at school. I grabbed Mel, trying to take her phone away from her, but she wrestled herself free and ran out of my room. By the time I got to school, everyone, and I mean everyone, had already seen the video. When I walked to my usual table in the cafeteria during lunch, my friends all packed up their trays and walked away. Lucy, right? I was startled from my nightmare by Josh. Wait, why was he talking to me? The last time he even looked my way was when he was failing calculus and Mrs. Roger, our math teacher, asked me to help him out. By the time I was done tutoring him, I developed a huge crush. I knew he was dating Tracy, but I didn't care. I was in love. Hello? Josh waved a hand in my face. Oh, yeah, how may I help you? Good God, I sounded like some customer care representative waiting to serve him. So, you think I'm a good kisser? I was going to die of embarrassment. Josh, I'm so sorry. You weren't supposed to see that. It's okay, I don't mind. I think it's kind of sweet that you have a crush on me. Maybe we could hang out sometime. What? This had to be a prank. Josh was smiling, waiting for my answer. Okay. Sure, If it isn't Lucy, the mirror-kissing loser. Tracy walked up and stood next to Josh. Mel and a bunch of other girls joined her. You can fantasize about Josh all you want, but he's mine. Right, Josh? Josh stayed silent. But Josh had been so kind to me a few seconds ago. Was he that afraid of Tracy? I got up from the table, tears already falling from my eyes. I tried to run, but Tracy blocked me. She grabbed my lunch tray and dumped it on my head. Hot soup dripped from my hair to my face. Then she shoved the tray at me. Here, how about you kiss that? Maybe it can be your new boyfriend. She flipped her hair, high-fived her friends, and they walked away laughing. Mel looked back at me and I saw how sad she looked, but she never stayed to help me. She quickly followed Tracy back to their table. Josh watched me with a horrified look on his face. Lucy, I'm so sorry. Let me help you clean up. Stay away from me. I ran out of there, leaving a trail of soup and most of my lunch on the floor. From that point on, Mel started to avoid me both at home and in school, and she became even meaner to me. She was ignoring me when she was the one that released the video and humiliated me at school. Why was she suddenly treating me like the bad guy? School became a nightmare. I even begged Dad to let me drop out and get a job waiting tables or something. He said I was being dramatic, but I wasn't. I sat alone in class and at lunch. Kids made kissing sound whenever I walked by. One day, I walked into class and Tracy shouted, "Here comes Lucy, the mirror kisser. Everyone, hide your mirrors," causing everyone to burst into laughter. Just then, I received an anonymous text from someone who claimed to be my secret admirer. They said they liked me a lot and that I shouldn't let the kids at school get to me. At first, I didn't text back, but the person kept texting me every day, sending funny videos and memes that made me laugh. I gave in and started to text back with some funny stuff I saw on the internet. Whoever they were, they made my life at school so much easier. I asked if they'd reveal who they were, and they texted back saying soon. How mysterious. Who do you think it is? One day after PE, I went to the locker room to shower and change, but just when I was washing my face, someone pushed me and I slipped on the slippery floor, landing on my butt. I tried to see who it was, but I was blinded by the camera flashes in my eyes. Other girls were taking photos of me and laughing. I screamed my lungs out trying to cover myself. Soon, the flashes stopped and I was left all alone. I picked myself up while crying, put on my clothes, and ran out of the locker room. The next day, I found the word freak spray painted on my locker door. I went to open my locker, but it burst open and I was sprayed with a thick green fluid. Everyone was now gathered around me, laughing and throwing flyers at me. What was going on? I picked one of the flyers and noticed a picture of me butt naked in the girls' shower. I had had enough, and I was very furious now. I screamed as the gooey stuff got into my eyes and mouth. I took one of the flyers and wiped my face with it. Who is responsible for this? Show yourself, you coward! I am sick of these stupid pranks. I stomped my feet and screamed. Tracy stepped forward, laughing. Of course, Mel stood close by her. It was me. What are you going to do about it, prison baby? What did you just call me? Freak? Prison baby? Prison baby? I was very confused. And then Tracy threw photos of a woman in an orange prison jumpsuit at me. I noticed the woman in the photos looked a lot like Mel and me. Yeah, you are the daughter of a convict, and you were born in prison. No wonder you're a thief who wants to steal Josh away from me. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it? Stop lying, I don't know this woman. I was angry and ready to attack her, but Mel stepped forward and held me back. Please, stop, Lucy. She looked embarrassed and her head hung in shame. Everything Tracy said is true. What are you talking about? Everyone in the hallway had gone silent watching the drama unfold. The woman in the photo is our mom and she's in prison. Dad has been lying to us. I heard a few gasps. How do you know? Mel explained that she noticed that Dad took secret trips every week, so a few weeks ago, she followed him and was shocked to see him enter a women's correctional facility. Once inside, she saw him sit with a woman. She took photos and confronted him as he was leaving. He was shocked to see her, and he told her that the woman was his wife and our mom. I don't believe you. Look at the photo. She's been in prison for years. Mel was in tears this whole time as she narrated our story, and I just stood there, too stunned to move or talk, just like the rest of the kids who were listening. Well, except for Tracy. She had an evil smile on her face. She was clearly enjoying this. Dad told me not to say anything to you, that he would find a way to tell you eventually. Then why did you tell the whole school? Did you just want to embarrass me? Is that it? I didn't tell anybody. I wrote it in my diary and Tracy stole it. She also found the photos I took on my phone and sent them to herself. Mel furiously wiped tears from her eyes. But you've been so mean to me. You're my sister, but you've made my life so difficult. I didn't mean it, Lucy. Tracy made me do it. She said I had to be mean to you or else she'd show everyone my diary. She's hiding it and has refused to give it back. I was speechless. I'm so sorry. Mel knelt and cried uncontrollably. I wanted to comfort her and forgive her, but it was all too much for me. So I turned to run out of there, but I slipped on the gooey liquid still coming out of my locker. I tripped, but before I could fall, someone grabbed me and steadied me. I looked at my savior and I couldn't believe who it was. It was Josh. I pushed him off me, but he begged me to listen to what he had to say. I need to tell you something. What do you have to say to me? That your girlfriend is an evil witch?
She's not my girlfriend anymore. I broke up with her. Also, I told her I liked you.
Everyone turned to look at Tracy. We all expected her to say that Josh was lying, but she stayed silent. So this is why she hates me?
Yes. I'm sorry I didn't stand up to her that day in the cafeteria.
I was about to walk away when he told me something even more shocking. He revealed himself as the anonymous texter and my secret admirer. What? You? My secret admirer? He nodded and smiled. Although I was excited, I was still paranoid. Josh, please stop playing games. I can't deal with this cruelty right now. Josh grabbed my wrist, spun me around to face him, and you'll never guess what he did next. He pulled me close to him like they do in romantic movies. He didn't even care that his clothes were getting stained by that disgusting gooey liquid. And before I could pull away, he kissed me. For a minute, everything stopped, and it felt like it was just the two of us. But the moment was interrupted by Tracy screaming like a banshee, bringing me back to my senses. She grabbed me and pulled me away from my Josh. She started pulling my hair and we got into an ugly fight. Mel came to my rescue and together we wrestled Tracy to the gooey liquid-covered floor. It was gross. Excited kids cheered wildly, and the commotion attracted a couple of teachers who broke up the fight and ordered everyone to go back to class. We were sentenced to detention, of course, but it was worth it. On our ride home, Dad confirmed that everything Mel told me was true. The next day, he took us to visit our mother. And even though she was practically a stranger, we were happy to see her, and so was she. A few days later, Josh officially asked me to be his girlfriend, and I said yes. Let's just say I never kissed an imaginary Josh in the mirror again after that. Mel and I worked out our issues pretty fast. She was my sister after all. And we promised each other not to let Tracy or anyone else get between us ever again.
Hi, I'm Eliza, and I'm from Scotland. When I discovered my parents had been lying to me my whole life, I was determined to make them pay. But before I go on, make sure you like and subscribe. My parents were always control freaks. Ever since I was a little kid, they never let me join in sleepovers, not even play dates. One time, when I sneaked over to my friend Jessica's house after school, they found out and crashed at her house like some sort of SWAT team. Put your hands in the air! Luckily for me, Jessica didn't dump me then and there. She actually ended up becoming my best friend. And I'm pretty sure if I didn't have Jessica, I would have never survived my parents' controlling ways. In math class, Jessica and I were complaining about my parents when suddenly the cutest boy in the world walked in. Think young Leonardo DiCaprio meets Harry Styles. I was instantly in love. Jessica, that boy is so cute. I know. I'm gonna ask him out. I looked at Jessica. What? Who says you get to ask him out? Huh? Why not? He's mine! No! He's mine! We ended up catfighting there and then. The teacher had to break us apart from each other. After detention, we found out another girl in class had asked out the new boy, Mark. Truce. I'm not sure what would have happened if Mark hadn't been asked out, but I guess I'm thankful that he had. Jessica was my life boy in those tough times, and I wouldn't have liked to lose her over some boy. We agreed to never let someone else get between us. And I knew we would keep our promise, or so I thought. It was senior year of high school. Jessica and I were the bestest of friends. We agreed for our graduation we'd walk hand in hand. On the night of our graduation, I headed over to Jessica's house to surprise her with a gift I'd made her. It was a teddy bear I had made from scratch. Yep, I stitched it and everything. It took ages to make. I was so excited to give it to her. I walked into her room, but the sight before me made me want to tear the teddy bear in half. Jessica was kissing my boyfriend! You see, in my senior year, I met a guy, Jared. He wasn't from our high school. He was this biker dude who was so hot. Jessica was the only one who knew about him. If my parents knew, they would have made me break up with him instantly. I thought I could trust Jessica, but here she was, playing Star Wars with their tongues! Jessica! You jerk! I launched myself at her and started clawing at her eyes and hair. Girls, stop fighting! Shut up, you piece of dingus! Eventually, Jessica's parents heard the commotion and came running in. They separated me and Jessica. Jared had disappeared by then. What has gotten into you two? Jessica and I looked at each other and silently nodded. In that moment, we hated each other, but we had enough common sense to know not to tell her parents anything. Nothing. We're fine. You don't look fine. Jeez, you're graduating today! Now's not the time to fight over petty things! If they knew what their daughter had done, they would have taken my side. But I didn't want to risk my parents finding out I had lied about my boyfriend. Jessica's parents probably would have told my parents right away. For now, this had to remain a secret. For graduation, Jessica and I didn't walk hand in hand. I actually didn't speak to Jessica the whole time. The next day at school, I sat with a new group of friends. I think Jessica had tried to approach me in the cafeteria, but I ignored her. To me, she was as good as rubbish. Later that night, my parents were having guests over for dinner.
Look at Eliza. She's all grown up.
Yes, we are very proud of her.
Do you have a boyfriend yet, Eliza?
Before I could answer, my mom butt in. Oh, no. Eliza has never had a boyfriend. She's very innocent.
What a shame.
Yeah, if I were her age, I would have asked her out by now.
Alan?
What? It's a joke.
While my parents' creepy guests fought over Alan's inappropriate joke, I stayed quiet. No one could know I dated Jared. You see, when I first mentioned Jared to you, I just called him some biker dude. The truth is, he's a lot more than that. Jared is the head of the biggest criminal gang in Scotland, the Clovers. If my parents found out, they'd never forgive me. I'd be grounded until the day I die. Later that night, I was struggling to sleep. I went downstairs for a midnight snack, but I found my parents talking quietly. I'm not usually an eavesdropper, but when I heard them say my name, I was curious, so I hid behind the wall and listened in.
Eliza could never see Jared again.
Huh? What did my dad just say? Jared? I must have misheard. I know, Jared's nothing but trouble. Okay, they had definitely said Jared. How did they know about Jared? I moved closer to pick up what they were saying when suddenly I heard a loud crash. I looked down. I had just knocked over a vase. I looked up. My parents had spotted me. Honey, how much did you hear? Should I lie? Tell the truth? I heard everything. I hung my head. Go on, deal your punishment. You know about Jared now. My parents looked at each other.
That's all you heard?
I was surprised. I expected more shouting. Yes? My parents looked relieved, but tried to hide their expressions. They failed. Oh, it's all good. People make mistakes. Off to bed now. Huh? But aren't you gonna punish me for... I stopped myself. Why was I asking for punishment?
No, lesson learned. Off to bed.
That night, I went to sleep wondering what it was they were hiding. The next morning, when I woke up, I decided I would find out. I thought, where better to start off than their phones? I stole my mom's phone while she wasn't looking and started snooping around. That's when I found out she and Jessica had been texting each other. What could they possibly be chatting about? Did you do it yet? Yup. I kissed Jared. I feel so bad. Is this really necessary? You know why this had to be done. You can pick up the money tomorrow. Okay, thanks. My parents had paid Jessica to kiss Jared. Why? Just as I was about to scroll up to find out more, my mom walked in and caught me. Eliza, what do you think you're doing? I stopped myself. Why was I the one acting guilty? My mom had paid my best friend to cheat with my boyfriend. I could say the same thing about you. You paid Jessica to cheat with Jared. My mom froze. It's not what it looks like. Go on then, explain. If you want the truth, fine. My mom looked like she was having a really hard time getting out the words. Jared is... What? Jared is your brother! I gasped. What? Mom explained. When she and my dad had first gotten together, they had a baby by accident. They couldn't afford it. They were so poor they couldn't even afford food, so they had to give the baby to an orphanage. They had always kept track of the baby, though, and found out it had been adopted by another family. Then, a distant relative had won the lottery, and my parents got a huge share of the sums. They had me, and they figured it was best to keep their son with his adoptive family as to not confuse him. I always kept track of him, though, and one day I found messages on your phone from this Jared guy. I located him and discovered that he was my son. He is my son. I felt like my brain was going to explode. I didn't even want to think about how gross this was. Jared was my brother, but he was also my ex-boyfriend. Why did life have to be so confusing? I decided to change my whole look after that. I didn't care about pride. I wore the shortest shorts and the most revealing tops. This was my way of defying the world. I dressed so bad, my parents wanted to cry whenever they saw me. I didn't care though. I was confused, and this was my way of dealing with it. But then my parents thought it would be a good idea to be models themselves, so they could embarrass me out of dressing the way I did. My dad became a butt model. My mom became a chin model. It was so weird. Their photos were all over social media, and my classmates teased me about it all the time. I hated it. I considered changing my looks just to please my parents, but my stubbornness overcame my embarrassment. That is, until Mark came along. If you've forgotten, Mark was the cute boy Jessica and I fought over towards the beginning of my story. Well, Mark had moved away for a while, but now he was back in town. Now we were attending the same college. When he first entered class, he looked at me with shock. Eliza, is that you? At first, I didn't recognize Mark, but then I realized who it was. Oh no. I was fine with these other people seeing me in these clothes, but not Mark. He was so sweet. I didn't want him thinking I was some bad girl who was some sort of player or something. Yeah. So what? It's good to see you again. Who cares? I don't even remember your name. I forgot to mention, this new look of mine also came with a new attitude. Mark looked disappointed. He walked away. I watched him leave. Life was so confusing. I continued my ways until one day I decided to ask Mark out. Life was short. My other tried romance had failed miserably with Jared. Maybe it would work out with Mark. So I did it. I asked him out. But this was his response. You've changed. I was suddenly angry. What? Is it my clothes? So what? A girl can't dress how she likes? Mark waited patiently for me to calm down. No, Eliza, it's not that. It's your personality. You used to be kind and funny and thoughtful. I actually used to have a crush on you back in high school, but now you're mean. It's not attractive. And with that, he walked away. I was shocked, but I realized he was right. It was time for me to go back to my roots. The next day, I came back in my normal clothes and my normal attitude. I asked Mark if he'd consider my offer again. How about over dinner? I smiled. That sounds great. We had dinner and things were going well, until suddenly Jared stormed up to our table and punched Mark in the face. Jared! Eliza, please take me back. I'm in love with you. I was frozen. What? I'm in love with you! But Jared, you're my brother! Jared was frozen this time. What? I explained everything to Jared. He looked disgusted. He walked out of the restaurant without another word. I helped Mark to his feet. Sorry about that. Can we continue? No way! Sorry, Eliza, but you're not worth it! Mark walked away too. I sat there alone. I suddenly got a message on my phone. It was from Jessica. Listen, I'm in love with you. Can we talk? I sighed. My life was so complicated.
Hi, I'm Alessia from a small town in Kenya. Growing up, I was stubborn and also a happy kid, even though my mom worked as a servant for the wealthy Chief Mwangi at his farm. I always felt like part of the family because of the chief's son, Barasa. He was my best friend, and he did almost everything with me. He helped me with chores and even stopped me from cleaning his room whenever I had to. It was fun, until his uppity father stopped him from hanging out with me.
Barasa, you're better than playing around with the servants. I want you to stay away from them from now on.
What Barasa's father said hurt me, and I knew it had something to do with the fact that Mum and I were poor. I became envious whenever I saw Barasa with his wealthy friends. So, one day I devised a plan to change his opinion of me. All I needed were the same expensive items that his friends wore. I began to put a lot of pressure on Mum to get them for me.
Mom, I want that dress.
How about we go to the yard sale over there? They sure do have some nice clothes.
I hate them. They're ugly and cheap.
I knew our poor situation was none of Mom's fault, and later that evening, she surprised me, and I was so overjoyed.
Honey, I saved some money and got you those Louis Vuitton shoes you wanted.
Thank you so much, Mom.
I have no idea why you need all these things anyway. We can do without them.
I didn't tell her that I needed them because of Barasa. He had a swimming party that night, and I wanted to make the best impression possible. I was going to show everyone that I wasn't just a regular servant girl. When I walked into the party dressed in one of my mom's old fashionable gowns and the Louis Vuitton shoes, everyone turned to stare at me. They made me so nervous that my heels shook so badly and I fell into the pool. Barasa quickly jumped in to save me, and I couldn't help but admire his strength. He lifted me as if I weighed nothing.
What did you think you were doing, Alicia? This isn't your style.
If your dad hadn't said those mean things about me and my mom and ended my friendship with you, I wouldn't have been trying to prove him wrong.
I'm sorry about Dad. He's a little harsh sometimes, but you should know you're my best friend, Alicia. Nothing can change that.
Then why do you hang out with them instead of me?
I'm only doing it to trick my dad. Besides, you don't have to change anything about yourself to prove him wrong. I don't care what you look like.
The moonlight danced on Baras's face, sharpening his features and making him more handsome. Suddenly, Mum walked in on us.
So, this is where you've been all along, and I've been looking for you everywhere.
Mum freaked out when she noticed my position in Baras's arms. For some reason, she had never liked him much.
Do you want us to lose our jobs as servants, Alessia? His father warned you to stay away from him.
As soon as Mum was done yelling, dragged me away from the pool. I couldn't have been more embarrassed. Later that night, she sat me down and talked to me.
Honey, life isn't all about wealth, but how to stay fulfilled with whatever you have. I'm disappointed in your actions tonight.
When she finished, tears streamed down my cheeks and I hugged her.
I'm sorry for everything, Mum. I'll be better.
And I did become better. I did all my chores diligently while Barasa continued hanging out with me during moments his father couldn't see us. Our friendship grew stronger, transcending beyond rules set by our parents. A few years passed by and Mum fell ill. She was bedridden for weeks while I cared for her. Every day was filled with hopes for her recovery. And one particular day, she told me something that shocked me.
Honey, I think it's time we moved out of here into somewhere better. I want to give you the life you deserve.
I wasn't a fan of the idea. Moving out meant saying goodbye to Barasa and the horses I'd grown attached to. I needed some space to think. I left Mum alone and dashed to the stables where I found Barasa and told him everything.
I don't know if I want to leave you and everything behind yet.
Then don't. Don't let your mom take you away from the farm, Alicia. You can stay with me. I'll take care of you.
Barasa's words followed me for the rest of the day, and when night reached, I went back to Mum.
Mum, I don't think I'm ready to leave the farm yet. But Alessia,
I think it'll be better if you let yourself heal here. The nature will give you more peace.
Fine. You've always been a stubborn child anyways.
I love you, Mum.
I love you too, baby girl. But there's another thing I need to tell you.
Mum grabbed my face and looked at me with an expression I had never seen on her face before. It was fear.
There are, some things you don't know about and don't need to know about yet.
What do you mean, Mum? She ignored my question and continued like I hadn't said anything.
If anything should happen to me, there's a box of valuables buried next to the cherry tree in the farm. Take it and run away. Do you understand me, child?
I was speechless, so Mum shook my shoulders.
Do you understand me, Alessia?
No, Mum, and you're scaring me. What's happening?
You don't need to know, but you'll do what I say, right?
I mumbled out a small right and watched as her expression shifted to normal in milliseconds. It was scary.
Now, honey, come give Mummy another hug.
Mum felt strangely better the next morning and dashed to the market to get some dairy products. She put on shades and a wig before doing so, as if her performance the night before hadn't been strange enough. Everything made me so curious, especially when Mum didn't return that night. I panicked and dashed to Barasa with the news.
My mum hasn't been back all day, Barasa. I think something happened to her.
I've got this. I'll rally some villagers and search the town for her. It's a small town. She can't be far.
I joined the villagers in their search. As we ransacked the forest, I felt a hard object under my foot. I picked it up and found that it was an ID with Mom's passport. Her name on it was Nuella Smith, which was different from the Jennifer Howard everyone knew her as. Mom was hiding something, and I could feel it. I noticed a movement to my right and quickly hid the ID in my pocket before turning around to see Barasa emerge from the bushes with a solemn expression.
I'm sorry, Alicia, but we couldn't find your mom. Footprints in the soil suggest she might have run away.
I gulped and turned away from Barasa as my eyes watered with tears. I couldn't believe my mum had left me. After that day, life on the farm felt different without Mum. I had planned to leave as well, but Barasa persuaded me to stay.
You don't have to leave, Alicia. I'll be inheriting the farm in a few years, and by then I could marry you, and we could live happily ever after. I mean, that's if you want.
Hearing Barasa say those words made me feel a bit queasy.
Of course that's what I want, Barasa. But is that what you want?
He gripped my chin and stared at me with such intensity that it made my stomach churn.
That's what I've always wanted, Alicia. I've been in love with you since we were kids.
I'm in love with you too, Barasa.
Barasa kissed me and fireworks went off in my head. 3 days later, I was in the coop feeding the chickens when Barasa walked in with a sad look on his face.
Alicia, I have something to tell you. I'll be leaving to boarding school this week. Dad enrolled me in one yesterday.
Sadness enveloped my entire body as I hugged Barasa. But what about our promise?
Don't worry, I'll never forget. Your heart and mine are locked forever.
The next morning, Barasa left the farm and we waved at each other with a secret look on our faces, promising to always return to each other. I carried on without Barasa on the farm, even if I constantly continued to feel the lack of his and Mum's presence. The only thing that kept me going was his promise to me. Time passed, and 2 years later, news of Barasa's return spread like wildfire.
I heard Chief Mwangi's son will be returning today, and he's now a very handsome man. The girls won't know what hit them.
I gave the woman a small smile before hurrying home with the vegetables I had purchased. Chief Mwangi was throwing a big party to celebrate Barasa's return, and I couldn't wait to see him. As soon as I arrived at the mansion, I noticed cars parked all around it. I walked around looking for him when I noticed him kissing a girl on the patio. Many people surrounded him, applauding and yelling.
Happy engagement! Thank you all. Angela is the prettiest woman I have ever met in my life.
My heart broke into 1,000 pieces. In disappointment, I tossed the market bags to the ground and fled the scene. Barasa, like Mum, had lied to me. I had no one but myself to rely on. I dashed to the cherry tree Mum mentioned years ago and dug furiously at the soil beside it until my hands hit something. It was a treasure box with a lot of money inside. I quickly packed my bags and left with the treasure chest without telling anyone. I flew to America and began a new life there. Mum's money supported me for years, and I used some of it to start a small agricultural business that grew into something big. I became one of the world's youngest billionaires and the proud owner of Alice, a food technology firm. One day, I was on my way to work when a woman bumped into me. "Hey, watch where you're going." She turned around and I was surprised to see Mum? "Hey, pretty lady. Please, I need a job. I can be your personal maid. Here's my CV." Security suddenly showed up to drag her away.
Sorry, ma'am. This crazy lady escaped us. We'll take care of her.
"No, leave her. I'll take care of her." I took Mum to my office and asked her a lot of questions. "Why did you leave me alone on the farm all those years ago?" "Huh? I don't know you." She couldn't answer any of my questions, and the worst of it all was that she couldn't even recognize me. I took her to the hospital, hoping they could fix her memory issue.
I'm afraid there's nothing we can do for your mother. She needs something to trigger her memory. Maybe an impactful event from her past.
I tried everything to trigger Mum's memory. I showed her old photos of us together. "That looks like me." Took her to a farm, even showed her the ID she dropped all those years ago. Yet, Mum couldn't recognize me. I gave up and settled on taking care of her instead. The stress of caring for Mum and the company took a toll on me, so I took some time off and went horse riding constantly. And one day, I saw Barasa and his wife. She was yelling at him right in the middle of the parking lot.
I'm filing for a divorce right away!
I was about to ignore them when she raised her arm to slap him, and I couldn't help but swoop in and grab her arm. "That's enough! I won't let you assault someone on my property."
And who do you think you are?
Alessia, Barasa's old friend and owner of the parking lot you're standing on.
Of course you're his friend. You both look pathetic.
She flung her arm out of my grip and walked away with a menacing look at Barasa.
Expect divorce papers and my lawyer!
When Angela left, Barasa looked at me.
Wow, you've grown and changed so much, Alicia.
I wasn't going to remain a servant forever. Barasa had also changed since the last time I saw him, and seeing him now, I realized I no longer cared about him. There was no trace of the love I felt all those years ago.
Alicia, about what you saw years ago. Dad forced me to marry Angela as a business transaction. He wanted a deal with her dad. It was nothing serious.
I don't care, Barasa. I'm sorry about what your dad did, but I think it's best we move on. I've moved on. You should too.
I won't give up on you, Alicia. No matter what it takes, I'll do anything to prove that I still love you.
I pulled my arm out of his and walked away. I wasn't letting him back into my life. The next day, I was sitting on the couch watching some STA videos on TV when I heard a knock on my door. I went to see who it was and was surprised to see Barasa standing right on my porch with a bouquet of flowers in his hand.
Hey there, thought I'd pay you a visit.
How did you find my place?
I asked around. Would you let me come in?
Fine. Make yourself at home.
Thank you. Your place looks absolutely beautiful.
While we talked and caught up on the past, Mum walked in. Hey, Mum, meet my friend Barasa. You remember him, right? She gave him a strange look, then approached him and sniffed his scent like a dog. Her pupils dilated and she pointed at Barasa.
I know that smell. My memory's suddenly coming back to me.
I knew I should be relieved that Mum's memory had returned, but I was offended. I was her daughter and she couldn't even recognize me. But then she remembered Barasa, whom she didn't even like. She was also acting strangely and scaring Barasa. Hey, Mum, that's enough.
No, Alessia, that boy and his father are criminals.
That's a lie. You're a crazy woman.
I remember everything. I was a CIA agent undercover on their farm gathering intelligence on their crimes. They found out and tried to capture me, but I escaped. I fell and hit my head as I ran away from them, and I couldn't remember much else except that some nice people helped me.
Wow, that's a lot. Are you sure, Mom?
Yes, honey, it's why I wanted us to leave the farm, but Barasa and his father were threatening to take you away from me. I couldn't tell you because I didn't want to get you in trouble.
Everything Mum said shocked me to the bones, and I stared at Barasa, who avoided my gaze. Is this all true?
She's lying. Can't you see? She left you, and I took care of you.
No, you didn't. You only wanted her to trust you so you could turn her against me.
What? I'm sorry, Alicia, but your mom is going crazy. I'm just going to leave you with Miss Loco here.
Suddenly, Barasa sped for the door, and Mom leapt in the air and karate chopped him to the floor. It was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. I never knew Mom had such skills.
I've gathered enough intel on you and your father. You're not going anywhere.
She rang for someone, and minutes later, suited men in shades showed up to the house.
Thank you for your hard work, Noella. The president will reward you for doing a good job.
I strolled up to Barasa and gave him a resounding slap.
I can't believe you were only playing me. All that talk about love and you suddenly reappearing in my life? It all makes sense now.
Barasa's expression instantly shifted to anger, and he seemed nothing like the boy I knew all those years ago.
I wasn't playing you at first. I really liked you, but your mom had to go snooping around. Always keep your enemies closer, Dad says. And you and your mom are my enemies.
Good. I hope we stay that way. You're a jerk. Enjoy your time in jail.
I watched with a smirk as Barasa was dragged into the car and driven away. As soon as he left, I turned to Mum.
So your name's Noella. I wish you had told me instead of keeping me in the dark. It was for the best, honey. Again, I'm really sorry. I'll spend each day making it up to you.
I hope so. I threw my arms around her in a hug, basking in the scent and warmth of her body, which I'd missed.
I've missed you so much, Mom. I was really scared you'd never remember me, and then when you did, I got mad that it only happened because of Barasa. I felt like you didn't love me. Don't say that, baby. I love you. And as for my memory, I couldn't control it, but remembering you is the best thing to have ever happened to me. I've missed you too.
Mum and I stayed in the hug for several minutes until I remembered someone we hadn't spoken about.
What about Chief Mwangi? What'll happen to him now? I figure he's already heard about everything and is on the run, but we'll get him. He can't run forever. You're super cool, Mum.
The next day, Mum was invited to the White House where she received an award of recognition and excellence from the president. I couldn't have been prouder of her. You know, sometimes our parents did mean the best for us after all.
Come on, Frida, let's save the world. My older sister and I played hero with dolls. I was saving Frida from the great dragon, and I was about to win when suddenly 3 boys appeared.
Oh, look, it's the freak and her little sister. They're playing with dolls like little losers.
Frida looked down. The boys of the village were always teasing her for her hair, which was quite a beautiful color in my opinion. But no one else on the island had the same hair color as her. Because of this, she was always teased, just because she was a little different. Leave us alone!
Oh yeah? What are you going to do about it?
You might think I'd have no chance against 3 older boys, but think again. I headbutted one of them while the other 2 backed away in fear.
This girl's crazy.
Yes, I'm crazy, and if you don't leave us alone, I'll destroy you! Hey guys, my name's Astrid, and I'm a Viking. Please like and subscribe. My dad is the chief of our Viking village. He raised myself and my sister all on his own, and I couldn't have wished for a better dad. But things were tough for him. You see, usually boys are the ones who grow up to become chief of a village, and he only had daughters. But soon he discovered I was no ordinary girl. I loved fighting, and since I was just a wee baby, I knew I wanted to become the best warrior in the world. Dad, I want to fight.
Astrid, you don't even know how to walk yet. But don't worry. As soon as you can start, I'll put you in training.
My older sister Frida was the exact opposite of me. She wanted to live a more gentler life. Look, Frida, I destroyed my target.
Oh, that's nice.
For our birthdays, my dad would give Frida a pretty dress and give me a new suit of armor. I love it. Thanks, Dad.
That's my Astrid. You'll make a fine chief one day.
Finally, when I was 14, Dad put me in training school. I was so happy. But my first day at school wasn't as amazing as I'd expected it to be.
This is no easy feat. Graduating from my training means hours of hard work and pain. Are you up for that?
Yes, sir.
And look what we have here. The chief's daughter.
I'm excited to get started, sir.
Is that so? You think you're up for this? You're the only girl who is in the class, you know. Usually I wouldn't accept girls, since they're much weaker than men. But since your dad is the chief, I had to go against my own wishes.
I clenched my fist. Did he just call me weak? I think, sir, you'll find women aren't nearly as weak as you think.
Oh, really?
Our teacher walked out to the fighting circle and gestured for me to follow.
You think you're so tough? Fight me.
What?
Fight me. Knock me down to the ground. Prove to me women aren't weak.
I took a deep breath and readied myself. I lunged at him, but within seconds he had tripped my legs and sent me face first into the dirt. Ow! The whole class of boys laughed at me while the teacher sneered in my face.
You still think you can handle my school?
I wanted to punch this dude in the face then and there, when suddenly I heard a voice call out from the crowd.
That's not fair. She's untrained, and you want her to fight against you? A professional. Why don't you have one of us fight you and see if we can do better? She didn't lose because she's a girl. She has just as much of a chance as us boys. Ooh. What are you? Soon to be wed? Look at Eric. So noble. That's enough. You, get up. And you, 100 push-ups for talking back to me.
We all got up and watched as Eric did 100 push-ups. I felt terrible. He was doing this because of me. After he finished and the teacher called us over to teach us the mechanics of using a shield, I went over to Eric. Hey, I'm sorry about...
Why are you apologizing? You shouldn't be sorry for anything. Our teacher is the one who should apologize.
But still, thank you. I really appreciate what you did.
Anytime, Astrid.
You know my name?
You're the chief's daughter. Of course I know. And gosh, it's a bit embarrassing. But when we were little, I sort of maybe had a little tiny crush on you.
Oh.
But not anymore. I mean,
Well, I hope we can be friends. I have a feeling you're the only nice one in this whole class. What do you say?
Of course we'll be friends.
After that day, Eric and I got really close. We would hang out even outside of training school, and I came to realize just how kind, funny, and charming Eric was. Secretly, I had a crush on him, so it made me sad to know he didn't feel the same way. One day, Eric invited me over to the fighting ring so we could practice one-on-one. Sure, I was a lot better than the first day our teacher had humiliated me. Eric tried to jab at me, but I caught his arm and flipped him on the ground, landing on top of him.
Wow, you're much better than me.
Why are you surprised? Eric looked up at me, and I don't know what made me do it. Whether it was the adrenaline or the rush, but I suddenly leaned in and kissed him.
Whoa.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have.
Astrid, you gotta stop apologizing.
But I just kissed you.
And I'm glad you did.
What? But that first day of training, you said you didn't have a crush on me anymore.
I just said that because I was too embarrassed to admit I still had a crush on you.
Oh, well, yay! Eric and I started to date seriously after that, and I invited Eric over for dinner one night so he could meet my dad and sister.
This food is delicious. Thank you.
Frida made it. She's really good at cooking.
Not as good as my Astrid sparring. I heard she took you down in the ring today. Yeah,
She's the best in the class. She must take after you.
You bet. I heard you're second best in the class, though, Eric.
Well,
He is. He's amazing.
If he's so amazing, why don't you just marry him?
Frida? What are you saying?
I've lost my appetite. It was nice to meet you, Eric. Goodbye.
Frida left the table and we sat in awkward silence.
What's up with her?
I don't know. Eric, I'm sorry about my sister.
no, it's fine. This dinner was lovely. I really enjoyed your company, Chief.
Come again. Anytime, Eric.
I was glad my dad approved of Eric, but what was up with Frida? Eric was the perfect guy. Why didn't she like him? I decided to go to her room after dinner. Frida, can we talk?
What is there to talk about?
You were acting a little strange at dinner. Is something up?
If you have to know, I don't like Eric.
What? But why?
I don't trust him, Astrid. He gives off bad vibes.
What do you mean, bad vibes? Frida, you can trust him. I would trust him with my life.
Whatever. Let's just forget it, all right?
Frida got into bed and ignored me. I sighed. I loved Frida and I cared about her opinion of my boyfriend. I really wish she liked him. That night, I kissed Eric goodbye and he left to go home. I had no idea that was the last time I'd see him for years. The next day, Eric didn't show up at training school. Maybe he's sick. But when I went to his house, his mom said he hadn't come home last night. That's when I started to panic. We searched the whole island for Eric, but we couldn't find him anywhere. He just disappeared. Years passed. I missed Eric terribly, and the only thing keeping me going was my training school. Now my grief for Eric had turned into power in combat, and I was undefeated in my class. Finally, I decided to challenge my teacher to a combat as revenge for that first day at school years ago. Come on, none of the other guys can defeat you. Why don't you let me try?
Fine. But don't think, 'cause you're a girl, I will go easy on you.
Oh, please don't. We readied ourselves, and this time, teacher made the first move and lunged at me, but I easily sidestepped him, then swung around and tripped him. The rest of the class was speechless. Man, this felt good. But suddenly, horns sounded and we all rushed outside. Those were the horns that meant someone was attacking the island. I spotted Dad running toward the northern point of the island. Dad, what's happening?
The enemy's been spotted. Hundreds of them. Get your weapons ready. This is no training practice. This is the real deal.
I nodded and got all my gear and rushed to catch up with my dad. On the way there, I bumped into Frida.
Astrid, what's
Frida, get back to the village center. Stay safe.
Where are you going?
To fight.
No, Astrid, let the men handle this, please.
No, Frida, this is what I've been training for. I hugged her quickly and then ran off after Dad. Frida called for me to stay back, but I ignored her pleas. When we made it to the cliff edge, we were shocked by how many attackers there were. We were outnumbered 2-1.
Men, you know what we must do. We defend our home or die trying!
Dad's warriors roared in response, and we all charged. The battle was intense. We easily could have been defeated, but thanks to my dad's leadership, we managed to thwart the enemy attackers and send them retreating. In the aftermath of the battle, I approached my dad. How did they manage to get on shore?
Someone must have guided them from the lighthouse. Otherwise, there's no way they would have made it through those rocks.
But does that mean?
Yes, we have a traitor among us. Chief, someone spotted a figure at the lighthouse. Quick, let's catch this traitor before he escapes.
We rushed to the lighthouse and entered. The traitor was the last person I expected to see. Eric?
Wait, Astrid, isn't this your old boyfriend?
Yes. I don't understand. He can't be a traitor. Eric was unconscious, but he started to wake up at the sound of our voices.
What? Where am I? What happened? Don't play games with me, boy.
Dad, stop it.
No, Astrid. This boy's a traitor, and he must be punished. Send him to the dungeons.
No! But no matter what I said, they wouldn't listen. Eric was sent to the dungeons, and his fate would be decided in the morning. I sat in my room in despair. Eric was a traitor? I couldn't believe it, but he was at the lighthouse. He surely was the one who had guided our enemies onto our island. But it made no sense. Why had he disappeared? Why turn up now? And why was he unconscious when we found him? I couldn't make any sense of it. Someone knocked on my door and Frida appeared.
Astrid, I made some tea for you.
Oh, thanks, Frida. She handed me the tea and I sat there numbly. Go on. You can say I told you so.
I wasn't gonna say it.
But you were right. Eric couldn't be trusted.
I'm sorry, Astrid.
I sighed and leant my head against her. At least I have you, huh? Frida was silent and then she stood up.
Make sure you drink your tea.
I nodded and took a sip. I suddenly started to feel sleepy. I think I'll go to sleep.
You do that.
There was something about Frida's voice that sounded off, but within a few seconds I was already asleep. In my dreams, I started hearing strange noises and I woke up to battle sounds. I looked outside and screamed. Our village was being swarmed by the enemy. I ran out and went to Frida's room, but it was empty. I went to Dad's room and found him asleep in his bed. I decided to leave him and run outside. Suddenly, I heard footsteps and I was surrounded by the enemy. I was doomed. A shadowy figure appeared behind the enemy. Wait, I recognized that voice. The enemy parted to make way for Frida. Frida, thank Odin you're okay.
Oh, I'm more than all right, sister.
Frida? No, don't tell me.
Yes, I'm the traitor.
No, it can't be.
Oh, but it's true.
Why, Frida? Why would you do this? This is your home.
It never felt like my home. I've always lived in your shadow. I've always been the weaker sister. Didn't you realize that, as the older one, I should be the one to become chief? But no, just because you're into your stupid warrior nonsense, it should be you who becomes chief. Well, I wasn't gonna let you go on by and steal my crown. So, I called some friends over to take over this rotten island.
And Eric?
That fool? The poor thing caught me one day talking to the enemy about my plans. So of course I had to silence him. It's a pity you decided to pick him out as your boyfriend. But we all must make sacrifices, mustn't we?
You made him disappear?
I got my friends to keep him prisoner in a hidden cave on the island. Then when the time struck for the attack, I planted him at the lighthouse so he would look like a traitor. It was all too easy, really.
Frida, we're sisters. How could you do this?
It was the only way. Men, deal with them.
Frida turned away, turned her back on me, on her family, her home, and the enemy marched forward. I prepared to defend myself when suddenly a war cry was heard, and Eric appeared. Eric knocked down the first line of enemies in a flash.
I'm sorry it took me so long to get back to you, Astrid.
I'm so happy you're alive, Eric.
Frida, she.
I know.
I'm sorry.
Now you're the one apologizing?
We can defeat them, Astrid.
I nodded. Together. The enemy rushed toward us and we charged. We knocked them down one after another, like pawn pieces on a chessboard, until eventually they were all unconscious. Only Frida stood there, baffled by our comeback.
But no.
I approached my sister, eyeing her down for the traitor she was.
Fine. Go on. Kill me.
I reached her and...
Huh?
I'm sorry, Frida. I should have realized how unfairly we'd been treating you. Me, Dad, we should have paid more attention to you. I should have paid more attention to you. But I see you now. I hugged her tighter. I see you. I could feel Frida's hot tears splashing on my own cheek.
I didn't want any of this.
There. I know.
I'm sorry, Astrid.
It's okay. I forgive you. We held on to each other for dear life. I don't know what the future holds, but for now, I know I have to be there for my sister.
Hello, my name is Sky, and I'm from New York. Please like and subscribe to find out how my 15th birthday wish ruined my life. When I was 5, I woke up to find my mother kneeling by my bed. A voodoo doll was on my chest, and Mom had her hands over the doll, chanting some strange words. I screamed and sat up from my bed. What are you doing, Mommy? Sit still, child, otherwise the magic won't work. The voodoo doll was creeping me out, so I grabbed it and threw it across the room. Mom gasped and raised her hand as if to slap me. You foolish girl! Why did you do that? Now we'll never be able to fix your ugly face. What do you mean you're scaring me, Mommy?
I was trying to take away that ugliness and put it in the doll. The fortune teller said it worked. Do you know how much I paid for it? Now it's ruined and you're going to be ugly forever." With that, she picked up the doll and left the room, slamming the door behind her. I cried and couldn't sleep all night thinking about how scary Mom was acting. I grew up convinced that Mom hated me because she never missed a chance to pick on me and remind me how ugly I was. I had crooked teeth and got braces as soon as I joined high school. My vision was terrible, so I had to wear thick glasses that covered half my face. One time, when I was in 2nd grade, my Aunt Patty and my baby cousin Nessa came to visit. At night, I was woken up by Nessa crying uncontrollably. I went to her room to check and found her all alone. I called out for Aunt Patty, but she didn't respond. I picked up Nessa to comfort her, but I stepped on one of her toys, tripped, and fell on my back with baby Nessa. She wasn't hurt, but she started crying even louder in panic. Just then, Mom walked in and picked her up. "What's wrong with you, Sky? Are you trying to kill your cousin because she's prettier than you?" "It's not like that. I tried to pick her up and then I fell." "That's a lie. I saw you trying to hurt her. Get out of my sight now." "But Mom..." "I said now." I bolted out the door and bumped into Auntie at the door. I hugged her tightly, crying. "I'm so sorry, Aunt Patty. I didn't mean to drop Nessa. Please believe me."
Hey, calm down, sweetheart. Tell me what happened.
I tried to explain, but Mom interrupted, saying that I was lying and that I was really trying to kill Nessa. Aunt Patty wiped my tears and comforted me as Mom sneered at us and kept warning Aunt Patty not to trust me. My mom was the worst, you guys. As you can imagine, I wasn't very popular at school. I only had 2 friends, Ken and Maggie. We had been friends since middle school and were inseparable. Lately, I'd started to notice Ken stealing glances, and whenever I caught him staring, he'd blush and stammer. It was so obvious he was crushing on me. Ken was really cute, but I had my eyes on Brandon, the hottest boy in our class. Brandon only ever talked to me when he wanted me to do his homework, and I did do it for a while until Ken convinced me not to anymore. I decided that Ken was right. I'd had enough of Brandon using me, so guess what I did? One day, I waited for him to hand me his math homework, and I threw his book so high in the air, it hit the ceiling. "Hey, what did you do that for?" "I'm tired of being your servant. You can do your own homework from now on." "You're gonna regret this. You're lucky I even let you touch my books." He collected his books and stormed out of class. Little did I know, I was going to regret what I'd just done. Every day, after spending the whole day ogling Brandon, I'd go home and write in my secret diary about all the fantasies I had about him. I wrote page after page of made-up scenes of Brandon being my knight in shining armor, Brandon kissing me in front of the entire school, Brandon and I wearing matching outfits. Okay, that last one was a little cringy, even for me. I felt very pathetic, pining over a boy who'd never be mine. A boy who I'd just yelled at, actually. So you can imagine my surprise when, at my 15th birthday party, Brandon and his friends showed up. I was so nervous. I must have ran to the bathroom more than 10 times trying to fix my face. I was gathering courage to talk to him when Maggie walked out of the kitchen carrying my birthday cake.
"Blow the candles and make a wish, bestie."
I was so excited to make my wish, but as soon as I blew the candles, someone pushed my face into the cake and everyone started laughing and taking photos and recording videos. I looked ghastly with cake all over my already messy hair and giant ugly glasses.
Oh my god, I didn't know it was possible for her to get even uglier. What a freak.
All the kids laughed even louder. Embarrassed, I ran to my bedroom and locked myself in the bathroom. Ken followed me and stood outside my bathroom door, begging me to come out. He sat on my bed waiting, but he finally gave up and left. After a while, I came out to get my diary and read it because it always made me feel better, but it wasn't where I'd left it. I frantically looked for it and was about to go into full panic mode when I saw it behind the door. How did it even get there? The only other person who'd been in my room was Ken, but he'd never touched my diary. If someone read my diary, I'd never show my face at school ever again. I put the diary in the drawer and slumped on my bed and fell asleep. That's right, I fell asleep at my own birthday party. Also, I should have opened my diary, but I didn't. And that's how I walked into a nightmare at school the following day. As soon as I walked into class, everyone looked up. Was this about my face and my birthday cake? I thought they'd have forgotten about that by now. I was about to take my seat when Brandon stood in my way, a few papers in his hand. I told you, I'm not doing your homework anymore. Instead of answering me, he started to read one of the papers out loud. Brandon was wearing a really tight shirt today. He looked so hot, I thought I was gonna melt. As he went on, half laughing and half reading, I came to a horrible realization. The papers he was holding were from my diary. I tried to grab them from him, but he held them higher and continued to read. On my 15th birthday, I wish to kiss Brandon just once. His voice was high-pitched. I guess he was trying to sound like me? That was my birthday wish, and now Brandon was reading it out loud in front of the whole class. Give it back, Brandon, please. Do you know how ugly you are? And do you think I'd actually waste my time with someone like you? Everyone burst out laughing. Honestly, Sky, I'd only ever kiss you if you paid me. And even then, I'd have to be blindfolded so I don't have to look at your ugly face. Just then, Ken stood up and punched him hard in the face, and a fight broke out. I got caught in the middle of it, and my glasses fell off. I went down on all fours to look for them, but Brandon stepped on them, crushing them into tiny pieces. Boy, did I regret ever making that birthday wish. I finally managed to slip out of there, and Ken followed me. Sky, wait! No, leave me alone, Ken. You have to listen to me. I know it was you who leaked my diary, Ken. You're the only one who was in my room. No, I didn't. Don't lie. You always say that I'm wasting my time liking Brandon. I guess you were right. You won. Now stay away from me. And with that, I ran out of there, not giving him a chance to talk. I didn't show up in school for the next couple of days, and instead, I went to visit Aunt Patty. While there, I told her everything that had happened, and as always, she had a solution.
Let's give you a makeover, shall we?
I couldn't contain my excitement. Aunt Patty owned a salon, and I always envied her clients. She always made them look so pretty and fancy. We spent the next few days working on my new look. And let me tell you guys, forget about Mom's voodoo doll. Aunt Patty was a magician. She turned me from a pumpkin into Cinderella. She applied a lot of stuff to my hair and gave me a haircut. Next, she threw away my hideous glasses and bought me contacts, which I must admit were uncomfortable, but I was ready to do just about anything to look pretty. Finally, she took me to have my 3-year-old braces removed. She even bought me a whole new wardrobe. When I finally went to school, I looked so different that nobody recognized me. The moment Brandon saw me, he took my hand and introduced himself. Oh, let me show you around, new girl. My name is Brandon. Brandon, it's me, Sky. Was I about to reveal my identity to Brandon and have him reject me again? No way. So, I cleared my throat and lied to him. Skylar. My name is Skylar. It's lovely to meet you, Princess Skylar. Please, walk with me. Did you hear that? Brandon just called me a princess. For the next couple of weeks, I had all of Brandon's attention. I was having so much fun, I completely forgot about Ken and Maggie. One day in class, Brandon leaned over to kiss me. I was nervous and happy at the same time. My 15th birthday wish was about to come true. I closed my eyes and waited, but instead of warm lips, a very cold hand landed on my mouth, shoving me backwards. I opened my eyes ready to pounce, but stopped when I saw Ken standing there. Did he recognize me? I panicked and shoved him right back.
What's wrong with you? How can you seriously be interested in Brandon after everything he put you through?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, come on. I know it's you, Sky. Just because you got a makeover doesn't mean you're a different person. You're still the same girl Brandon treated like trash a few weeks ago.
The whole class gasped. My name is Skylar. I don't know who Sky is.
You can fool everyone else, but you can't fool me. Why did you change yourself?
There was no point in lying anymore. I was ugly and no one liked me.
You're wrong. I like you, and I still do. You were never ugly to me. I waited for you to like me back, but you were so busy trying to get Brandon's attention.
Ken walked towards me, but then Maggie grabbed me and pulled me away from Ken. Maggie, what's going on?
I can't take this anymore. You don't deserve Ken. I like him, but all he cares about is you.
We listened in shock as Maggie confessed that she was the one who leaked my diary pages because she was jealous and wanted to humiliate me. And just when I thought she was done talking, she said something even more shocking.
When you came back all glammed up, I made a deal with Brandon. I paid him to distract you.
I turned to Brandon. You knew it was me this whole time? Don't look at me like that. You came back looking smoking hot. Also, how could I say no to money? You're disgusting. Oh, please. Don't pretend like you didn't enjoy it. I couldn't believe how arrogant Brandon was. What did I ever see in him? I took Ken's hand, but Brandon grabbed me and pulled me to him. Where are you going, princess? We're not done yet. Are you seriously choosing this lame guy over me? I pushed him away and looked him dead in the eye. I'm still the ugly Sky that you humiliated weeks ago. Come on now, princess. You could never be that ugly chick. You know I don't hang around those kinds of people. Now come closer and let me grant you your birthday wish. He tried to kiss me, but I slapped him hard and stamped on his foot. Stay far away from me. I took Ken's hand again and we walked out of class. I had no idea where we were going, but I was too happy to care.
You're so cruel, Kiara. You know what? One day something bad is going to happen to you, and no one will help you because the truth is, you're awful.
Hi, my name is Kiara from Louisiana. Please like and subscribe. Mom passed away when I was born, so my multi-billionaire dad raised me alone. And he spoiled me with money. Everyone fawned over me, but I knew it was just because I was a billionaire's daughter. One girl, Rita, the girl you saw earlier, was especially annoying in her attempts to please me. She will follow me everywhere.
Oh, you spilled juice on your sneakers.
It's waterproof.
Oh, sorry.
People would say she was super nice, but I thought she was too fake and itched to be rid of her. So when I invited her to my 17th birthday party and was about to cut the cake, I stepped up to her and pulled off her wig.
Look, guys! Rita's hair is actually 2 inches long!
All the kids in the neighborhood were there, including her crush, Derek. Her face went red, and she uttered those words of doom to me. She stopped visiting and talking to me after that, but that was a score for me. While I pretended to be the happiest outside, at home, I was lonely. Dad wasn't always around, and I didn't want to socialize with the maids, so I kept busy on social media. One afternoon, I read a viral tweet about a bank robbery that happened that day in Louisiana. The robbers were being sought by the police. I barely had time to think about it because my bedroom door burst open just then.
Hey, honey.
Dad! It had been over 2 weeks since my dad left for one of his business trips. He never told me what he did there, only that it was top secret, and he couldn't take me with him.
I just came to see your face. I'm going back right now.
Is it safe? I heard some robbers.
Sorry, my princess. I'll contact you.
I noticed then that Dad looked really tense. What's going on, Dad?
You're surrounded. Open this door right now.
Suddenly, the reflection of flashing sirens filled my room. I rushed to the window and looked out to see police cars parked in our driveway and many armed policemen heading to the door. I turned around to tell Dad what I saw, but he was racing out of the room. It was like a bad movie. The police caught my dad before he could escape and arrested him for years of cyber fraud and the recent bank robbery. All of our servants ran away. I was shocked to my bones. I couldn't believe Dad was a criminal. I stayed up all night in the house alone and in tears, wishing for the first time that I had a friend, even if it was just a weirdo like Rita. Oh, I missed her now. How was I going to face people? It was all over the news what my dad had been doing all along. To make things worse, the next day, 2 men from a security agency came and told me that they would be confiscating all of Dad's possessions, including my car and our house. Where will I live?
You will be leaving with me.
I stared at the middle-aged woman who I hadn't noticed before behind the men. And you are?
I'm your mom's older sister from Texas, Mary.
Texas? The state of cowboys and farm animals? Ew! I broke out into a run. I refused to live with an aunt who I had never seen before. She looked so poor.
Hey, come back here.
I ran at breakneck speed until I got to Rita's house. Rita, please open up!
What are you doing here?
Rita, please forgive me. Please tell your parents to adopt me.
My parents can't harbor the daughter of a criminal. Sorry to disappoint.
I probably deserved what she said to me, but there was no way I was going back to the house with that woman waiting to take me to Texas of all places. I wandered aimlessly for an hour until I found myself at the park. Tired, I sat on the bench and soon dozed off. My mistake, because when I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a small, dingy bedroom. Where am I? The woman who called herself my aunt appeared at the doorway.
You're finally awake. Welcome to Texas.
What? I was at the park in Louisiana last time I remembered. She told me they had searched for me and found me asleep on a bench there. Because of her work, she had to return to Texas today, so with the help of those security agents, I was bundled into her car, and to their surprise, I remained asleep all the way there. Take me back, right now!
Yara, you should be grateful for this opportunity to change scenery.
She was right. If Rita could act that way towards me, what would the rest of the kids in the neighborhood do? Everyone would be making fun of me. Can I get something to eat?
Sure.
Soon, she served me a tray of food that I couldn't make out what it was. What is this?
White bean soup.
This is a meal for peasants.
Half bread is better than none.
Left with no choice, I ate the meal, but vowed to order something more befitting in the morning. But in the morning, when I tried to order breakfast from a nearby breakfast delivery, I found out that the credit card Dad gave me had been blocked. How could I live in poverty? For days, I stayed holed up in my tiny room. Aunt Mary would go back to work and come back to find me in the same position. Sometimes I rejected her peasant food.
Your food has gone cold.
The food is beneath me.
If it's so bad, why don't you find work to do so you can earn money to afford your favorite meals?
I wasn't born to work. I knew I gave her a really tough time, but I was so mad at how my world had turned upside down, I couldn't see anything else. Until one stormy night. Ah! I hate storms! Aunt Mary! I came across her sleeping on the floor in the living room. Hey, why are you on the floor? Go to your bedroom.
You're sleeping in it.
That's your bedroom. You left it for me? I hadn't bothered to explore the house, so I had no idea it was the only bedroom here. But why would she do that? She had nothing to gain from me. You're sleeping on the floor here for me to sleep on the bed? Why did you bring me here when you're not even comfortable?
You're my precious niece. Would you prefer I left you to be taken to a foster home?
Tears filled my eyes. All along I had been a brat to her when she had actually done me a favor by showing up. I doubted I would have survived in a foster home. I vowed to be a better niece to Aunt Mary from then on and help her out. So the next day, I went with her to meet Mr. and Mrs. Smith, the couple she worked for in their mansion, and apply for a part-time job. Ma'am, sir, I would also love to work here part-time.
Great, we are in need of another hand in the kitchen.
Thank God it was not the farm. The wages they proposed to pay was nothing like what my dad gave me on a weekly basis, but at least I was earning it legally. On my first day of work, I dressed in one of the few designer clothes Aunt Mary had packed for me. As I made my way to the mansion, I passed a plainly dressed girl who had her back to me and was shoveling mud from an empty ranch into a wheelbarrow like a pro. The next second, I felt something wet and sticky land on my back. Mud! It was mud on my Dior shirt! Are you blind? Do you know how much this shirt cost? She turned around to face me, and I almost lost my footing. She was so beautiful. Bright green eyes, dark hair with bangs, a leanly built figure, and even though she was quite tall, I could tell she and I would be around the same age.
Sorry, princess. I don't have eyes at the back of my head.
But when she spoke, my awestruck state shattered and I regained my temper. Oh, you dare to insult me after what you did?
Hey, stop barking. Who wears a Dior shirt to work anyway?
She even had the balls to look amused. You witch! I rushed toward the ranch to grab some mud and throw it right back at her top. But when I looked in her eyes again, I just couldn't do it. Thank your stars, I can't bear to touch mud.
Ooh, scary.
Ah! She was infuriating! After my event with the silly girl, I cleaned the kitchen and went on to do my last task for the day, serve the Smiths dinner. On getting to the dining room, I froze when I saw who sat at the dining table with Mr. and Mrs. Smith. The mud girl! She had cleaned up all the dirt and wore fresh clothes, but there was no mistaking her. She gave me a huge smirk when our eyes met.
Oh, Kiara, have you met our daughter Mia? Come closer and say hi. Don't be shy. Yes, Kiara, come say hi.
Hi, Mia. Panicking inwardly, I quickly set the table and served their food, afraid she was going to spill everything about how I had spoken to her and get me fired. But all she did was bore holes into the side of my head with her piercing green eyes until I left. Gosh, did she not know it was rude to stare? Later, when I came to clean up the dining table, Mrs. Smith sat alone with a smile on her face to announce that Mia had chosen me to be her help.
That's not a problem, right?
No, ma'am. Inside, I boiled with anger. The spoiled brat wanted me to be her personal maid so she could torture me.
Good. So go upstairs and let her tell you what she expects of you.
I climbed the stairs to her room like it was haunted. Hello? Her room was much bigger and well decorated than mine back at the mansion. I was a girl of her class shoveling mud. Is this some kind of joke? Turning me into your personal slave?
Correction, assistant.
That's just... She stood up from the chair she was sitting on, and I felt the words dry in my throat as she leaned over me.
Call it anything you want. I intend to double your pay in 2 weeks if you are good. But if this cranky attitude is what I have to put up with, then please leave.
Of course I couldn't leave, and from the triumphant smirk on her pretty face, she knew this too. What do you want me to do for you? And can you give me some space?
Does being this close bother you?
Why should I? You just smell a lot like dirty mud. It was a lie, but I wasn't going to let her win.
Your task is to do whatever I ask of you. First, you'll stand there and sing until I fall asleep. Only then can you leave.
Could this get any crazier? Seeing as I had no choice, I began to sing a song that could hopefully give her nightmares. Soon, I was hearing soft snores, and when I snuck a peek at her, she was sound asleep, looking like an angel. A beautiful angel of evil. Later, I couldn't sleep when I thought of all the humiliating things she would tell me to do. What if she treated me the way I had treated Rita? It came to me then that I had been very wrong with what I had done to Rita. If I could be scared of being treated the same way, it means I had dished Rita a meal I couldn't take. And her words then, it really looked like it had come to pass now. After a moment, I typed an apology to Rita. The other one didn't count. I had just been desperate to escape my aunt. Now I felt truly sorry and sincerely hoped she forgave me. I prepared for work the next day with my stomach in knots.
Kiara, don't be so scared. Mia is a very good girl. She treats every servant with respect.
Well, maybe every servant but me. Our front door was pushed open, and there, dazzling in the morning sun, was Mia.
Howdy, Kiara. You're late. Morning, Miss Mary.
And so my life as Mia's personal maid began. Odd thing was, she hardly gave me anything serious to do. She cleaned up after herself and made her bed, and would instead assign odd and sometimes very embarrassing tasks. It looked like she hired me just for her entertainment.
Pick out my underwear for tomorrow. Brush my hair while I read.
Once, she even asked me to do something that made me blush to the tips of my ears. Feed you?
Yes.
I am sure you have hands.
They are scabbed over from shoveling manure today. I forgot to wear gloves.
Why do you even work on the farm when you have servants at your disposal?
I get paid.
Won't your parents give you money even if you don't work?
They will, but I am happier to work for it than receive handouts. At least when I share it with the less privileged, it doesn't feel like I'm throwing away money that isn't mine in the first place.
Wait, you work, get paid, then share it with the less privileged?
What? It's called giving to charity.
Wow. Despite the fact she was utterly annoying, my respect for her climbed very high that evening. She was a much better person than I had been when I was in her position. She even treated the maids like they were friends. I managed to feed her a few spoons when I noticed that our faces were really close. It was as if she was going to kiss me. I need to go.
Kiara!
I did my best to avoid Mia after that day. I needed to sort out all the confusing feelings she was making me feel. Thankfully, she didn't bother me either. I focused on helping Aunt Mary out on the farm. One day, I was throwing feed into the fish pond when I heard a growl behind me. It was a bull of monstrous size, pawing the ground. It looked like it was about to charge at me. Help!
Kiara!
Out of nowhere, Mia appeared with a red cloth and began to wave it at the bull, distracting it from me.
Back off, boy.
Soon, other servants rushed in and helped to rein the bull. My heart was still beating when Mia approached me.
Kiara, are you okay?
Something about the gentle way she spoke to me and the concern in her eyes pulled me in like a magnet. And before I could register what I was doing, I pressed my lips to hers.
Is this thanks for saving your life?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know when I...
Are you saying you regret it? 'Cause I don't.
You don't?
Mm-hmm. I liked you from the very first day you yelled at me. So, is this why you took an unpermitted leave from me? I was getting too hot for you to handle?
I have never felt this way before. You really like me? In response, she pressed her lips to mine again, and I took that as a yes. Aunt Mary came rushing toward us then with a phone in hand. I don't know if she had seen us kiss or even knew I had almost been attacked by a bull, but she looked really anxious.
Kiara, there's someone on the line for you.
Who?
Your mom.
My mom? Oh, isn't she dead?
Hi, my name is Melissa and I'm from Montreal, Canada. You know how everyone has flaws? Mine is that I'm too cute, and trust me, it's ruining my life. Before I explain how, please like and subscribe. We can keep one twin each. Melissa is mine. No, Melissa is mine. You take Mora. I will not let you separate me from my baby girl. Listen, Janet, I won't let you take her. She's the one who got my genes after all. Are you calling me ugly? No, that's not what I meant. Well, your personality, yes, but... My parents had a sliding door in their room which led to a balcony, and we lived on the 4th floor. Suddenly, I saw my mom push my dad out of the door and shove him over the balcony. He was hanging onto the railing by one hand, and then just like that, he was gone. Well, he didn't die, but he hurt himself really badly. My mom went to prison for attempted murder, and my dad ended up getting custody of both of us in the end. I guess you could say that this was the first tragedy caused by my cuteness. I have a fraternal twin sister named Mora, and this means we don't really look alike. When we were kids, everyone liked me more. I was the favorite because somehow I got all the cuteness. Poor Mora was just an average-looking kid, and sometimes people totally ignored her if we were in the same room. She didn't seem to mind though, and we got along pretty well until we were about 5 years old. That was when my parents couldn't stand each other's guts anymore. They decided to get a divorce, and they would always fight about who would get to keep me. Neither of them cared about who would get Mora, and I think that made her a bit sad. That night that I walked in on them arguing stuck with me for life. Have you ever witnessed one of your parents trying to hurt each other and it was all your fault? I didn't only get all the attention at home. At elementary school, everyone wanted to be my friend. Even the teachers wanted to have lunch with me, especially Miss Mendez, my math teacher. I got top marks in her class, even though I still use my fingers to count today. She brought me little presents every day, and I think it made some of my classmates jealous. Mora was in my class too, and she treated her like she simply wasn't there. But I found out that it was more than my cuteness that was causing her to be so nice to me. One night, I was in the middle of a good dream when I woke up and started to feel really thirsty. I went down to the kitchen to get some water, and Miss Mendez was in my house, wearing a really sexy nightgown. What are you doing here? Am I in a dream? I don't have to do math, do I? No, darling. Just go back to bed. My dad walked in and looked shocked, then embarrassed. We'll talk about this in the morning, honey. It turns out Miss Mendez was having an affair with my dad, and she was just being nice to me because she was trying to be my stepmom. I don't know why she never tried to win Mora over too, though. I continued to have an awesome life until I started high school. It seemed that all the girls had developed over summer, all of them except me. Their bodies looked amazing, and the worst thing was that Mora's did too. She had curves, boobs, everything. And I still looked like a child. Ha ha ha, Melissa, you're still so flat. Look at the adorable little baby. Come, let me pull your cheeks. All of you shut up and leave me alone. I was starting to hate everyone at school, and I began to hate Mora even more because I was just so jealous. I wasn't used to not being the center of everyone's world. I was literally dying inside. Mora started getting attention from guys and had even been asked out a few times. But guys didn't even look at me if it wasn't to say, "Aw." After the Christmas vacation that same year, I decided to make myself look more attractive. I was sick of being the high schooler who still looked like a kid. So before leaving home on my first day of school, I filled up 2 balloons with water and stuffed them in my bra. I put on a waist slimmer too, and when I looked in the mirror, I was actually impressed. I looked hot. I finally had that hourglass shape. I walked to school in style, and everyone stared as I passed by. At school, people noticed me, and guys who never spoke to me before asked me for my name and number. I felt like I was on top of the world. But it seemed like there's a storm after every rainbow. You won't believe the utterly embarrassing thing that happened to me next. During math class, my teacher asked me to come up to the whiteboard and solve an equation. When I was done, I turned around waiting for everyone to clap for me. That was when Trevor, the class idiot, decided to throw a paper plane at the teacher's head. She dodged it, bumped into me, and went crashing into the wall. When I turned around, everyone stared at me silently. And then, the class was filled with laughter. I looked down at my shirt, and there was water dripping everywhere. You put water balloons in your bra? Oh my gosh, somebody record this. How pathetic. I ran out of the class crying. When I got home, I locked myself in my room and refused to come out for dinner. When my dad came home to check on me, I told him that there was no way I could go back to that school. Can you please let me go to another school? Honey, you know I don't have time for this. I've been so busy with work. Plus the baby is coming and all that. Oh, yeah. I forgot to mention that Miss Mendez had moved in a few years ago, and she had literally become my stepmom. She was expecting a baby with my dad. But Dad! I made my best puppy dog eyes, and he melted. At least the charm of being cute was still there. My new school was a few miles away, and no one there knew about my embarrassing moment. People were still obsessed with my cuteness, but no one would ask me out on a date. And you know what made things worse? Mora had a boyfriend and he'd come over almost every day. It was awful and unfair. So I decided that I would have to steal him away from her. I added him online and started talking to him whenever he wasn't over at our house. I tried to be as seductive as possible, and after about 3 weeks, it seemed like he was falling for me. Then, one night, he asked me out on a date. It was my first date ever. And do you think I felt guilty that this was my sister's boyfriend? Not one bit. Because who was she to get a boyfriend before me? I was the better twin. Levi was such a gentleman. He brought me flowers and took me to a really cute park where we sat and ate snacks. I was sure that I had almost totally stolen him away from Mora. But life just kept on sucking because a week later, I came back from school early because I had to go for another date with Levi. I walked into Mora's room to borrow one of her shirts, and there she was, sitting on the bed with Levi. They were kissing. I was so angry, I picked up Mora's shoes and started throwing them at her. And him. How dare he kiss her? He had never even kissed me before. When I was done screaming at them, I tried to run outside, but I ended up tripping over one of the shoes. I felt pain in my arm like I'd never felt before.
Oh my gosh, Melissa, I think you broke your arm.
Leave me alone! I hate you!
You know, I knew you were trying to steal Levi from me. You became our little joke. He showed me all the messages you sent to him. I let him go on a date with you because I figured it would be funny. Fancy being our inside joke. You're the worst sister ever.
Spending a few days in the hospital really gave me some time to think. I guess I should have tried to find my own boyfriend instead of stealing my sister's. I decided that I'd try to develop my body in other ways and that eventually I'd find someone to love me. When I got out, I tried all kinds of fad diets. I wore waist trainers, I exercised, and did extra squats just to try and look more developed. After a while, I started to notice a few little changes. Nothing huge, but my clothes look better on me now. And at school, one guy actually started giving me some attention. But he was the class nerd, Dylan. I wasn't about to settle for him. My eyes were on Corey, the leader of the school's hockey team. And I decided that if I couldn't have Corey, I didn't want anyone else. Plus, this would make Mora so jealous. Corey was way better looking than Levi. But how would I get him to give me his attention? Sometimes he'd smile and wink at me when he passed, but that wasn't enough for me to know that he liked me. I started leaving anonymous love notes under his locker, and one day I hid while I watched him open it. But dozens of other love notes fell out. Clearly, I had a lot of competition. All the girls at my school wanted him. I decided that I needed to do something extraordinary. I thought about my plan for days and finally built up the confidence to do it. It was Saturday morning and Corey had a big game. I went there and sat in the stands. When it was break time, I walked over to the middle of the hockey field, nearly slipping on the ice several times. I was holding up a big sign which read, "Corey, will you go out with me?" His friends nudged him and he walked over to where I was standing. I froze and felt butterflies all over. He gazed into my eyes, and at that moment, I knew that he felt the same way about me. I could already picture our future together. Our house, kids, even our dog. Then, suddenly, he looked away and opened his arms. He had been looking at someone else all along. I turned around, and when I saw who it was, I could have exploded. Mora walked into his arms. He embraced her, took off his helmet, and gave her the most passionate kiss I had ever seen. I looked into the stands and saw Levi turn around and walk away. I glared at Mora with hatred, then ran after Levi. Maybe now he'd realize that I was much better for him than Mora was. Plus, we were both super embarrassed about our situation, so what could go wrong? Hey, wait up!
Leave me alone, Melissa.
Oh, come on. Let's talk about it.
I knew she was cheating on me all along. This was the proof that I needed. But I can't believe she did that in front of everyone. You know what? Maybe I should have really left her for you. You're much nicer, and you're prettier too.
Really? You think that?
Yes. Hey, you hungry?
Yeah. We went out on our first real date and continued to see each other after that. Mora started going out with Corey, but he broke up with her after 2 weeks, and it was hilarious. She tried to get Levi back, but he wanted nothing to do with her. So, in the end, I got my way. Isn't that great?
Look, it's him! He winked. He's the chosen one.
My son! I'm so proud. This is the best day of my life. My parents picked up my twin brother, Damien, and embraced him like he was some kind of treasure. They left me alone with the nurse. Of course, I don't remember the day of my birth, but later on in my life, my aunt told me that's how it happened. From the very first day, my parents decided that Damien was special and that I, Peter, was, well, rubbish. You might be wondering why.
But wait, before I go on, I have a huge announcement to make. Storytime Animated is doing a massive giveaway for our awesome viewers. This week, we'll be giving away, drumroll please, an Apple laptop. If you want a chance at winning, you must be subscribed to the channel, like this video, and share this video with 3 friends. Then lastly, leave a comment below. How long have you been watching us? That's all. Check the description for more information. And now, back to the story.
Well, my parents belonged to some weird kind of cult. When the leader found out that my mom was pregnant with twins, he told her that he got a vision from the heavens that one of us would change the world, that one of us was extremely special.
But how will I know which one it is?
The first baby to open his eyes is the one. He is a prophet, and he will be our next leader.
An ordinary parent would probably be like, what the heck? But my mom and dad were totally brainwashed and believed everything they were told. This made my life a living hell. And if you want to find out how, you need to keep watching. So you can probably guess my childhood wasn't the best. I think my earliest memory is when I was 3 years old. My parents took Damien and I to the place where they worshipped, and as soon as we walked in, everyone stood up and the leader came to pick Damien up. Everyone stretched their hand out and they looked like they thought that Damien was some sort of angel on earth. He was put to sit on a nicely decorated chair in the front of the room, and my parents left me with some old people in the back. They paid absolutely no attention to me, and the leader kept telling everyone how special Damien was. Growing up, he always got the best of everything. My parents thought that he was too precious to go to school, so they had him homeschooled and hired all the best tutors in the country. I, on the other hand, went to the worst public school in the district. To make things worse, he got every single thing he asked for. Christmas and birthdays were the worst days ever. I remember one Christmas, all I asked for was a toy helicopter. On Christmas morning, I woke up and ran to the tree feeling so excited. There were tons of presents with Damien's name on them, but none for me. Nothing. Not a thing. I ran to my room crying, and no one even bothered to come to check on me. My parents just enjoyed watching Damien open his gifts. Birthdays were exactly the same. Sometimes I feel like they just forgot I existed and that they had only had one child. When I was about 8 years old, I think my parents got tired of having me around.
Peter, I need you to pack up your things because we're sending you to live with your Aunt Gabertha.
Who is she? I never even met her before.
She's my sister. She's always wanted a kid, but she can't have any. And I figured we had an extra we're not using anyway. So you're going to stay with her from now on.
To be honest, I wasn't even devastated because it wasn't like I had a relationship with my parents anyway. I was just a bit sad to be leaving my brother because we actually did like each other. We can video call, right? Yeah, we'll see each other again someday. I'm sorry Mom and Dad treat you like this. I don't know why. I just wanted to let you know I think it's unfair. And I don't really enjoy what they're doing to me. But let's just hope time flies and I can turn 18 and get out of here. By the next week, I was gone. My parents drove me to the airport, said goodbye, and that was that. When I reached the other side, my aunt was waiting with a huge sign that said, "Welcome, Peter." It's the first time in my life I ever felt welcomed anywhere. She grabbed me and gave me a big hug, then her driver took us home. So apparently Aunt Gilbertha was loaded, which explains the driver. She lived in a huge house all on her own, and I guess she was lonely for real. She showed me to my room, which was 100 times more amazing than what I had with my parents. And that night at dinner, we had a long talk.
The truth is, I'm not lonely at all. But I'm aware that your parents are total lunatics. They never spoke about you and they focused only on Damien because of what their weird religious leader told them. Totally bonkers if you ask me.
Well, thanks for rescuing me then, Aunt Gilbertha.
Oh, please, call me Gilly. I hate that name.
Okay, Gilly.
I hope you have a great time here.
And I did. My life totally changed. The years passed and I was a happy, comfortable teenager who went to an awesome high school. I had some pretty cool friends and a girlfriend named Christine. She was so cute and always made me feel like the happiest guy in the world. I got to explore some hobbies and talents I never knew I had too. I'd go golfing every weekend because apparently I had a knack for that. I'd FaceTime Damien sometimes, and one day he told me that they had moved to New Zealand because the cult was expanding and the leader asked them to join him there. Later, they posted so many amazing pictures, and I felt a bit jealous when I browsed through my mom's Facebook pictures. She had captions like,
"A day near the sea with the best son in the world,"
or,
"Me and my most prized possession."
it was like I didn't exist to them at all. To take my mind off it all, I'd focus on my golfing and, of course, Christine. One of our favorite things to do together was to go hiking in the mountains. I remember this one day like it was yesterday. We had the most amazing day together, and we kissed on top of one of the highest peaks in our state. Then we went back down and went to my house to hang out. As soon as I opened the door, my aunt ran towards us, screaming,
"Your brother has been kidnapped!"
"What? Where?"
"In New Zealand. The police can't find him, and there's no trace of him anywhere. No one knows where he's gone. Christine, I'm so sorry, but I need to speak to Peter alone. He'll call you as soon as we're done."
Christine left, and I went to the living room with my aunt.
"Listen to me carefully, Peter. This isn't good.
I know. I hope Damien is okay.
I'm not just talking about Damien. Your parents have been feeding off the attention he gets from that cult of weirdos. If they don't find him, they're going to come for you."
Me? Why?
"They'll pretend you're Damien, of course. You're identical twins."
So what do we do?
"We've got to leave."
Leave? No, what about my girlfriend, my school? My life is so awesome here.
"I know, honey, but we have no choice. I've already bought us a house in Alaska and I've sold this one. You can still talk to Christine online, but you can't let her know where we are."
I sulked all the way up to my room. I was sad. Why did my life have to be like this? And where was Damien? I tried FaceTiming him, but there was no reply. I guessed my aunt was right. I started packing, and after that, I ran to Christine's house to hug her goodbye.
"Why do you have to go?"
It's a long story, but we'll keep in touch. I promise.
"I love you."
I love you more. It broke my heart to let her go. The next day, I left with my aunt. She already had a driver waiting for her at the airport in Alaska. He drove for about 2 hours until we got to our new home, which was just as big as the previous one. As we walked through the foyer, my aunt hugged me and looked excited.
"Go upstairs and open the first room on your left."
"What's there?"
"Just go and see."
I did as she asked. I opened the door and gasped. There was Damien, but he was in a cage. "Let me out. What's going on? Who's behind this, Peter? Is that you?" My aunt walked in and started laughing. "Gilly, you are crazy. What's going on?" She walked over to the cage and unlocked it. Damien got out.
"I'm so sorry, Damien. I had to make it look like a real kidnapping. I'm sorry too, Peter, for making you move here. But think about it. I'm giving you a chance to start fresh, to continue growing together and to have a normal life."
How did you even manage to get Damien kidnapped?
"I'm a rich woman. I have a lot of connections."
Damien heaved a sigh of relief and started to look really calm, which confused me a bit because that's definitely not how I'd react to being kidnapped. "Thanks, Auntie. I was really getting tired of being my parents' puppet and their ridiculous religion. I definitely don't believe in it. I'm not a prophet. I'm just an ordinary teenager and I want to live a normal life. This was a crazy idea, but maybe it's for the better." I'll be honest, the next couple of weeks were really weird. My aunt told us we'd have to disguise ourselves and change our names so that our parents wouldn't be able to find us.
"This is just temporary, because soon you'll be 18 and it won't matter."
She kept reminding us. It wasn't difficult because my aunt had all the right connections. Then after that, she had us enrolled in the same school and life became calm again. I got to learn a lot about my brother and we were able to bond a lot. We became each other's best friend and felt a lot of regret about all the time that we missed out on together. I really wish the story could have ended here, but on the last day of school before winter vacation, Damien and I were sitting on the steps outside of our school when the cops pulled up and approached us.
"Are you Damien and Peter?"
Yes. I mean, no. I realized I had made a big mistake.
"Please, come with me."
They took us to the station and our parents were waiting there. My aunt was next to them, handcuffed. "What are you doing? Let her go."
"I'm sorry, but your aunt has committed a crime. Your parents are here to take you both home."
The cop answered. My aunt looked devastated. To this day, I don't know how they found out about us and where we were hiding. We live with them now, but they've calmed down a lot. They don't really treat Damien like he's a fragile prince anymore. I guess they feel betrayed that he never contacted them when my aunt kidnapped him. When we're old enough to leave our parents' house, we plan to advocate for my aunt's release. We'll get her out somehow, and we'll all be together again.
Hi, my name is Gwen. You're probably wondering why I look chill in a situation like this. Well, let's just say, the moment we moved into this house, I knew there was something else right here with us, but they wouldn't listen. In fact, given what happened, it would be okay if it was just ghosts, but it was something much more sinister. Of course, before I continue, please like, share, and subscribe so you never miss our must-watch STA videos. On the first day here, while everyone was inside unpacking, I chose to be here and kick a ball around. I learned to play from my dear late dad. Oops! I tracked the ball and found it right in the hands of a crooked old woman wearing a hooded cloak who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Her nails were so long, they almost wrapped around the ball. Ick! My ball, please?
The last owner of your house disappeared.
Finally, she let me have the ball, and I wasted no time in speeding right back to my house. Once I was at the porch, I turned around to take another look at the woman, but ick! The old woman was already behind me.
Stay away from the basement if you want to live.
Predictably, my mom and her husband didn't believe a thing I said when I told them about the old woman at dinner.
Gwen, don't you like the food?
You promised we'd have stir fry.
This is Iris's favorite, and it's her first night here.
It's everyone's first night here. How typical of Mom. Whatever her stepdaughter wanted, Mom made sure she got it. It made me wonder if she still loved me.
Girls, this house is so cheap. Wonder why the owner just left it empty for so long.
The old woman next door gave me a good reason why. This house is haunted.
We have a scaredy cat at the table. Want some milk, little kitty?
Girls! Great news. I think I can buy that beat-up Volkswagen we saw for sale in town with the money we saved from renting this place.
That sixth-hand car? Ew.
That reminds me. We need to stay away from the basement.
Exactly what the witch neighbor said.
There was a fire in the basement, so it's quite unstable.
Great! A haunted house built on an unstable basement. What could go wrong?
Nothing's going to go wrong.
Here's a good life hack to learn. Never say, what could go wrong when staying in a haunted mansion you just moved into because your cheapskate stepfather found the deal of a lifetime. Because it will always go wrong.
Oh, sorry, girls. I'll make it up to you.
You can start with us leaving this house.
Maybe it's a good thing we've moved into this house. We might get to see your real dad's ghost. Iris! Girls, let's get cleaned up.
After our terrible dinner, I just cleaned up and went to bed. How could she bring up my father like that? How could Mom let her? It made me so mad. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every shadow in my room became a monster. I couldn't stop thinking of Dad. We had a happy family back then. No Iris, no new stepdad. Yeah, it's haunted. You know those horror movies where characters go into scary rooms and you're like, don't go in there, fool! Yeah. Well, when in real life, it's a lot harder to stay in the room than go check things out. Still pretty foolish. Iris? Mom? Mom's husband? Who's there? I have a stick. 2 sticks.
Hey, it's just me, sweetheart. What is it?
I heard something.
Maybe it was the sound of me coming out of my room.
I also saw something. Like someone down there.
You worry too much. And just in case you forgot, my name's Koshnuts, not Mom's husband.
I like Mom's husband better. After that, I had even more questions. What was Mom's husband doing out of his room at that time of night? What stopped him from going downstairs to confirm what I saw? Something was fishy with that man and this house. The sooner I figured it out, the faster I could convince my mom that we should leave and go back home. The next morning, I went for a run to clear my head, but my shoes chose to disappoint before I could get home. Oh, bad timing, Mr. and Mrs. Shoes. Oh. The problem with not having a lot of money is that you have to buy pretty cheap things with short lifespans. Ouch! Watch where you're going.
Sorry, I think Bigfoot just walked through here. Saw footprints. Looks like you're the Bigfoot I was tracking.
The guy was very stunning. Black hair, blue eyes, even had dimples. I'm a sucker for dimples. Dude, honestly.
Okay, you caught me. I'm just clumsy. I bet we've got the same shoe size.
Are you looking for trouble? I knew I had unusually big feet for a girl, but being insulted twice by a strange guy, that's something I wouldn't tolerate.
Not at all. Actually, your house is still pretty far off. Just take them. Don't worry, they don't stink. That much?
Thanks, but what about you?
My house is very close by. See ya!
Hey! How did you know where I live? For most of that day, all I thought about was that guy at the park. His manner of approach had been really awkward, but his cuteness more than made up for it.
The sixth disappearance of a set of priceless paintings from the National Museum has the whole city in confusion. Who is behind?
The National Museum? That's just a few blocks away from here.
Just then, Mom came and cuddled up next to Dad. Ugh, my eyes. Did they have to remind me they got married like a month ago? I looked away from them only to notice something about the painting hanging over the fireplace. Hey, how did this painting of the horse become an antelope today?
Gwen, the house isn't haunted. It's called evolution. The horse has evolved into an antelope.
So many clowns in this world. I'm serious. That was a horse last night.
Miss Grumpy Pants, what's your deal?
You are my deal. You and your dad.
Gwen, you know why you're seeing and hearing things? Because you won't accept change. You're determined to hate this house and everything in it.
You know what we need? A family outing. Do a little bonding? Might affect our budget for the month, but let's do it anyway. Next week?
Sounds like a plan.
Sounds like a pain. The last thing I wanted was to sit down and have a cozy chow feast with those two. I didn't ask for any of this. I was happy back home, at least while my dad was still alive. That evening, I found my first evidence to prove we weren't the only occupants of this house. Come here for a bit.
I don't want to wind up in the trash.
Look.
Okay, I'm looking at soda bottles. So?
Nobody in this house drinks soda.
So who?
Exactly.
Are they a match, Sherlock?
Let's see where they go. I walked around the house only to see the footprint stop at a wall.
Oh, mighty sleuth wizard, you have found a wall. Brilliant.
Don't you know what this means? The basement.
Of course it does.
Iris, we found bottles. Tracks. I'm calling the police. At this point, I was majorly freaking out. I mean, who wouldn't, right? Hello? Police? Please come here right now. We are living in a haunted mansion. There's creaking, shadow people. Our food flew to our heads. A horse turned into an antelope. Now there's footprints. Hello? Police? Hello?
You know there's a law against prank calling the police. I'm telling Dad.
I couldn't believe that the police actually cut me off like that. And it made me wonder if I was actually going crazy. When Iris told my parents I called the police, they yelled at me for an hour straight. Just another terrible day. Early the next morning, I came out to the park again hoping to see Frank, return his shoes, and maybe chat.
Fancy meeting you here.
Thanks. What's your name?
Don't tell me. I'm Frank. You sound like someone whose name will start with a J or maybe G. Gina? Gabriel? Gwen?
It's Gwen. How did you...
I'm very good at guessing. You looked really worried before.
I guess the new house and I aren't getting along.
Missing old friends.
There's that, and then I've been hearing and seeing things that make me feel like the mansion is haunted.
Are you the ones that moved into the mansion abandoned for decades?
Yes.
That house, there's, lots of stuff going on. Your family, you want to keep them safe, right?
Frank, what are you talking about?
Just the basement. Stay away from it.
So says the witch next door, too.
Hey, I know. Let's go to the arcade.
Was he asking me out on a date? Sure. What have I got to lose? The time we spent at the arcade was the most fun I had had since we moved here. Frank and I played different games, and even though he beat me at most, I won a few. All too soon, we had to go.
I haven't had that much fun in years.
Huh? Why?
I should go now. I'll call you.
For some days after I told Frank about the house, nothing strange happened again. I began to feel that maybe everything had been in my head. Just as I was convincing myself nothing was wrong, the house had other ideas. For the special family bond time, Mom and Mom's husband took us to a fancy restaurant. The three of them did the talking and bonding. I kept to myself. I watched Dad go red when the waiter brought his bill, and then he began to search his pockets like crazy.
I can't find my wallet.
Do a mobile transfer then, dear.
I had 10 grand in that wallet. That's the last of our savings till our next salary.
Maybe it's at home?
With our luck, I just knew that wallet might never be found. The hotel management sent us home with 2 of their security guards, so we could get the money and settle with them. But when we got home, we searched the whole house and didn't find the wallet. Mom volunteered to clear the debt by washing dishes for the restaurant. It should have been her husband. He's the one that lost the money. The next morning, I came downstairs with one single thought: food. The pizza we left on the table was still there in its box. But when I opened it, each piece had been eaten save for the tomato rings piled into a pyramid as if to mock me.
What now? Ghost pizza?
This was supposed to be for breakfast, and you ate it all?
I didn't. And Dad doesn't eat leftover pizza.
I felt goosebumps prick my skin as I stared at the pizza. The pizza didn't eat itself.
Okay. Maybe a hungry burglar?
When I showed him the pizza, he got a tense look on his face. First your wallet, now this. There's something or someone in this house. Call the police. That basement.
No one is calling the police.
Dad, I think I agree with Gwen this time.
I'll throw this in the bin.
I was 100% sure at this point that he must have had a hand in all the things that had been driving me crazy in this house. And that basement would have the answers I needed. I was determined to check it tonight. The next night, I crept out of my room and made for the basement. I was very close to the short staircase leading down to the basement when I noticed someone's shadow behind me. Who's there? Iris, you can't stop me.
I believe you now. Either there's a thief or a ghost. Let's get him.
A smile bloomed on my face as we stared at each other for a few seconds, and she smiled back. Finally, someone believed me. Just as I reached for the basement door handle, my phone rang.
It's midnight. Who's that?
Hello? Frank?
Hey, Gwen. Where are you now?
Just in my room. Reading a book?
Yeah? Can I see a picture of it?
Just a minute. Yes, shame on me. I did just leave Iris there at the basement door, but I couldn't tell Frank what we were really up to. Back in my room, I just grabbed a random book and took a photo of it.
No, I don't recognize it. Hey, I was wondering if we could go out tomorrow.
Getting invited on another date with Frank? I forgot all about the basement. All I could think of was our date tomorrow. But what happened was beyond my wildest dreams. Our date the next day was going really well until Frank suggested we get something to eat. Thanks.
Anytime.
So, you were talking about your brother?
He works in the National Museum.
The one paintings were stolen from?
Yeah.
Suddenly, Frank began to stack the tomatoes he's eating into the same pyramid pattern as the one the thief left last night. Was Frank the one who had been haunting our house? Memories of how we met and how he seemed to know things about me even before I told him. Then, what about Iris's dad? I was getting some odd signals from him too. I had to tell Iris about Frank. I have an errand to run. Sorry. Bye. My mind was on fire. Was Frank somehow living in our house? When I got back to the house, what I saw did not reassure me. Mom, what's going on?
Iris has been missing since this morning, honey. Did you see her?
No, I left for my date early this morning.
She's new here and maybe got lost wandering. We'll find her.
By evening, there was still no word from the police, and I became very worried. Maybe Iris was missing because we had gone too close to the basement. I had to tell my parents everything. Iris and I tried to go to the basement last night.
What? Why?
We didn't go in, okay? Well, I don't know if she did because I got a call and left her there. Or maybe whatever is in the basement took...
Oh no! Maybe she went in and the ceiling fell on her. Why do you believe that there's someone there?
I began to believe all of you that it was just in my head, but it's not. All of the clues add up, and I think that you are protecting whatever is in there. Suddenly, Dad stood up and advanced on me threateningly. I stood my ground.
What are you saying?
I called the police, told them I kidnapped a girl and hid her in the basement. They will have to check by force now.
Gwen, I don't know.
Why didn't you call the police when Iris and I asked you to?
We still owe our former landlady some money. I heard recently that she filed a complaint to the police and I didn't want to talk to them. It's true, Gwen.
Well, if Mom said it was true, then it was.
Open up.
We all went downstairs and opened the door for the policeman. Then we led them to the basement.
We got an anonymous call that a girl was being held here. We think it may be Iris.
Despite all the police efforts to pry the basement door open, it wouldn't budge. I think I know another way. I led Dad and the policeman outside to the side of the house I had seen the footprints disappear to. I fumbled along the wall, and suddenly, my hand hit a lever. The wall silently opened to the basement. I knew it!
Unbelievable. Everyone freeze! Dad! Big sister!
It was such a relief to see her again. I was feeling so guilty. If something had happened to Iris, it would have been my fault. And in that moment, I realized I didn't want anything more for Iris than for her to be okay. Same for our dad.
Iris! How did you end up here? Gwen was right. I saw one of them in the house after you left, Gwen. He caught me and dragged me here.
We all hugged, and then I turned to look at the faces of the men who had been tormenting us. Frank? I knew it! You're a thief!
Not by choice. Please forgive me, Gwen.
The bearded guy beside Frank was his exact replica. It wasn't hard to put things together. Your brother works in the museum? Ha! More like stealing from the museum.
Let us handle this, miss. Great job. In fact, I'd say you're a hero.
Frank and the other guys were arrested, but because he was underage and truly had been forced into crime by his brother, he was given community service instead. It still hurt, but I could understand why he did it. And in a way, I was grateful. After all, if it were not for all the drama, I never would have figured out what was actually important. And what's that? My new family. We turned the basement into a game room. Hey, Dad.
Yes, Gwen?
It's Dad's last gift to me. Real diamonds. Do you think it can get us something better than that beat-up Volkswagen?
Gwen, are you serious?
Yep. Why hold on to something that could make life better for us?
Thanks, Gwen. But the best place for this necklace should be right here. Your father gave this for you to keep. I'd never forgive myself if you sold this. And besides, I talked to the museum earlier today. Did you know there was a reward for finding all those paintings?
Really?
How much? We can get a real car. New car, new everything. We're rich. Gwen, I'm so sorry we didn't listen. You really are a hero.
Aw, I love you all.
I love you too.
After that incident, I tried to find the old woman again, only to find she had disappeared. Everyone said she never existed, but I know what I saw. What do you guys think? Was she real or something else? Something scary.
Hi, my name is Darla and I'm from Italy. I often wonder if my life would have turned out differently if I didn't have this scar. Before I tell you my crazy story, please like and subscribe. I was blessed to grow up in a loving family. Dad was a teacher and Mom had an online business, so she was always there for me when I needed her. My family was perfect. But one night, my world was turned upside down. Even though I was 5 at the time, I remember it like it was yesterday. Mom and Dad were preparing dinner and I was sitting by the kitchen table. Suddenly, a masked man entered the kitchen and Mom grabbed me in front of her. Dad tried to ward off the intruder with the knife in his hand, but the intruder snatched me from Mom and threw me into Dad's path. I felt a sharp pain on my face and Mom screamed. The relationship with Dad wasn't the same when I was released from the hospital. Dad couldn't bear to stay in the same room that I was in. He no longer looked at me or hugged me. One day, Dad went to work and he never returned. I was heartbroken, and for years I blamed myself. If it wasn't for this ugly scar, then maybe Dad would still be around. As I went through school, kids and teachers were mean about my scar. I tried to make friends, but one girl named Charlotte told everyone that I had an infectious disease and nobody wanted to play with me. I resorted to wearing a mask in hopes that things may change, but it didn't. The last straw was when a teacher placed my lunch in a dog bowl and ordered me to eat it. Mom removed me from the school, but she was also able to get the teacher fired. Mom homeschooled me, and I was happier than I'd been in a long time. But then, life took a turn for the worse. Grandma, Dad's mom, was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and she had a heart condition. Nobody knew where Dad was, so Mom and I dropped everything and went to help her. Sadly for me, I was enrolled in school once again when I turned 15. On the first day of school, as I walked through the hallway, a group of boys walked up to me. One threw his arms around my shoulder and I shrugged him off.
Babe, I just wanted to say hi to the new girl. My name's Dean. Hi. So, are you gonna show me what's under the mask? No. Then I'll just have to see for myself.
The boy snatched the mask from my face, dropped it on the ground, and howled with laughter after he got a look at my scar. Then he pushed me to the floor. He and his goons ran away making animal noises. I'm Caleb. Sorry about that. A hot guy extended his hand to me, and he helped me up. Dean and his group of clowns are always up to no good. Are you okay? I nodded. Suddenly, a girl pulled Caleb away.
What are you doing?
Jasmine, I'm just helping a friend.
Friend? She isn't even pretty. Did you see what was under the mask? She needs to wear a sign that says "Don't feed the animals."
Jessica and her minions laughed and dragged Caleb away. The day passed uneventfully until the last period. While doodling in my book, the teacher walked in and greeted the class. My heart stopped. My eyes widened as I looked up. Dad! I hadn't seen Dad in 9 years. Everyone stared at us in silence. I'm sorry, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. My heart swirled as the students laughed and pointed at me.
First, she needs a new face. Now she's looking for a new daddy.
I grabbed my belongings and ran home crying. How could he not remember his own daughter? Was he ashamed of me because of my scar? At home, I sat in my bedroom and looked out the window deep in thought. A penny for your thoughts. Grandma walked into the room and sat on my bed next to me. I told Grandma about my day and I begged her not to tell Mom about me seeing Dad. Later, while I was doing homework, Mom knocked on my door. Darla, can you please pick these up at the store? She handed me a list of groceries. I'm going to get ready to take up a shift at Susie's Cafe. Mom's business was slow, so she had found a job in a cafe a few blocks away. I quickly made my way to the store. As I stood in the store, holding a box of cereal, someone spoke right behind me. Hey, Darla. I dropped the cereal and turned to the voice. It was Caleb. Caleb and I bent down to pick up the cereal and bounced our heads. As I rubbed my head, embarrassed, Caleb picked up the cereal and handed it to me. Do you live close by? Yes, I live about 2 blocks away with Mom and Grandma.
Caleb!
Jasmine's voice called from down the aisle. I'll see you in school, okay? I nodded and watched as Caleb hustled towards Jasmine. What kind of hold did she have on Caleb? On my way home, I saw Dad with a boy who looked about 5 years of age and a woman. I walked over to them, but when he saw me coming, he tried to cross the street. I ran to him and grabbed his arm. Why don't you want to talk to me, Dad? I don't know who you are. Please, get out of our way.
Babe, who is this girl?
I have no idea. I just wanted to let you know that Grandma, your mother, is sick. Or are you going to pretend she doesn't exist either? While you are able to go on with your life, Mom and I had to drop everything to move here. You're not only a lousy father, but you're a lousy son too. I kicked Dad in his shin and ran home. After that incident, we got a new teacher in Dad's place. We both avoided each other at school. One morning during assembly, the theater arts teacher announced that the school decided to have a talent show to raise funds for new computers, and they needed a few kids to be on the committee. I raised my hand and smiled when Caleb did the same. Jasmine glared at him, and I expected her to raise her hand as well, but she didn't. Over the next few days, Caleb and I worked closely together and became good friends. He was charming and funny, and I had a huge crush on him. Every time I saw him, my heart fluttered and my cheeks would turn bright red. One evening after meeting, Caleb offered to walk me home. In my mind, I jumped for joy, but outside I smiled and calmly said, okay, sure. We talked and laughed as we walked. Suddenly, I tripped on a crack in the pavement and felt myself falling forward. Caleb grabbed my arm and steadied me. Are you okay? I nodded. Caleb slid his fingers down my arm and held my hand. Just make sure you don't stumble again. The week leading up to the talent show, Grandma got really sick and I wanted to drop out of the committee to spend more time with her. Darla, a lot of people are counting on you. Grandma wouldn't want you to drop out. She'd want you to finish what you started. Finally, it was the night of the talent show. Are you ready to go on? Caleb squeezed my hand. I nodded. Just then, Jasmine appeared out of nowhere and snatched the mask from my face and ran away. I covered my face. The worst part was I didn't have another mask. Caleb, I can't go on stage like this. My eyes filled with tears. Caleb lowered my hands and gently traced my scar. He kissed me lightly on the lips. Darla, you're the most beautiful girl in the world, with the most beautiful voice. People will love you. Seeing my hesitancy, he added, I'll dim the lights, okay? I nodded. I heard my name called and waited until Caleb dimmed the lights to walk out on stage. During my performance, I was so into my song that I didn't realize that Caleb turned the lights all the way up. I finished my performance, and sweat formed on my brow as I expected the usual slur of mean words. Suddenly, the audience cheered and applauded. I took a bow and waved into the audience. It was then I noticed Mom at the entrance, and she looked worried. I hustled off the stage and approached Mom. Mom, what's wrong? We need to get home. Grandma may not make it through the night. That night, Mom and I stayed by Grandma's side until she passed away peacefully. At Grandma's funeral, Dad showed up. I wasn't about to be silent about it. I marched over to him. What are you doing here? You have the audacity to show up after you've been avoiding me at school? I told you Grandma was sick and you ignored me. Grandma needed you when she was alive, not now that she's dead. I tried to claw at Dad's face, but Mom pulled me back just in time and carried me outside the church. Darla, I know you don't like your dad, but causing a scene at Grandma's funeral isn't right. What did you mean Dad's been avoiding you at school? I then admitted to Mom that Dad was a teacher at the school. I don't want to go back to that school again. I want to be homeschooled. I can't bear to see Dad ever again. A few days later, Mom and I went to the reading of Grandma's will. Dad didn't show up. Mom inherited everything. Before we left, the lawyer handed Mom a letter. After Grandma's death, I refused to go outside. I'd just curl up in Grandma's bed and wish that she was still with us. One afternoon, there was a knock on the door. Mom asked me to get it since she was preparing lunch. Reluctantly, I opened the door and I was shocked. Dad, what are you doing here? You're not welcome here. I slammed the door in Dad's face, and when I turned around, Mom stood behind me. Darla, what did you do? Mom rushed to the door and opened it. I'm so sorry about that. Please come in. Mom, after all he did, you're letting him in? I invited him over. Then Mom told me something that shook me to my core. Darla, this is not your father. What? I'm adopted? Mom shook her head and rolled her eyes. No, silly. This is your father's brother, Stephen. I felt sick to my stomach as flashbacks of how I treated Uncle Stephen replayed in my mind. I'm so sorry. Can you ever forgive me? He smiled. I guess I can make an exception for my favorite niece. Mom told us that in the letter given by my lawyer, which was written by Grandma, she admitted to having twin boys. She was 18 when they were born and she didn't have enough money to keep both of them. So she put Stephen up for adoption. She wrote the letter when she was diagnosed because she didn't want to die with the guilt she's been living with for all these years. After our discussion with Uncle Stephen, I agreed to go back to school. I couldn't wait to see Caleb. I still can't believe you actually kissed her. Ew! You told me if I kissed her that I'd get to take you out. I won the bet, so I'll pick you up Friday at 7. I couldn't believe what I just heard. Caleb had been playing me all this time just to score a date with Jessica. I turned around and headed back to the house. When I got home, I decided to enter through the kitchen. I didn't want to have to explain to Mom why I was home, at least not now anyway. When I got inside, I heard Mom and Uncle Stephen talking in the living room. Jen, why do you want to try to kill him again? You already got money from the old lady. It's not enough. I need more, and Kirby still has me as a beneficiary of his will. How do you know that? The same way I found out years ago that you and Kirby were brothers. I have my sources. He's staying at the Hilton Hotel off Wrightston Road. At least this time, you won't put my daughter in harm's way. This couldn't be happening. Uncle Stephen was the intruder. He was the reason I had this scar. And Mom set everything up. She wanted to kill my dad. For all I knew, she could have killed Grandma. I slipped out of the kitchen and ran all the way to the bus station. I needed to get to Dad before Uncle Stephen did.
Woo! Turn up the music. We all got lit as the music got louder, and the party got crazier. I was dancing my butt off when suddenly a waiter tripped over and caviar covered me in head to toe. There was even some caviar in my nostrils. Ugh! Watch where you're going!
I'm so sorry, sir.
Suddenly everyone started laughing and pointing at me. I was so embarrassed. I turned to my girlfriend, Siri, for help. Babe, please help me clean up.
What? Are you kidding? I'm not getting anywhere near you. You reek of fish eggs.
But Siri got up and walked away, leaving me all alone. Hey guys, what's up? My name's Marlo, and I'm from Italy. Make sure you like and subscribe. My mother came from nothing, but she was a very smart woman and managed to become a billionaire by the time she was 30. When I graduated from high school, my mom sat me down and asked me what I wanted my career to be. An actor?
Done.
The next day, she booked me in a movie alongside Brad Pitt. I soon became a very famous actor. It was too easy. All the girls were obsessed with me, and I was living the dream life. I loved the parties, the food, the servants who did my bidding. I was happy with my life with Siri, my billionaire girlfriend. But as I stood there now, covered in caviar, I realized that no one here truly cared about me. All they cared about was my money and my fame. Even my girlfriend didn't care enough to help me. Fine.
Huh?
That's it!
What's wrong with him?
Is he crazy?
Siri,
What?
we're over.
Oh! What you gonna do about that, Siri?
Damn, he just dumped you in front of everyone.
But Marlo...
You don't care about me. You only care about yourself. I realize that now. I turned to the waiter and helped him to his feet. I'm sorry I yelled at you before.
That's okay.
Siri, goodbye and good riddance. I turned and left Siri gaping back at me like a dumb fish. Man, that felt good. The next day at school, the whole class was whispering about my scandal with Siri. How I had humiliated her. Yeah, she's hot, but she's also a stuck-up jerk. But I didn't say it out loud. It would just bring more attention to myself, which was the last thing I wanted right now.
May Marlo please go to the principal's office now? Your mother is here. It's an emergency.
Emergency? I shot to my feet and rushed to the principal's office as fast as I could. Was she sick? Did something happen? Was it Grandma? I arrived breathlessly. Mom! What happened?
Wow, you got here quick. Come, honey, sit down. It's about Siri.
Siri?
I heard you broke up with her.
Yeah? And?
Why would you do that? Her father owns one of the biggest car companies in Italy. She was a very good connection for my business. You have to get back with Siri or you'll lose us millions.
But Mom, Siri is vile. I don't want to date her.
Stop whining and suck it up. Sometimes we have to make sacrifices, you know?
I can't believe you right now. Seriously. Now my own mother was turning against me. Suddenly I heard a loud whirring noise. Kids were running past me and heading outside, and I followed them to find a helicopter landing in our soccer field.
Do you think it's the president? No way, it's probably an alien.
I pushed to the front of the crowd and groaned when I saw who was stepping off the helicopter. It was Siri.
Sorry I'm late to school today. I had to get something for my best boy.
Siri raised her arms and suddenly fireworks erupted from the skies with the words, "I love you, Marlo."
Aw, she's so sweet. What'd I do to get her to date me?
Siri, stop this.
Come on, Marlo. You know you want me back. Just admit it.
Siri, I will never date you again. I can't believe I actually liked you before.
Marlo, don't do something you'll regret. I know your mom is trying to work a deal with my father.
Is that a threat? I knew you were low, but this is a whole nother level, Siri.
Marlo, don't.
Goodbye. Again. I turned and headed back into the school building. Everyone was shocked by my behavior. I bumped into Mom on the way in.
Marlo, don't tell me you just...
I won't ever date her. Ever. Not to save my life.
Marlo!
I called my driver and he soon arrived, and I got him to drive me home. On the way home, I realized I wanted to get some ice cream so I could treat myself and watch some storytime animated videos later in my room. So I asked my driver to stop at the grocery store. We headed inside and I was picking out ice cream flavors when suddenly I felt someone appear behind me.
How dare you treat King Siri that way?
What did you say?
You humiliated Siri in front of everyone. You'll pay for that.
Who was this boy? Some kind of weird fan of Siri's? But before I could say anything more, the boy pounced on me and started pulling out my hair. Get off me! My driver managed to pull him away, but the boy slipped from his grip and disappeared into the night. Later, when we finally arrived at home, my driver told Mom about the ordeal.
What? That's it. I'm getting you a bodyguard.
No, Mom, don't. I can look after myself. I thought Mom would respect my wishes, but as usual, she didn't. That weekend, Mom was hosting another party, and I was forced to attend since it was at our mansion. I sat alone waiting for the party to end, when yet again, another waiter tripped right in front of me, and this time he was holding a bowl of fish stew. I could see exactly what would happen. I would be drenched, and nobody would care to help me, because I had no real friends. But suddenly, as the stew was about to soak me, someone leaped forward and acted as my shield. Oh my God, are you okay? The girl turned to face me and I felt my knees wobble. This girl was stunning.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Wow, thank you. If you want, I can help you get cleaned up.
No, it's okay.
Are you sure? Really, I don't mind.
I said no, dude. Please, just let me do my job.
Her job?
Marlo, oh, I see you've met Leah.
Who is this?
Your bodyguard.
What? But Mom, I told you.
I know, but I'm your mother and I think you're in danger and I want to make sure you're safe. Leah will be by your side 24/7. So why don't you two get to know each other a little? Psst, I also made sure to hire a pretty girl, to help you out.
Mom.
There's no need for us to get to know each other, Mr. Piazza. My job is solely to protect you.
You could be a little nicer,
And how would that help?
What? It's just nice to be nice.
I don't see the purpose.
Who was this girl? The Terminator? Mom, there's no way I can be with this girl 24/7.
You're one to talk.
What was that?
You two will just have to get along because I can't be bothered looking for another bodyguard. I trust Leah, and she will protect you.
But...
No more buts. It's final.
Ugh. Mom left, leaving me with Miss Smarty Pants. I don't need your help,
Clearly.
The next day at school was horrible, obviously. Leia followed me everywhere. As we walked through the hallways, all the boys were staring at her.
Why does Marlo always get the supermodel girlfriends? It's 'cause he's rich.
Couldn't these guys see I didn't want hot girls in my life? Especially not someone like Leia. She hadn't spoken a word to me all day. All she did was stand silently beside me. It was creepy. On the way to the class, I stopped by the boys' bathroom. You are not coming in here.
But...
Don't worry. No one's gonna assassinate me in the bathroom. I shut the door on her and stood in front of the mirror. Finally, some privacy. A toilet flushed in one of the stalls behind me and a boy in blue hair emerged. Wait a second. I'd seen that blue hair before. It's you.
Hello, Marlo.
What do you want?
You have to get back together with Siri.
Are you insane? Why are you doing this?
Because you and Siri were the best couple ever. I lived for you two. And if you don't get back together with her, then you'll have to answer to this.
Ah! The boy lunged at me, but suddenly a shoe came flying out of nowhere and knocked him out. What the flying fish?
I told you I should have come in with you.
Leia.
What was that about not needing me again?
Yeah, whatever. We exited the bathroom with Leia carrying the boy in her arms. I just got off the phone with the police when we bumped into Siri.
Marlo, baby. And, who is this?
Siri, please move aside. Suddenly the boy woke up, and when he spotted Siri, he reached for her and hugged her.
Please help me.
Help you? Marlo, what's going on?
He just tried to attack me with a knife.
You seriously expect me to believe that? Are you calling Marlo a liar? Who are you?
Siri, this is my new bodyguard.
Bodyguard? Aren't you a little young for that? Aren't you a little old to be acting like a toddler? What did you just call me?
Guys, chill out. The police will be here soon. Can you please just hold off killing each other until then? Eventually, the police arrived, and they issued a restraining order against the boy, who we learned was called Jesse. As they took him away, he brushed past me.
Good luck sleeping tonight.
Jesse smirked and let the police drag him out. I have to admit, I was terrified. That night before I went to bed, I turned to Leia, who was standing outside my bedroom door. Leia, earlier today, why did you get so mad at Siri?
Because it's my duty as your bodyguard to protect you.
Really? Is that all it was?
I think so.
We remained quiet, but after some time I leaned forward and hugged her. Thank you for being there for me. I could feel her tense up, but eventually she relaxed and hugged me back.
Of course.
Leia, I have to tell you something. But in a flash, Leia pulled away from me and backed off.
Marlo, I'm your bodyguard. Remember that. Nothing more.
I blushed. You're right. I'm sorry. Leia waited in the hallway, and I went to bed, although I felt a little sad. Soon, I managed to get to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, I was surprised to find Leia gone. Had she left me alone in the night? It didn't sound like something she would do, but then when I got up, I noticed something outside on the floor of the hallway that rattled my bones.
I have Leia. If you want her back alive, then you shall get back together with Siri. Don't call the police. I'll know if you do. Come to this meeting place so we could seal the deal.
Then there was an address and time. I was distraught, not Leia. Sure, she was quiet, mildly annoying, but she had been there for me when no one else would. I had to save her. Later that night, I arrived at the location beside the old abandoned warehouse. I waited for some time. Then suddenly from the warehouse emerged Jesse, dragging a tied-up Leia beside him.
Good. You came.
Let her go, Jesse.
Only if you swear you'll get back together with Siri. If you go back on our deal and break up with her again, then I'll ruin your life.
Man, this dude was insane.
Marlo, don't do it!
I can't let you get hurt.
It's not worth it.
What's it gonna be, Marlo? Your freedom or saving poor sweet Leia?
I looked at her concerned face and I knew what I had to do. Fine, I'll date Siri.
Aha, yes!
No, Marlo!
Jesse started to back away.
Remember, you break our deal and you'll regret it.
I know. He disappeared, and I rushed to Leia and started untying her.
Marlo, you shouldn't have done that. I was fine.
Oh, really?
Marlo, I can't bear seeing you with Siri.
Why do you care? Thought you were just my bodyguard and nothing else.
You're right. Forgive me, I failed to protect you.
Yeah, it's fine, Leia. Come on, let's go home. I won't tell Mom about this. She'll freaking call the cops or something. The next day, Leia and I pulled up at Siri's mansion. I knocked on the door and Siri herself answered.
Marlo, so nice to see you. Oh, I see you brought your annoying friend.
Leia clenched her fist, but I put a hand on hers to calm her down. Siri, I've come to say I'm sorry.
Took you long enough.
I forced a smile. Let's get back together.
I knew you'd come crawling back eventually. How could you resist Queen Siri after all?
While she laughed her butt off at her own stupid joke, I started to imagine what my terrible future would look like. We'd probably end up getting married, have 3 children who were spoiled rotten just like Siri. Siri would probably end up cheating on me and she'd win the divorce trials and probably all the money. I'd end up homeless and begging on the streets. But suddenly I felt Leia move beside me, and she punched Siri right in her slimy face. Leia!
You peasant! You'll pay for that!
Siri lunged at Leia and they rolled on the ground like a bunch of lion cubs. Stop it! While they struggled, Siri's phone fell out of her pocket and I noticed some messages on it. Curious. I picked up her phone and I was shocked to see that she had been chatting with our old pal Jesse.
Okay, yeah. Grab Leah and we'll use her as ransom. Marlo will have no choice but to date me now.
Sure thing, boss. Just make sure you wire me that money, okay?
Yes, you got it.
I couldn't believe it. Siri had hired Jesse to do all those horrible things. Leia, stop. They rolled to a stop with Leia pinning Siri to the ground.
Yes?
Called the police. Siri, playtime's over.
What are you talking about?
I showed her the messages with Jesse.
Oh, oops.
You're a snake. You know that? A few minutes later, the cops were piled in her mansion, and Siri was arrested for all her misdeeds.
With these messages, we'll be able to find Jesse soon, too.
Thank you, officers.
Marlo, please. Come on, you know you love me.
You're a jerk, Siri, and I never want to see you again.
What?
While she cried away, the police took her to the station. Leia and I watched them leave. You should be happy now.
Why?
You don't have to be my bodyguard anymore. The danger's gone. Leia hesitated and then grabbed my hand.
I want to stay.
Really? Why?
Because I've tried to ignore my feelings, but I can't deny them any longer. I like you, Marlo.
I like you too. I took her in my arms and we kissed. I was over the moon.
Dad! Mom! Look at my design! Look! I dragged my parents to the living room.
Oh no! Oh my!
My mom screamed and fainted, but my dad caught her before she could hit her head on the floor. Dad, what's wrong with Mom?
Nothing much, honey. Her brain is just too tiny. It doesn't have the capacity to behold neither talent nor beauty. She's too small-minded, my darling. But you are talent itself, and I'm proud of you. Give Daddy a big hug.
He stretched forth his hands and I ran into them.
By the way, next time you want to create such an amazing drawing, do it in the art studio, okay? Never on the walls, so your mom doesn't faint again. Do you understand me, honey?
Understood.
Amazing. Let me take your mom to her room.
I'll go with you. As we walked up the stairs with my unconscious mom, I took one last glance at the massive, childlike drawing that now covered the entire living room wall, which used to be a clear white. I was an artist. That was so many years ago, but I remember it like it was just yesterday. Art has always been a passion of mine, and once my dad noticed that I had a thing for drawing and painting, he immediately had an art studio set up for me. While my dad loved everything I created, whether it was a dot or a brushstroke, my mom misunderstood and detested my creations. Not like I could look up to her anyway. My mom was what you'd call a trophy wife. She was beautiful, and that was it. My dad was an international businessman who dealt in different things. Art was one of them, and so he had an eye for it, enough to know that I was special. Like this video and subscribe to our channel immediately if you want to have any supportive person in your life. My dad took care of me as much as he could whenever he was around, but the thing is, he wasn't always around. He was always out on one business trip or the other, and although he called and texted frequently, I always felt his absence. My mom, on the other hand, was always around but never available, always out gisting with her girls or attending parties. I never felt like I had a mother growing up. Not a biological one, at least. I had a mother replacement, and she was Tima, my nanny.
What about Princeton?
Tima asked one hot afternoon in the art studio, cleaning up after me as I painted.
I haven't heard you talk about him a lot recently.
Princeton.
Yes?
Princeton is old news, okay? Don't ask me about him ever again. After setting up an art studio for me, my dad signed me up for art camp. He wanted me to improve my drawing and painting skills, so he started sending me to the camp every summer. Being an only child, it was difficult for me to make friends, so I was always lonely, until I met Princeton, the only son of the Michaelo family. The Reeds and the Michaelos had a good history, so when I told my dad that a guy called Princeton Michaelo had tried to talk to me during art camp, he encouraged me to befriend him.
Yennefer Reeds!
Princeton bellowed during our second summer camp.
Are you going to talk to me now? Or are you going to run away while clucking like a chicken, just like you did last time?
I laughed and walked out of my tent. Princeton and I became best friends and caused a lot of mischief during our various summer camps, until our last year of summer camp, when he disappeared. I did everything to reach out to him, but it proved impossible. Princeton was gone from my life just like that, in the blink of an eye. This broke me because I was a homeschooled kid. I had 0 friends. Zilch. Nada. Princeton was the only one who'd managed to break through the walls of my heart.
I'm sorry, Yennefer. I didn't mean to make you feel bad. I just wanted to know if you'd been able to get through to him or if he'd reached out.
I'm sorry, Tima. I didn't mean to raise my voice. I'm just still hurting. And no, I've stopped trying to reach out, and he's never even bothered to reach out to me, so he's old news.
Any new news?
We both laughed. No, not yet, thankfully. I loved Tima so much. She was the only real mother I'd ever known. It was a few weeks to my 18th birthday and my dad was about to travel again. Dad, you're traveling again? You promised to take me to your friend's gallery so he could see some of my pieces and feature them. And now you want to leave? No way.
Honey, come on. This is not the first time I'm traveling. I'll be back before your birthday and I'll fulfill my promise. So for now, just keep creating, okay? Create masterpieces so you'll blow my friend's brain right off.
He laughed. I don't know why, but something just feels off. Can you postpone your trip? Travel after my birthday, please?
Oh, honey, but this is an important trip. It'll determine our future. I'm sorry, but I have to go. I won't miss your birthday, I promise.
For the first time in 13 years, I wept as I watched my father leave. I didn't want him to travel. For some reason, I just felt this inexplicable sorrow as he closed the front door behind him. It It was almost like I knew that he was never going to walk through those doors with his 2 legs ever again. Mrs. Reeds rolled her eyes and walked away. She thought I was pathetic, and I wondered how we could have ever been related. For the next few weeks, I threw myself into creating masterpieces, so my dad would show his friend when he returned. But whenever I picked up the paintbrush, my stomach started to turn. My heart started beating fast and I became scared. My body knew that something terrible was about to happen, but my brain refused to accept it. I ignored my worry and created the best drawings possible. My birthday came and I didn't bother with planning a party despite Mrs. Reeds trying to convince me to do that. All she cared about was luxury and partying. She'd take any excuse to invite her friends for a party, but I wasn't going to give her the satisfaction. I didn't have friends to invite for a party, so what was the need? All I wanted was my dad. My beautiful, lovable, perfect dad. I dressed up and waited excitedly for my dad to return. All my canvases were arranged and packaged right beside me. It was morning when I started waiting, and I'd waited till evening, but heard nothing from my dad. He wasn't picking his calls anymore. What could have happened? I just spoke with him this morning, so he had to be fine, right? The doorbell finally rang and I happily ran towards the door, but the person waiting behind the door was neither my father nor his driver.
I'm sorry about this terrible news.
I knew what he was about to say before he said it. I'd suspected it all along, but it hurt even more when I discovered that it had happened just a few meters from our family house.
I don't know why they were driving so fast. I guess he was rushing home for some reason. I'm sorry, but they're both gone.
I caused it. My dad knew he was late, so he was rushing home to me. I caused it. I caused the accident. I packed all my drawings outside and immediately set them ablaze. If my art became the end of my father and his driver, then perhaps it'll become my end too. I couldn't let that happen. I had to end it first. My dad's burial was another opportunity for Mrs. Reeds to plan another frivolous party. I don't even think she cared much that her husband was dead. All she wanted was a perfect party. She didn't even bother consoling me as I mourned my father. She totally ignored my existence. Thankfully, Tima was around. Tima was always there for me. The burial came to an end and it was time for the reading of the will. My sweet father left substantial amounts for our domestic staff, and the rest was left to me. Unfortunately, I couldn't access it until I turned 21. Until then, my biological mother had control over everything and was directed to take care of me until I turned 21. And after that, I thought it was weird that my father had to spell out biological mother, but I simply ignored it. While leaving for college, Tima gifted me a journal.
I know you love drawing. I know that's how you express yourself. Don't stop. Whenever you have no other place to let it out, use this journal.
My college funds had already been paid for by my father, so I started school immediately while Mrs. Reeds jumped into spending her newly acquired money. My so-called mother never sent me any money to survive, despite the fact that I called her multiple times. And so, I had to start taking odd jobs around the school to be able to pay my bills. At school, the Reed surname attracted people to me, but they left immediately they found out that I didn't have access to the family money. Meanwhile, my mother was on the news daily for one crazy rich act or another. She knew my dad's company was sinking, but she didn't do anything about it, and she didn't care much either. Tima came to spend some time with me at school, and while cleaning up, she found the journal that she'd previously gotten for me. She saw my sketches and said that they were beautiful.
Start drawing again.
It wasn't easy, but I listened to the only woman who'd ever been a real mother to me. I started drawing again. Students around campus started paying me to do designs on their room walls, and I quickly started earning a lot from my hobby. At the beginning of my final year, things started to get real. The little money that I'd been using to survive through my art and odd jobs couldn't sustain me anymore. I needed money from my mother, but she avoided me everywhere. I had turned 21, but my mom found a loophole in the will and worked with a lawyer to restrict access to my dad's money until I was 25 due to immature behavior. I knew that there'd be no money or company remaining by that time, and I had to do something immediately. I just didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, Tima sent me the address of a gallery that was set to open soon. It was close to my school, and she encouraged me to take some of my work there. I kept going, but the owner was never around to vet my pieces. One day, I went back to check and ran into Princeton. It turned out that he was the owner of the gallery, so I got the best spots for their opening night, and a lot of my pieces were purchased for 100 times their usual prices. After reconnecting with Princeton, He apologized for ghosting me, and we started hanging out a lot while Tima kept teasing me. Princeton said he had something special to show me on the second opening night of the gallery, and Tima anticipated a proposal. I dressed up that night and headed to the gallery. Princeton took my hand and walked me to his office where we met a lady.
Yennefer, this is my wife, Miranda. Miranda, meet Yennefer, my girlfriend.
What the heck is this? I ran while Princeton chased after me. Apparently, he ran a polygamous marriage and wanted me to be his second wife. I started crying uncontrollably and ran back to Tima, who consoled me as usual. After that painful heartbreak, I decided to focus on helping my dad's company thrive and saving his wealth. I asked Tima, who had coincidentally become my permanent roommate, for advice.
Well, your dad did say biological mother in his will.
Yeah, that was strange.
God, how do I tell you this? Mrs. Reed's is not your biological mother.
What?
It's complicated. Your mother, Mrs. Reed's, couldn't have a child, so she hired a poor woman to have a child for her. She never met this woman, but your father did before paying her off and forcing her to sign a contract of non-disclosure.
Who is this woman, and how do you know this?
You see, the thing is, this woman couldn't bear being that far away from her daughter, so she convinced your father to hire her as a nanny.
You're my biological mother?
Yes.
Is Mr. Reed's my biological father?
Yes.
It took me a short while to get over the hurt and forgive Tima because I loved her so much. Armed with this new revelation, I rescued my dad's company and money and changed my and Tima's life for the best.
What's up, everyone? I'm Stacy, and I grew up in New Jersey with my mom and older sister. Make sure you like and subscribe. My sister Kelly and I had the tightest bond. Even though Kelly's 10 years older than me, we get along really well and do everything together. We cook, watch TV shows, kick around the ball in the garden, everything. Hey sis, where are you? In a minute, I'll be right out. That was Kelly. We told each other everything. When Kelly had her first kiss, I was the first one she told. We were inseparable. I loved my mom so much too, but, well, she was kinda strange. She acted really childish all the time. She only wore Barbie clothes, and she always had her hair in pigtails and talked in a baby voice. Whenever people saw my mom and sister together in public, they always thought they were sisters instead of mom and daughter. Or even worse, they thought Kelly was the mom. Kelly said, "Hey, listen, the reason why my mom acted this way was because right after you were born, our mom went to this rodeo show. As the riders struggled to hold on to the buckling horse, one of the horse's shoes came loose and came flying towards my mom. It hit her right in the head and she blacked out. One of the riders screamed, 'John, you really did it now. We're gonna get sued for this.' When she came to, she started acting like a 5-year-old and was never the same." It's not like my mom can't look after herself, but she isn't exactly the most socially apt person. Take this time, for example. When I was 14, Kelly took us to the carnival. When we arrived, we went to get some food straight away. Everything looked so delicious. Mom wanted a bit of everything. "I want cotton candy." "No, Mom, you'll upset your stomach." "Cotton candy." "Mom, you can't have it." Mom stomped her feet like a child, then fell to the ground. Everyone around us was staring at her like she was an alien. Someone in the crowd yelled, "Hey, get her out of here. She needs to be in a crazy house." Kelly and I were so embarrassed. We dragged Mom away, and as we left, I noticed this one kid who was really staring at us. But I was too overwhelmed to pay him any mind. We ended up leaving the carnival right away, and I didn't even get to go to any of the rides. When we arrived home, Kelly pulled me aside and said, "Hey, from now on, we will be keeping Mom at home. No one can know about Mom, okay? That means no sleepovers or playdates at our house." I nodded. I wasn't sure why Kelly so desperately wanted to keep Mom a secret, but I trusted my sister, so I agreed. The next day was the first day of school, and when the teacher came in, she said we had a new kid in our class. A really cute boy walked in, and a part of me felt like I knew him. Where do I know him from? Then it hit me like a brick to the skull. The carnival! He was the boy who had witnessed my mom's tantrum. Oh no! Kelly said no one could know about Mom, but this boy could leak the secret to everyone.
Hi, I'm Mike.
When Mike sat down, he made eye contact with me and his eyes widened. Oh no, he recognized me too. It was all over. When the lunch bell rang, I knew I had to come up with a plan. I bolted to the cafeteria and searched desperately for Mike. Soon, I spotted him sitting at the table on his own. I rushed over and sat next to him. Hi, Mike. I'm Stacy.
Oh, hi, Stacy.
Listen, what you saw at the carnival, it's nothing to worry about. Just, I would really appreciate it if you could keep what you saw private.
Oh, of course. Well, I will on one condition.
I was so shocked. A condition?
Yeah, you have to be my friend.
I laughed. Oh, that's nothing. Of course we can be friends. We shook hands and spent the rest of lunch together, and I discovered Mike was actually a really sweet and funny guy. Whenever he looked at me or touched me, I would feel butterflies rise up in my stomach. What was this feeling? At home, I told Kelly about Mike and how I had solved the problem. Don't worry, he promised not to tell anyone about Mom. Stacy, that's great, but you can't be friends with Mike. You shouldn't speak to him. What if you have a fight and he uses this as blackmail? You just have to ignore him and hope he gets the message. I was sad because I was really looking forward to see Mike again, but I decided to trust my sister again and do as she said. The next day in history class, I sat at the back of the classroom. Mike walked in, spotted me, and sat down beside me.
Hey, Stacy.
I said nothing. Mike looked super confused.
Stacy? Hello?
I turned around facing the left wall.
Stacy, why are you ignoring me? Did I do something wrong?
I felt so terrible. This was wrong, but I had to listen to my sister.
Stace, oh my god, look at Miss Turner.
Curiosity got the better of me, and I watched as Miss Turner walked in with her hair all in a mess.
It looks like a bird decided to make a nest on her head.
I giggled. Stop it!
Seriously, what did she use to brush her hair? A pitchfork?
I laughed louder now. Miss Turner shrieked at me to quiet down, and I did. But then I turned to Mike. Sorry for ignoring you. I was thinking about something.
That's fine. We still friends?
I nodded. Yeah. Okay, I know what you're thinking. What about what Kelly said? But I really liked Mike, and besides, what harm could he do? As it turned out, it seemed he could do a lot of harm. That weekend, I asked Mike to come to my house for a study session. Really, I was just using studying as an excuse to hang out with him outside of school. When he arrived, I got him to climb in through my window. He was sort of confused, but when I told him about my sister, he agreed it was probably better to keep this all a secret. In my room, we got our history homework out and started working on the questions. All right, first question. Why did Germany invade Poland?
You're so beautiful.
I nearly choked on my own saliva. What?
You're beautiful, Stacy. I'm sorry, I don't want to make things weird. I just had to say it.
I looked at Mike lying there with his cute little curls of hair, and I don't know what came over me. But what I did next shocked Mike to his core. I leaned over and kissed him. Then the worst possible thing happened. Someone knocked on my door. Stacy, I'm coming in. No! I rushed over and shut the door. That was close. Stacy, is something wrong? No, what's going on? I'm doing a TikTok dance. Huh? Just don't come in, okay? Okay. Kelly left and we breathed a sigh of relief.
TikTok dance?
Shut up. But then I turned and found a face looking in through my window. Kelly! She looked furious. She climbed into my room and shouted, "What is this boy doing here?" Mike, you should leave. Mike nodded and ran out of there. When he was gone, I turned to Kelly, but she was already on me. Stacy, you can't be bringing anyone here, understand? Mom has to be kept a secret. But why? I don't care if people tease us about it. I love Mom. I know, but you just have to trust me on this. We have to keep things secret. You can't see Mike anymore. No, Kelly, you can't. That's enough. I bit my lip. Kelly had never shouted at me before. Kelly ran her hand through her hair. Look, I have to go to work. I have a shift at the diner. I'll see you later. Kelly left and I sat down and cried on my own. That night, Kelly had a late shift, so I tucked Mom into bed. Are you okay, Stacy? Yeah, Mom, it's just... Oh, don't worry. You're going to sleep now. I kissed Mom on the forehead and went to leave, but my foot tripped on something and I slammed onto the floor. I rubbed my knee painfully. I looked to see what I had fallen on and noticed a box under the bed. Curious, I opened it up. What I found sent my whole world spinning. It was a box full of dozens of newspaper articles and reports about my mom, and it revealed that she was actually a patient at a mental hospital. Well, an ex-patient. She had escaped and ran away many years ago. There was a police report included that demanded for her to return. I struggled to process all of this. It felt like someone had opened up my brain and poured some sugar on it. Nothing made sense. What was even stranger was that they had listed my mom's date of birth as too early. According to this file, my mom was only 10 years older than me. That wasn't possible. How could she have given birth to me at 10 years of age? And what was even stranger was that her birthday was at the exact same date as Kelly. What did this all mean? I heard Kelly's car pulling in, so I hurriedly packed everything and sprinted into my room, diving into my bed before Kelly was even at the doorstep. I would confront Kelly about this tomorrow. The next morning at breakfast, we were sitting at the dinner table. Listen, Kelly. No, Stacy, it's all right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you. That's okay. Kelly, I want syrup. What's the magic word? Please. Here. Stacy, I'm sorry about what I said. I've thought about it and you can see Mike. If he promises not to tell anyone and you trust him, then I trust him. I screamed with joy and launched myself at Kelly, hugging her tight. Thank you! Yay! We laughed at Mom, and afterwards I texted Mike and asked him to come to dinner that night. Roughly 10 hours later, Mike knocked at the door and I let him in. Kelly made casserole and the first half of the dinner went really well. But then, the second half came and, well, let's just say things weren't exactly smooth running. The whole time I was thinking about the secret box I had found. I was dying to ask Kelly about it. Eventually, I couldn't hold it in any longer. Kelly, I found the secret box that said Mom was a mental patient and escaped. Kelly froze. Mike dropped his glass, which shattered on the ground. Mom looked a little confused but continued to play with her Barbie dolls. Stacy, not now. Kelly was eyeing Mike, but I didn't care. No, if Mike's gonna be my boyfriend, he deserves to know too. Mike nodded.
It's okay. I won't tell.
Fine. You asked for the truth? Here it is. Mom was a mental patient, but I broke her out of the mental hospital and have kept her in hiding ever since. You broke Mom out? Listen, Stacy. What I'm gonna say next will shock you, so just brace yourself. I nodded nervously. Mom isn't your mom. She's our sister. What? You don't remember this because you were too young, but a very long time ago, our real mom passed away. I saw this as the perfect opportunity to break Lily out of the mental hospital. She could take on the alias as our mother. So, our real mom is dead? Yes, I'm so sorry, Stacy. I know this is a lot to take in. So, that's why the file said Lily has the same birthday as you? Kelly nodded. We're twins, Stacy. There's a reason why we look so similar. It all made sense now. The mental hospital reports, the secrecy, Mom's childish behavior, it all made sense. But it didn't mean it was easy to process. In the end, we all hugged and agreed it was best to keep our sister Lily's past a secret. Mike promised he wouldn't tell a soul. The next day at school, I was walking down the hallway, but people started pointing and laughing at me. Curious, I asked my friend what had happened, and she showed me a post online from some anonymous account. I opened it up and felt my blood run cold. It was a post revealing everything about Lily, her past in the mental hospital, the missing report, everything. Who could have done this? Then I realized only one person knew about this outside of our family, Mike. As if I had called upon the devil, I heard Mike's voice behind me.
Stacy, did you see what happened online? Who posted that?
Seriously? You're gonna play dumb with me? Mike stopped.
What?
You're the only one who knows, Mike. How could you have done this?
Wait, Stace, I didn't post this. You have to believe me.
I'm not an idiot, Mike. We're over. I turned my back on him and stormed off. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was Kelly. Come home, now. I rushed home as fast as I could, but when I arrived, there were 3 police cars outside our house and a bunch of reporters. I pushed and shoved my way through the crowd, finally emerging on 2 police officers escorting Mom away. Kelly was walking beside them, begging them to let her stay. Lily! Kelly! Hello, darling. I grabbed hold of Lily and held her tight. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have let Mike in on our secret. Lily patted my head. It wasn't Mike. What? Kelly looked confused too. Lily, what did you do? Lily smiled apologetically. Kelly, you work too hard. You look after me, and I know it's difficult. So I was the one who posted it online. It's time to go back and get some help at the mental hospital. What? Don't worry about me. You two live your life. You're the best sisters ever. Besides, the mental hospital has free ice cream. But Lily walked to Kelly and put her hand on her shoulder. It's okay. This is the right thing to do. Kelly wiped away her tears and nodded. We all hugged, then the police took Lily away. As we stood there side by side, I knew things were going to be difficult. But Lily was right. It was the right thing to do.
Don't shout. Hi, I'm Sandra. And if you promise to stay real quiet, I will tell you a story about how I faced mummies and fought off a bear with my bare hands. You think I'm lying? Please like and subscribe to find out.
My love for antiques started when I was a child. Mom worked at the biggest museum in the city, and with it came my hobby of playing make-believe.
Be gone, you monstrous bear!
Just then, Mom knocked at my bedroom door and walked in before I told her to.
Oh, Mr. Teddy!
My mom behaves like a child stuck in an adult's body. It's so annoying, but when I noticed the dress she was wearing, I felt steam come out of my ears. My dress! It's about to burst at the seams!
Time for my date, and make sure to make dinner.
Make dinner? You were in the kitchen for hours!
Come on. Cooking would ruin these pretty darlings.
Ugh, Mom! The next morning, I found Mom snoring like a bear on the sofa. I see the date went well.
Oh, Sandra. My dress tore.
You mean my dress?
Our dress tore. Just when we started dancing, he laughed at me. He's such a jerk.
There, Mom. You have to forget about him and get back to work now, okay? Besides, I made pancakes. Your favorite.
Thanks. And, honey, come over to the museum after school so I can treat you to lunch, yeah?
Sure thing, Mom. The next day, as I was riding my bike to school, from afar, I noticed Daniel, the guy I had a crush on for years. As I attempted to wave, I suddenly lost my balance and the bike came toppling down. It was the worst moment of my life.
OMG. Sandra, are you okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. I was wondering...
Nice top there. Is it meant to be that way?
I looked down at my top and shrieked in horrified embarrassment. I had it on inside out. I'm such an idiot. Yeah, it's upside down day.
Okay, I didn't get the memo. I'll see you around. Oh, and by the way, the upside down look looks really nice on you.
My face turned so red, blushing like a tomato. When I entered the school hall and found my best friend, Jessica, one of the hottest girls in school, writing her name on some random guy's chest. She just loved fooling around with desperate guys. Hey, Jess! Out of nowhere, Keen, the school's coolest jock, and last I remembered, Jessica's current boyfriend, came and started making trouble.
You stay away from my Jessica.
Keen, I dumped you yesterday. Get that into your thick cranium of yours and leave me alone.
Please, just give me a second chance.
They broke up? Jessica didn't even tell me about it. But I wasn't too surprised. Jessica never dated a guy for more than 1 week, no matter how hot he was.
Sandra, Jean, meet my new boyfriend. Quack, quack.
It's Casker.
Whatever, let's go.
Jessica walked off with her new boyfriend and left me standing with Keen. He was staring at me like I was some kind of NPC.
Sandra, please talk to...
Forget it, dude. Jessica never repeats a guy. As much as I pitied him, I knew Jessica well enough not to bother. I had begged for dozens of her past exes on their behalf for another chance, but she never gave in. But Keen wouldn't give up. After school, as I rode to my mom's workplace, Keen followed me.
Please, Sandra, Jess is my oxygen.
You're still alive, bro! drop it! I entered the museum with Keen stuck like glue behind me, and then Mom spotted us.
Wow, who's the eye candy behind you?
Just ignore-
I'm Keen, ma'am.
Keen, can you-
Such a good-looking boyfriend. You have good taste, just like me.
He's not my boy-
Take it to the cellar. I'll go clean up.
Follow me. The cellar smelled so damp and dingy as usual. Okay, let's go.
Not until you say you'll help me.
Oh, for the sake of rats and cheese! I grabbed his arm and began to pull at the big oaf when the wall behind him suddenly slid open to a room. What did you do?
My hand just touched something.
Touch that thing back and let's go!
Hey, what's in there?
I don't know, but it's obviously a restricted area.
Come on, don't tell me you don't want to check it out.
I had never seen this part of the museum before. And yes, I was sort of curious to see what was inside. Fine, just 2 minutes. The small room led to a tunnel, but as we entered, the wall suddenly closed behind us. Keen, this is not good!
I'll protect you from, any spiders and similar predators we may encounter.
You think that's all we'll find in here?
What else? Mummies?
The room the tunnel led to was full of mummies. I knew we had overstepped our boundaries then. Keen was too thick-headed to care.
There are mummies in here for real. Sandra, we just made the discovery of a century.
Keen, we have to leave! Now!
Hold on, let me just take one picture. I will get 1 million followers with this. Oh, and look, they're wrapped in toilet paper too. Definitely gonna use this next time I go to the bathroom.
Don't be stupid. The moment Keen took the picture, the lanterns began to flicker.
Oh my god, what's going on?
What do you think? Their ghosts are coming for you!
Ah! Something touched me.
I was joking with the ghost thing, but when Keen shrieked, I began to sweat too. Let's just leave, now! Somehow we managed to find the tunnel, but when we came to the other room, we couldn't find the lever.
The mummies! I can hear footsteps.
I could hear the footsteps too. We hugged each other and began to say our last prayers.
Something touched my shoulder.
I nearly wet myself when I felt a cold, bony hand on my shoulder too. I opened my mouth to scream when the lights came on. Mom and Jess stood there gawking at us.
Aw, how romantic! But really, in the cellar? Sandra, you can do better.
Our imaginations had gotten the better of Keen and I. Turns out, it was just a room full of old mummies and skeletons. After we left the cellar, Mom treated us all to a nice lunch and returned to work while we made our way home. Until Jessica suddenly appeared and looked at me furiously.
Oh wow, you gotta be kidding me.
What?
Your mom even confirmed it. You two are dating. Keen, I thought you loved me.
I thought you dumped me.
We aren't dating!
Shut up. Don't talk to me.
When I got home, I called Jess to explain, but she wouldn't pick up.
Open up, honey.
When I opened the door, Mom stood there with the same thing that had terrorized Keen and I today. Ah! Take it away!
Honey, the museum let me take one. I thought it would be a nice decoration for the living room.
Just keep it in your room and lock the door.
Oh, okay.
As my mom dragged the mummy down the hallway, I could swear it waved at me. But when I looked again, it seemed to be my imagination alone. Keen!
We need to see Jessica and explain what happened.
Okay, just a minute. I couldn't believe my eyes when we got to Jess's house. She was with Daniel! How could she do this? She knew I had a crush on him. What's going on here?
Oh, nothing. Just a taste of your own medicine.
Rage filled my veins, and I acted rashly. Oh, watch this! I wasn't thinking straight. Neither was I prepared for what followed. That evening, I was walking home from Jessica's, and I was startled to hear Keen behind me.
Sandra, wait! That kiss.
That kiss was just to get back at Jess.
Well, it seems...
His heart was beating really hard.
I want you to be my girlfriend instead of Jessica. We already have your mom's blessing. Just think about it.
I was still reeling from the shock of Keen's confession when Mom dropped another one on me. She wanted us to go camping for the weekend and had already invited Jessica and Keen for it too.
Honey, they are my friends too.
Normal parents make friends with their fellow adults.
Are you calling me abnormal?
That's a possibility.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing. When I arrived at the campgrounds with my mom, I wanted to disappear. Jessica had brought Daniel along as her date!
I'm only here because of your awesome mom.
Like I really care. Soon, Mom stepped out of her tent wearing a gown that made me hot with embarrassment. Mom?
First camp activity, we danced to the glorious sound of cumbia.
I love Kumbaya. Daniel, video me.
Okay.
It wasn't long before I was enjoying the dance, music, and Mom's comic appearance. Soon, night came and we had to eat.
I spy with my little eye something black.
A black marshmallow.
Exactly. Jessica, your marshmallow has turned black.
The sound of a growl behind us cut our laughter short.
Bear!
Run! We ran to the trees and hid behind them, but the bear remained at our campsite. Now what?
Well, I can tell you guys some awesome stories.
Can you be serious for once? Great. I'm drenched.
It's okay. I can fix.
No, it's not okay. Not with an immature mom like you. I'm the one who has to cook and remind you to bathe and go to work. Now I'm soaked, hungry, and stuck with an impulsive mom and a backstabbing friend.
Sandra.
I ran out to the stupid bear that had forgotten its home and grabbed a burning stick.
Sandra!
Excuse me, Mr. Stinky Bear! Back up! Shoo! Shoo! Before I turn you into a roasted marshmallow! I scared the bear away and sat down to eat my marshmallows.
Honey, I'm sorry.
Mom must have gotten the hint that I didn't want to talk and left me alone. Then Keen moved closer to me. Can you give me a little space?
Give her a little space, dude.
I looked at Daniel in confusion. What was his business with how close Keen sat to me, since he had his girlfriend right there beside him too?
Daniel, did you know that Sandra here has been obsessed with you since elementary school?
Jessica!
She is a coward. Forget that she chased a bear.
She's brave. None of us could do what she did with the bear.
Daniel's fierce defense stopped me from tackling Jessica to the ground. Then, we heard a pained scream from Mom's tent. Snake! We all jumped to the side of the rattlesnake coming out of Mom's tent. The sight of my mom in pain made me start to cry.
We have to take her to a hospital, now!
Mom was rushed to the emergency room. I'll be on the balcony.
Sandra, wait.
What?
I've never met a guy I dumped move onto another girl so fast. I got jealous. I'm so...
All I want right now is for my mom to be okay. After all the mean things I said, if she...
She'll be fine.
To my immense relief, Mom was cleared to return home the next day.
I'm so sorry for everything. I vow to be a much better mom from now on.
No, Mom. I'm the one who is sorry for yelling at you. And I love you, Mom.
Love you too, honey.
The sound of Keen and Daniel singing outside cut our moment short. I went out to see what the ruckus was all about. Guys? Daniel?
My heart beats for you, Sandra.
Let me be your guy.
Sorry, guys, but I refuse to be the fallback plan for Jessica's sloppy seconds. I guess she just dumped you too, huh, Daniel?
I guess there's no helping it then.
Daniel and I aren't dating. In fact, the day you saw him at my house, he came to beg me to make you like him again. I just took advantage of him to hurt you. Please forgive me.
I've been too shy to say it, but when you fought that bear, wow.
I feel the same. I felt the same way for ages.
Shall we take a walk?
For Teddy's sake, kiss already.
Mom!
Where am I? Suddenly, memories flooded my thoughts. The party, the girls, the accident.
Johnny,
Mom hugged me.
you're finally awake.
She sighed.
Francine, let him breathe.
Dad's jovial voice filled the room.
I must say, he does look better with those bandages.
Hillary, my sister who was 2 years older than me, smirked before she gave me a hug. An older lady in a white coat walked into the room.
Hi, John. I'm Dr. Patricia Reyes.
What she told me next totally changed my life. Keep watching if you want to see how my crazy story turns out. What? What do you mean you had to remove my leg? I felt nauseated. But school, baseball, hockey, my scholarship. I buried my head in my hands and cried. Hillary held me in her arms while Mom and Dad moved outside the room to chat with Dr. Reyes.
It'll be okay, Johnny.
Later, I got discharged and was able to go home. At home, things were financially and emotionally strained. One evening, I overheard my parents discussing the bills and that they needed a miracle. I needed a way to help my parents, but what was I to do? I sat in my bedroom. I heard a knock on the door. Hillary walked in with a pair of crutches and handed them to me.
Allison's brother Todd said you could have these. This helped him out a lot after his football accident.
Thanks, Hill. She kissed me on the forehead before she left. Another 2 weeks passed before Mom and Dad agreed it was time for me to head back to school. There was a knock on the front door.
I see you're looking good as ever.
Brendan, my best friend, greeted me with a bear hug. I chuckled. We'd better get going. I don't want to be late for the first day back at school. Over the next few weeks, I began to feel more like myself. One afternoon, Brendan busted into my room with his phone in his hand.
Hey, Johnny, take a look at this.
Brendan handed me his phone. ProTech Company is ready to give back. Win one of our prosthetic legs today. It went on to say in order to win, the family or friends of the individual must create a video stating why they're deserving of the leg. The cost of each leg was $30,000, and there were 3 legs to be won.
What's going on here?
Hillary peeked into my bedroom.
I, the best friend, found the ultimate solution for Johnny.
I handed Hillary the phone, who skimmed over the article.
This sounds way too good to be true. Let me do a quick search on Mr. Chang.
Hillary went on to tell us that Mr. Chang, the CEO and founder, recently won the lottery, which helped him get his company on track after struggling for the past 2 years. Mr. Chang's father lost his leg in a car accident when Mr. Chang was just a little boy. It was hard for his family because his dad was the breadwinner, and during that time, prosthetics weren't an option.
So does this mean we can go ahead and shoot the video?
I don't see why not.
During dinner, Hillary and I pitched the video to our parents, who agreed to help out. Over the next few days, my family, Brendan, and even some of the kids and teachers at school put together a video, and Brendan submitted it. Approximately 3 months later, we received a congratulatory letter from ProTech. I couldn't believe it. I won. We got a date and a time to go into ProTech to meet with Mr. Chang for a fitting of the leg. Once the fitting of the leg was completed, I thought about how much my life was going to change with the help of the prosthetic leg. What I didn't count on was the rivalry and betrayal that came with it. About 6 months later, Brendan, Hillary, and I were hanging out at home in Hillary's room, while Mom and Dad were downstairs when the news report came on.
Tonight, local authorities found CEO and founder of ProTech, Mr. Chang, dead at his office. Rumor has it that Mr. Chang was doing some shady business with this international gang, D Chatty, but the police didn't deny or confirm our suspicions.
I switched off the television.
I've heard the name of that gang before.
Hillary picked up her phone and searched the internet.
D Chatty Gang is infamous for jewelry heists and selling gold and other precious metals to the highest bidder. There is also a rumor that he stole some jewelry from Chatty and hid them in his prosthetic limbs.
Hillary gasped.
Johnny, do you think?
I removed my leg and Hillary opened it slowly using scissors. Hillary turned the leg upside down and something caught her eye. She took the scissors and pried the sole of the leg off, and sure enough, there we found diamonds attached to a black cloth.
Wow!
Brendan took the cloth from Hillary as she reattached the sole to the leg before she returned it to me. We need to find a place to hide that. I attached the leg to my stump. Suddenly, shouts from downstairs caught our attention. Hillary and I darted downstairs. In the kitchen stood 4 men. 2 of them were tying our parents to the kitchen chairs. One of the men walked towards us with a devilish smile.
We're looking for the person in the house with the fake leg. Leave my children alone!
Dad struggled against his ropes. One of the men slammed a baton into Dad's leg. Dad howled in pain and the man laughed.
Well, that isn't the prosthetic leg. Shall I try the other one?
No! I screamed. Dad pleaded.
Johnny, no!
I'm the one you want. One of the men grabbed Hillary and tied her to the chair while I was ordered to remove my leg. My hands trembled as I did as they asked. As soon as I handed over the leg, I was tied up next to the rest of my family. My family looked on as the men took the leg apart and searched it. When they didn't find anything, I watched as they shattered the leg against the wall, then dropped the remaining fragments onto the floor. Over the next 15 minutes, the men trashed the house and stole whatever their hands could carry before exiting. Hillary was able to loosen her ropes and she untied everyone. Immediately, Mom called the police and Hillary called an ambulance for Dad. First to arrive was the police, and shortly after, the ambulance. The police questioned Hillary and I, then followed Mom and Dad to the hospital to question them there.
I'm so sorry about your leg, John.
Hillary squeezed my hand. It's okay. With the diamonds, I can get another one.
I I wonder where Brendan ran off to. He can't be in the house or the men would have caught him. I'll take a look outside.
Hillary disappeared through the front door. She returned 15 minutes later.
Brendan is nowhere to be seen. You don't think he ran away with the diamonds, do you?
He'd never do something like that. Or so I thought. That week, Brendan wasn't at school, nor was he answering any of our phone calls. Hillary also passed by his home since he lived just down the street. But his mom, Mrs. Pinder, said he was too busy with homework to come and chat with her.
I can't believe Brendan would betray us like that.
Hillary hissed angrily as she sat on my bed. I'm finding it hard to believe that myself.
Let's break in.
My eyes widened. What?
You heard me. Let's break in.
Even though I wasn't thrilled about the idea, I realized we didn't have a choice. Later that night, I watched as Hillary adjusted a mic and camera onto her clothes. She ensured that everything was streamed to my laptop.
Okay, I'll see you in a bit.
She grabbed the torchlight from my desk. Please be safe, Hill. She kissed me on my forehead, smiled, and left my room without a word. I sat there nervously as I watched Hillary move closer to Brendan's house. She went to the back of the house and jimmied a window open before she slid inside the house. Once inside, she quickly made her way to Brendan's bedroom.
He's not here, Johnny.
Suddenly, Brendan's bedroom light flickered on and Hillary came face to face with Mrs. Pinder.
What are you doing in Brendan's bedroom? I was worried about Brendan. He and Johnny are inseparable. I'm so sorry.
Hillary broke down into tears, which made Mrs. Pinder cry as well. Through the tears, Mrs. Pinder revealed that she and her husband had received a text message from Brendan saying that he needed some time for himself. She said they contacted the police, but the police told them there was nothing they could do since he was of age. Hillary thanked Mrs. Pinder and left the house. That snake! I slammed my fist against my desk angrily. After Hillary got home, I told her I had a plan. I told her not to worry about it as we said goodnight to each other. I made contact with one of the members of the D Chatty gang. I told them that I wanted to cut a deal. I know who took the diamonds. In return, I'd like my sister's tuition, my parents' mortgage, and hospital bills paid in full. The person on the other end told me to send Brendan's picture, and if they didn't find the diamonds on him, they'd come for me. The line went dead. About a week later, Mrs. Pinder informed us that Brendan was found, but he was in the hospital. His face was swollen where he was unrecognizable. The doctors weren't sure if he was going to pull through. One afternoon, I came home and saw a brown paper package on the doorstep addressed to my parents. I gave it to Dad, who opened it. There was a little note.
We've seen how hard you've worked to provide for your family, and we just wanted to give you a small gift.
In the box were receipts from the hospital, bank, and college, stamped and paid in full. Mom and Dad were so excited that they didn't notice the look Hillary and I exchanged. 2 years passed, and Hillary and I never spoke about the package or its contents. Within those 2 years, Brendan and his family moved away, and I got a new leg. While on our family vacation, Hillary and I were sitting, relaxing at a resort poolside, having drinks, while our parents were having dinner. Suddenly, my eyes widened. Isn't that Brendan? Hillary spun around, but by that time, he was already gone. Hillary turned to me.
Do you really think it was him?
It wasn't long before Brendan showed up and gave a drink to another vacationer. Look, there he is again.
I'm going over.
I gulped the last of my drink and followed her.
Hi.
Brendan smiled politely.
Good evening, ma'am. How may I help you?
Brendan, it's Hillary.
He stared at her blindly.
Can I get you something to drink?
I grabbed her arm. Come on, Hill, it's time to go. I pulled her away gently until we were out of earshot. Something is wrong here. Why doesn't he remember us? Hillary leaned in.
Do you think it was anything to do with what happened 2 years ago?
I shrugged. Maybe.
I think we should investigate.
No, I think we should just leave it alone and go back to our rooms. Hillary had a determined look on her face. She sank into one of the pool chairs. I sighed heavily and sat next to her and waited. About an hour later, we heard the supervisor wish Brendan a good night.
Here's our chance to follow him,
Hillary whispered eagerly. Reluctantly, I followed Hillary. We followed Brendan to the elevators where he got in.
Okay, I'll follow him through the stairs, and you tell me which floor he came out on, okay?
I pulled out my phone to call Hillary as she darted towards the staircase. I watched as the elevator went to the underground parking lot, and I told Hillary.
I see him. He's going through a red door. Hurry up and get down here. I don't want to lose him.
Hillary hung up. I entered the elevator quickly and met Hillary in the parking lot.
Okay, he went through that door. Let's go.
We ensured the coast was clear before we opened the door and slipped inside. Before us was a long, brightly lit white corridor with numbered doors on either side. At the end of the corridor was a large double door with the exit sign over it. We were almost to the double doors when we heard voices. Immediately, we slipped into one of the rooms. In the room was a bed and a closet. On the bed was Brendan, who looked like he was asleep. We heard voices outside the door and hid in the closet with the door slightly ajar. We held our breath as a man and a woman entered the room. They went to Brendan's bedside and injected something into the back of his neck before they left the room. As soon as we thought the coast was clear, Hillary and I ran out of there, and we didn't stop until we were safe outside our hotel room. We need to find Mom and Dad and get out of here. I pushed open the door to the hotel room. As soon as we entered, 2 men overpowered us, and we were both knocked unconscious. I rubbed the back of my neck and opened my eyes. How did I get back home? I ran through the house looking for my family. No one was there. My eyes glanced at the walls. All of our family portraits were gone. The only portraits up were of me. I entered the kitchen, and on the table was a brown paper package. I opened it slowly. There were pictures of my family smiling, and stamped on the other side was "Paid in full." I pulled out a note that was in the box. It was from the leader of the D Chatty gang. It said that my family was now under their care, and I was spared because I gave them the information to find Brendan. The problem was, by the time they found him, he had already sold half the diamonds, so the gang needed to be compensated for the other half. To this day, I'm still searching for my family. All records of them have been removed from the system. It's as though they never existed. Police have tried to tell me they never existed, but I know that I'll see them again one day. I just have to keep hope alive.
Ugh, where did this pimple come from? And look at this hair. Look how limp and thin. If you couldn't guess, I absolutely hated how I looked. My eyes were too wide apart, my nose was too big, and my lips are thinner than a pancake without baking powder. At school, none of the boys are interested in me, but they were all interested in my older sister, Jillian, who, by the way, was drop-dead gorgeous. To take it from me, it sucked to attend the same school as your older sibling. Nobody knew my name, and the teacher called me Jillian's little sister.
Okay, class, today in sex education, we are going to talk about STIs you can spread via kissing.
That's something Jillian's sister doesn't have to worry about.
My face turned red as the entire class pointed at me and laughed. I stood up and asked the teacher for a hall pass to the bathroom. I waited for a few seconds, and do you know the name that was written on the hall pass? You guessed it, Jillian's sister. I groaned and walked out of the classroom. I was so sick and tired of living in Jillian's shadow. I want people to see me for me, not for who I was related to. Was it too much to ask for? And then, there's Dad. I feel horrible saying this, but I don't think Dad likes me very much. I think it's because I just look like Mom. Mom left him when Jillian and I were toddlers to marry a rich man. Dad always tells me how ugly I am and refuses to even consider me his daughter, although we share the same last name. But then one day I found something that changed my life forever. If you want to know what that is, keep watching. Hi, my name's Tara and I'm from Holland. One evening while Dad and I were having dinner, Jillian burst into the dining room with a crown in her hand. She ignored me and ran straight to Dad and jumped up and down.
Daddy, I won!
I'm so proud of you, Princess. I knew you could win the local beauty pageant.
Congrats, Jill. I'm so happy for you.
At least I have one daughter I could be proud of. With a hopeless face like yours, you'll never amount to anything.
May I be excused? Before Dad responded, I ran out of the room crying. All I wanted was to look as pretty as my sister and the other girls at school and to have the only parent I know love me. I'll do anything to feel pretty. Why didn't I think of it before? The internet has everything. I'm sure there's a way to make me pretty. As I scrolled through my search, I saw dozens of articles, but one advertisement caught my eye. Magic makeup. Makeup that magically changes and transforms your face to become gorgeous.
Have you ever wondered what it was like to feel pretty?
Yes.
Are you looking for a reliable product that will change the way you look?
Yes.
Well, look no further. Allow Magic Makeup to not only erase your worries and insecurities, but also transform your face with just a few steps. If you don't believe us, listen to what Brian and Melissa have to say after they used Magic Makeup.
Before Magic Makeup, guys at college didn't look at me twice. But since I started to use Magic Makeup, I have dates lined up for every day of the week.
At work, there was this hot chick named Sophia that I asked out like 100 times, but she was always rejecting me. After I used Magic Makeup, not only did Sophia ask me out, but I'm meeting her family this Christmas. Thank you, Magic Makeup.
Finally, a light at the end of the tunnel. And it's available at the mall closest to me. Yay! I've got to call Casper to give him the great news. Casper is my best friend. We've known each other since the first day of middle school. I spilt soda all over his new t-shirt. OMG, I'm sorry. I'm such a klutz.
It's okay, it's just a shirt. I'll be okay. I'm Casper.
I'm Tara. From that day forward, we've been inseparable.
Hi, bestie, what's up?
You'll never believe what I just found. Before Casper could respond, I excitedly told him about the magic makeup brand and that I'd like for him to go with me to the mall to purchase it. After speaking, there was a long silence. I almost thought we had been disconnected, and I was about to hang up when I heard his voice on the other end.
I don't see what the big deal is, Tara. You're perfect just the way you are.
Says the boy who's had a girlfriend every year since we started high school. Don't you get it? I want what you have. To go on dates, to have people like you, and maybe even get my first kiss.
But Tara, you do have people who like you. Buying makeup isn't going to help you become popular. But I'm your best friend, and I'll support you.
Oh, thank you, Casper. I'll see you tomorrow. After Casper and I hung up, I tried to go to sleep, but I was way too excited. Early next morning, Casper and I met at the mall in search for the magic makeup brand. But after a while, I didn't think we were ever going to find what we were looking for.
Are you sure the brand is in this mall? We've visited 5 stores already that have no idea what you are talking about.
Hi, good day. Can you help me? I'm looking for the magic makeup brand.
Can't you see we're in the middle of a conversation?
You do work here, right? Which means you're supposed to help me.
No, amount of makeup can help that face of yours, sweetheart.
My eyes filled with tears and I began to walk out of the store. Casper held my hand and stepped toward the sales clerks.
Good afternoon, ladies. My friend here was wondering if you carried the magic makeup brand.
Sure we do. Please follow me.
I can't believe we found it.
I still don't understand why you need that.
It's everything I need to finally look pretty.
You don't need it.
Did you say something, Casper? Before Casper was able to respond, I excitedly took the bag from the sales clerk. My life was totally about to change. That afternoon, as I walked into the living room, Dad glared at me.
Where the heck have you been?
At the mall with Casper.
If you're not at school, you're at the mall. You were never at home to help around the house. You are ugly and worthless. Sometimes I wonder why I even let you stay in this house.
Dad, why do you hate me?
You're always so dramatic. You always want to take things overboard.
I hate you! I spun on my heels and ran to my room. I really didn't mean to tell Dad I hated him, because I really didn't. But I was hurt by what he said. How can a father be so mean to his daughter? Sometimes I just wish he'd been as proud of me as he was of Jillian. That evening in my bathroom, I looked at the magic makeup as tears streamed down my face. This magic makeup has to work. It just has to. Tomorrow, your life will change when you begin to use magic makeup. You will no longer experience pain or insecurities. Everything will be okay. I give myself a nod of assurance before I exit the bathroom and climb into bed. The next morning, I got up extra early to get ready for school. I grabbed my magic makeup and began to apply it to my face. Once completed, I was totally blown away by the results. Oh my God, Tara, you're beautiful. The day was finally here. I'm no longer an ugly duckling. I finally transformed into the beautiful swan I was meant to be. I was so overwhelmed by the transformation that I squeezed my eyes together so that my tears didn't ruin my makeup. I couldn't wait to go downstairs to show off my new look. I grabbed my school bag and exited my bedroom. I walked into the dining room with a broad smile on my face. As usual, Dad and Jillian didn't look up when I entered, or when I sat down. I couldn't wait to see their reaction to my new face. Good morning, Jillian. Good morning, Dad.
Tara, you look so different.
Thank you. During breakfast, Dad stared at me the entire time. It took everything within me not to laugh at him. After breakfast, I placed my dishes in the sink and turned to Jillian and Dad. Bye, have a great day. I know I will. I waved to Jillian and Dad as I exited the dining room. Today is going to be a great day. As I walked through the hallway, I felt as though everyone's eyes were on me. It felt so weird because nobody ever paid attention to me. But now, everyone's eyes were on me.
Who's that girl?
She's so hot. Will you be my girlfriend?
Honestly, I was a little nervous when I showed up to school today and surprisingly felt more conscious about how I looked. But after seeing the popularity I gained after just a few minutes, I knew purchasing magic makeup was the right choice. My old face was gone. Now it's time for my new face to shine. My day can only get better from here. My morning was so amazing. Everyone wanted to be my friend, and the boys finally paid attention to me and gave me their numbers. But during the third period when I stepped into the gym, I had no idea that my life was about to change drastically.
Hey, Tara, you look different.
All thanks to magic makeup. As Casper and I walked across the court, someone yelled at us.
Look out!
Casper and I turned to the sound of the voice, and that's when I saw it. A ball was coming straight at my face. and I had no time to get out of the way. Out of nowhere, a tall figure stood in front of me and wrapped his arms around me while his back faced the ball and protected me. After the ordeal, the boy pulled away and looked down into my eyes.
Are you okay?
Still shaken by the ordeal, my heart thumped as I looked up and came face to face with Abel, the cutest and most popular basketball player in the school. Can today get any better? Yes, I'm okay, or at least I will be. Thank you so much for protecting me.
Are you new here? I'm sure I would have noticed a beautiful girl such as yourself walking the hallways. What's your name?
Tara.
Abel, we got a game to finish. I'll love to get to know you more. See you around, beautiful.
As Abel jogged away, I couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Magic Makeup. As soon as I got home that afternoon, I began to get ready for Abel's party. Yes, you heard right. After school, Abel invited me to his party. Of course, I had to invite Casper. It took a bit of convincing to get him to say yes. I didn't want him to think I was a different person now just because I looked pretty. At around 7 p.m., the doorbell rang and I went to answer it. I opened the front door and there stood Casper. His mouth was slightly open as he looked at me.
Tara, you look gorgeous.
Thank you. You look great as well.
Are you ready to leave, madame?
Casper extended his hand to me and I took it. Tonight was going to be epic. About 20 minutes later, Casper and I stepped into Abel's backyard. Kids were dancing, chatting, and having a great time. I couldn't believe we were here. Isn't this everything you ever dreamed of?
Uh-huh.
Do you want something to drink?
Sure, why not?
As I walked over to the drinks table, I scanned the crowd for Abel, but he was nowhere to be seen. Being at Abel's party really was a step up from being home alone on a Friday night. Magic Makeup really did work. As I looked around, I realized all the popular kids from high school were at this party. It was only a matter of time before I became popular, maybe even more popular than Jillian. I grabbed the sodas and went back to where Casper stood looking at his phone. Looking at anything interesting?
Nothing at all.
Here you go. Do you want to dance? After dancing a few minutes with Casper, something amazing happened. Boys started to flock around me like bees drawn to honey. At first, only one boy asked Casper to cut in. Casper smiled and gracefully stepped aside. After a few seconds, another boy asked to cut in, and then another and another. Soon, I was dancing with 10 boys at once. This was the best night of my life. After I danced to a few more songs with the guys, I told them thanks and went in search of Casper. I scanned the crowd at the party, but Casper was nowhere in sight. I discovered the entrance to a beautiful garden, and that's where I saw Casper standing on a bench. I went over and sat next to him, but he doesn't look up. Hey you, I've been looking all over for you. Why are you here and not at the party?
I don't like the crowd, so I came here.
Don't be such a killjoy. I've seen you post pictures of parties on social media with a much bigger crowd than the one here. Why can't you just enjoy this party like you did those?
Why are you acting like this? This is so not you.
Acting like what? Someone enjoying themselves? Oh, that's right. You're accustomed to being the one having all the fun, and now I'm raining on your parade. Is that it? Or are you upset that people are noticing me more than they're noticing you?
Tara, I wonder where you disappeared. Could I have a dance with the most beautiful girl here?
Sure, why not? The past few weeks have been amazing. If I didn't have pictures as proof, I wouldn't have thought it was real. Since the night of Abel's party, Casper and I haven't spoken much. Even though I'm a bit worried about my friendship with Casper, this is the happiest I've ever been in my life. Was it wrong that I wanted to enjoy the most of it? If it wasn't for Magic Makeup, I'd probably still be an ugly loser, invisible to those around me. For the first time in my life, I felt pretty, loved, and appreciated. One night while watching a movie, breaking news report came across the screen.
We have just received breaking news from the founder and CEO of Magic Makeup, Dolly Hathaway, that Magic Makeup will no longer be manufactured or sold worldwide because some people have reported side effects from its use. All Magic Makeup products have been recalled from the shelves.
How could Magic Makeup do this to me? No! I thought it was all a dream, but when I woke up the next morning, it was all over Instagram. Magic Makeup was no more. But I still had makeup from them, so there was a possibility that it'll still work, right? Why isn't this working? After trying to apply my makeup for over an hour, I gave up. Magic Makeup no longer worked, and I had no choice but to be seen with my old face. Disappointed, I finally went downstairs to have breakfast.
Why are you looking ugly again? I was just getting used to accepting you as my daughter. I enjoyed watching your pretty face, but now your face is an eyesore. But then again, it's you. I shouldn't be surprised since you always seem to find a way to disappoint me.
Maybe Dad was right. I was nothing but an ugly, worthless daughter. At school, no one paid attention to me. Then I saw Abel chatting with his friends and I smiled. At least Abel will notice me. Hi, Abel.
You look different today. Listen, I need to head to class.
Are we still on for tonight?
Sorry, something came up.
I watched as Abel turned away from me abruptly. With every step, he took a piece of my heart shattered. I tried not to cry as I turned around and headed to class. As the last bell of the day rang, I breathed a sigh of relief, but what I heard from the students in the hall brought tears to my eyes.
Doesn't she look different to you?
Why does her nose look so big? Do you think she was in an accident? She looks hideous.
After that last comment, I burst into tears and ran out of the school compound. Today was the worst day of my life. I ran all the way to the playground 3 blocks away and sank into one of the swings and cried my eyes out. My life will never be the same again. I'm so sorry about how I treated you. I was such a fool.
There are times we will disagree, but that's what friends do. I've always been here for you when you need me. Tell me, what's wrong?
I went on to tell Casper about the horrible day I had, how nobody noticed me. I felt like a monster. Every time Abel saw me today, he turned in the other direction. Hi, Abel. Do you want to do something after school?
I've got to get a haircut. See ya.
Hey, Abel, how were morning classes?
Oh, I just remembered Coach wanted us to run extra laps today at lunch. Gotta go.
I wish magic makeup still worked. I'm back to being an ugly nobody. I'd do anything to bring back the different face magic makeup gave me.
Tara, nothing is wrong with your face. Nothing was ever wrong with your face. I happen to like your pretty face.
Stop lying. One thing I know about my face is that it isn't pretty.
I'm not lying, Tara, and I have proof.
I watched as Casper dug into his pocket and pulled out his phone. He pulled up a picture and handed his phone to me.
This is you, Tara, the real you. The same beautiful girl I met in middle school. I took this picture of you when you were at Abel's party. This is the happiest I've ever seen you.
As I looked at the picture, I couldn't believe how pretty I looked. Magic makeup didn't change my face. It just gave me the confidence to feel pretty, happy, and at peace with myself.
Tara, you've always been beautiful inside and out, and you'll always be no matter what. I have a confession to make. I've loved you since the first time I laid eyes on you. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to ruin our friendship, but I realized that holding back maybe wasn't the best idea.
What? Casper, you love me? Then it dawned on me. I never needed magic makeup. I just needed to boost my own confidence, which adds to my beauty. All this time, I thought nobody loved me for who I really was. But Casper stood by me all these years and just loved me for me. True transformation doesn't come from outside. It starts from within. I also realized that I loved Casper all along and didn't want to wait any longer to tell him. I smiled at him and then pulled him into a kiss. I couldn't believe how much I was shaking. Jason, the captain of the basketball team, and my crush, was getting his books out of this locker right next to me. How did I get so lucky he had been assigned to a locker so close? I couldn't let this opportunity pass me by. I've always felt like I'm in the background at school. I could sink into the wallpaper and no one would even notice. My best friend Cindy has said she doesn't mind being so low profile. But when it comes to talking to guys, it has always stopped me from getting what I wanted, and I wanted Jason to notice me. Little did I know, I was about to make that happen. Before I tell you how I did it, make sure you like and subscribe to Storytime Animated for more insane stories like mine. I was just about to say hello when Rebecca stepped in front of me, sipping a smoothie. She's the queen bee of our school, and, like a bee, she could sting you with every one of her words.
Nice scrunchie, Sam. I love how it matches your dress. They're both equally tacky.
I turned back to my locker, blushing so much I thought my head would explode. Jason looked uncomfortable. Rebecca turned to him quickly, whipping me in the face with her long brown hair.
Hi, Jason. I'll be at your game tonight. I hope you win.
Jason smiled.
Thanks, Rebecca. See you then.
He started down the hall as the bell rang. I went to follow him, but then I felt a cold, wet liquid slide down my back and all over my dress. I turned quickly to see Rebecca and her friends laughing. She had poured her smoothie down my back.
Sorry, Sam. I just thought the color of my smoothie would look better on you.
I ran home to change. My mom saw my tears and asked what was wrong, so I explained what had happened. I couldn't believe Rebecca would do that to me. I told her I was going to keep a low profile from now on, like Cindy. My mom got this sly look in her eyes. I do the same thing when I have an idea. We look similar, the same wild blonde hair, the same blue eyes. but she's way prettier. I always wanted to grow up to look just like her, but so far, it didn't look like that was bound to happen. She put her hand on my arm comfortingly.
Sweetheart, fading into the background will just let Rebecca win.
She went upstairs and came down with something glittering in her hands, a butterfly hair clip.
This belonged to your grandmother. She was a famous film actor for many years. She was beautiful, confident, and was never in the background of any scene. She would want you to have this.
I took the clip and put it in my hair. I did feel a little more confident. My mom smiled at me and said,
"Use it wisely, okay?"
Whatever that means. But when I got to school the next day, I couldn't believe the change. People were looking at me in the hallway in a way they never had before. They waved and smiled. This was crazy. I saw Jason at my locker and was going to say hi when Rebecca stepped in front of me. She looked so shocked. Her friends flocked around me and showered me with so many compliments.
Oh my God, I love your hair. Where did you get this dress? It's awesome. Can I borrow those shoes sometime, Sam?
Rebecca looked furious. Then she smiled and said,
"Do you want to sit with us at lunch, Sam? You just have to tell me what you did with your hair."
Maybe she was coming around? At lunch, I went past Cindy and my table and headed to the back with Rebecca and her friends. They kept complimenting me and asking me questions. I'd never felt so popular. Rebecca just sat there quietly, smiling a little bit. Then she crushed my entire world.
Seriously, Sam? What did you do to your hair? I want to try it, now that I'm dating Jason.
I felt like the lunchroom fell out from beneath me. I couldn't believe he would date such a horrible person. I fell completely silent for the rest of lunch and didn't eat anything. After lunch, I went to the bathroom and ran into Cindy. Sometimes we hang out there to avoid the loud lunchroom and people like Rebecca. She looked at my hair too.
Wow, what'd you do? You look great.
I started crying. I think it's this hair clip my mom gave me, but it doesn't matter. Rebecca stole Jason and now I'm back in square one. Cindy blushed.
I don't mind being in square one. We always have been. Isn't that okay?
She totally didn't get it. That's how Rebecca wins. I huffed and left the bathroom. When I got home that night, I found my mom having tea with a beautiful woman with long brown hair and glasses. She told me this was my Aunt Lucille, who would be staying with us for a little bit.
It's so nice to meet you, Sam. Thank you for welcoming me into your home. Your mother and I have had our differences, but she's been so helpful. You see, I'm here to find my daughter. I gave her up for adoption when she was a baby, and I want to reconnect with her.
She kept staring at me with that sly look my mom has. She was totally weirding me out. I could barely do my homework just knowing she was in the house. When I woke up the next day, the worst thing had happened. My hair clip was gone. I tore my room apart looking for it, but when I didn't find it, I knew exactly who had taken it. Cindy was the only person I had told about the hair clip. When I got to school, no one even recognized me. To make matters worse, I couldn't find Cindy. I saw a horde of girls huddled around someone, but I couldn't push my way through them to see who it was. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Rebecca and Jason at his locker. She went in for a kiss and he turned his head quickly. Maybe there was still hope, but not if I couldn't get my hair clip back. At debate practice, I finally found Cindy. She had the new hair clip on and looked amazing. I knew it. The teacher told me and Cindy to debate artificial intelligence in technology. If I couldn't get my hair clip back, I'd at least put her in her place. I went in front of the group for an opening statement. Artificial intelligence in technology is damaging because intelligence will include human traits. Humans have many negative traits such as deception, I looked right at Cindy when I said it, and betrayal. These human qualities will prevent the technology from doing its assigned tasks, and therefore, it will become useless.
Well, maybe some people are just scared the technology will become better than them, and they need to be taken down a notch.
Cindy stood up from her desk, her face red. The entire class erupted in applause. My statement was so much better, but she was so confident right now. I couldn't take it anymore. You stole my hair clip, give it back. Cindy's face went white and she stomped her foot.
I did not steal it. My birth mom gave it to me. She just came into town and said I deserved it. You're just jealous because you aren't popular anymore.
Cindy tossed her long brown hair to turn to the class.
In conclusion, artificial intelligence is good for humanity because of its many applications. For example, artificially giving a person like my opponent some intelligence.
The class burst into laughter and I ran home. When I arrived, Lucille was leaving. My mom was in the doorway with her arms crossed, looking angrier than I had ever seen her. When I passed Lucille, she smiled.
It was so nice to meet you, Sam. My daughter Cindy says you've had such a wonderful few days at school. Maybe if you keep it up, you can become as successful as her someday.
My mom totally yelled at her right there on the front lawn, and Lucille left as fast as she could. It was hard to believe they were sisters. Inside, my mom explained that my grandmother had given the hair clip to my mom, but Lucille was jealous. She stole it and used it to take away my dad. My mom managed to steal it back, but the damage was done. My mom was clearly trying not to cry, so I hugged her. I was really proud she was willing to stand up to someone like that. I felt like maybe I should do the same. At school, Cindy had become a total nightmare. She even started pushing Rebecca around, but the icing on the cake was, she started dating Jason. She had totally tricked him. She looked so different, she convinced him she was a new student. He had broken up with Rebecca a while ago, but she was still clearly upset about it. So upset, we even started hanging out in the bathroom together to get away from Cindy. I told her all about the hair clip and my grandma. She listened closely, then smiled a bit.
Sam, I have a plan, but we need Jason's help. We have to tell him who Cindy really is.
I was nervous to break this news to him. He'd be really upset. Rebecca smiled even wider.
I don't think he'll be that upset. In fact, I think you should be the one to tell him.
I didn't know why she was being so secretive, but hair clip or no, I had to tell him. When I ran into Jason at our lockers, I finally got the courage. I told him Cindy was a liar and had just used Rebecca and me to get to him. He actually smiled and looked a little sad. Then he told me he had sort of known. He really couldn't stand how she had been treating everyone, and he would do everything he could to help. The next day, Rebecca and I watched from around the corner while Cindy and her posse went to Jason's locker. She pecked him on the cheek and giggled.
Where's Sam? I was looking forward to presenting her with the Worst Split Ends award this morning.
Jason frowned, then replaced it quickly with a smile.
It's no fair with you around, babe. Your hair is gorgeous.
But when he ran his hand through her hair, he pulled the clip right out. Cindy's hair rocketed out from her head like she had put her finger in a light socket. Everyone gasped. Jason threw the clip in his locker and slammed the door. Leaning against it, he said,
I don't want to see you anymore, Cindy. I think you're mean, and honestly, I've always liked Sam. I thought you were like her, but it turns out you couldn't be more different.
Cindy ran right past us as she left school. She gave me the dirtiest look, but I didn't care. She deserved it. When I turned, Jason was right in front of me, smiling.
I meant what I said. I've always liked you. I just couldn't find the courage to talk to you.
I blushed, then had a crazy thought. Hey Jason, when I first got the hair clip, did you notice anything different about me? He frowned and shook his head.
Not at all.
I kissed him. That night, my mom and I put the hair clip back in the attic. I definitely didn't need it anymore.
Hi, my name is Pixie and I'm from Ireland. My parents are the most controlling parents on the planet. But before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe to our amazing channel. Why are my parents so controlling, you ask? Well, when I was 8 years old, my parents carried me to the mall to get a pair of skates. While they were talking to the sales clerk, I saw this cute puppy at the store entrance. I went over and patted the puppy, but then it ran away from me. Being 8, of course, I chased the puppy. It was all fun and games till the puppy ran down some stairs and I followed. I tripped and tumbled down the stairs and must have blacked out for a few minutes because when I opened my eyes, a crowd of people had surrounded me. I looked around and suddenly my parents burst through the crowd.
Oh, Pixie, are you okay?
Mom hugged me, but when I tried to get up, my ankle hurt. Ouch!
Let's get you to the hospital.
What Mom and Dad thought to be just a visit to the hospital to get my ankle checked out turned into a meeting with social services, who reported my parents for negligence. A judge sentenced them to 6 months of parental classes. My parents were furious. Now, at age 17, Mom and Dad still treated me like an 8-year-old kid. Something about them not wanting any of my bad decisions to reflect on them as parents. Today was the football game at school, and I really wanted to go, but of course, my controlling mother did not want me to go. I glared at Mom, who was basting a turkey on the kitchen counter. Mom, all of my friends are going to the football game. You can't keep me here forever.
I can keep you here till you're 18.
I grabbed the tray from Mom's hands and flung it to the ground. I hate it here. I stormed off to my bedroom and slammed the door behind me.
I was totally tired of my parents telling me what to eat, what to wear, and what type of music to listen to. I wasn't even allowed to date. All I wanted to do was go to the game to see Sloan, the cutest boy in the entire school. Over the years, my parents didn't allow me to do anything, but through it all, I had my best friend, Heather, to confide in. So as usual, I gave her a call to complain about my parents.
You know, I've been crushing on Sloan for 3 years.
And I also know Sloan is out of your league.
Oh, really?
Girl, Sloan is the captain of the football team. He's at the top of the food chain at school, and you're forgetting one very important detail. Sloan has a girlfriend.
Minor details. I'll just break them up, and you'll help me.
Break them up?
Why not? People break up all the time.
Pixie, I'm not going to help you break up Sloan and Jana because you want dibs on Sloan.
Fine, I'll do it myself. I hung up on Heather. If she didn't want to help me, I'd find a way to do it myself. The next day at school, as I walked through the hall, Sloan and Jana walked by. I smiled at Sloan, and guess what? He smiled back. I was so into the moment that I didn't notice a group of boys coming out of the science lab with a huge papier-mâché volcano. I bumped into them and fell with a thud to the floor. If that wasn't embarrassing enough, the volcano fell on top of me and some of the goo from inside the volcano splashed into my eyes. I wiped my eyes, but it was still blurry when someone extended their hand to me and I took it.
Are you okay?
Was that Sloan? Thank you, Sloan. Laughter surrounded me and my face grew red.
As if, loser. Your knight in shining armor is Geeky Galvin.
I wiped my eyes again, and there stood Geeky Garvin with his acne-covered face, holding a few napkins towards me. I looked in Sloan's direction. Was that pity in his eyes? I felt as though my heart had broken into a million pieces. I covered my face with my hands and ran away.
Run, Pixie, run!
Another roar of laughter escaped the crowd. I ran into the bathroom and sat in one of the stalls. After a few minutes, the bathroom door opened and a group of girls came in chattering. It was Jana and her minions.
So, Jana, how was your date with Tegan?
You went on a date with Sloan's best friend?
Of course. I did it and it was worth it. He's a much better kisser than Sloan, and he took me to the fanciest restaurant in town.
Don't you feel bad for doing that to Sloan?
No, should I? I'm the most popular girl in school. Why should I only date one guy?
Jana and her friends giggled. The bell rang and they left the bathroom. I knew what I needed to do. The next day, as I walked into the cafeteria, my eyes fell on Sloan and Jana. I sat a few tables away, but I kept my eyes on Jana. All I needed to do was catch Jana and Tegan in a compromising situation, and Sloan would be all mine. My chance came 15 minutes later when Jana kissed Sloan and walked out of the cafeteria. With my phone in hand, my heart pounded as I followed Jana, who disappeared under the bleachers. I tiptoed towards the bleachers, and there was Jana making out with Tegan. I pressed record on my phone and began taping. They were so into each other that they didn't even see me. Suddenly, a ball slammed into the side of my head. Ouch! I fell to the ground and my phone fell from my hands. Tegan and Jana turned and saw me.
What are you doing here, loser?
Jana looked at the phone on the ground next to me.
Were you videoing us?
No, I wasn't videotaping anything. I grabbed my phone and stood up.
You little liar.
Jana tried to grab my phone, but I ran. A few minutes later, I burst into the cafeteria breathless and sent the video to Sloan. I slid under a table just as Jana and Tegan entered the cafeteria.
Where is she?
She scanned the cafeteria looking for me. I watched as Sloan checked his phone. He looked shocked, then angry, and I smiled smugly. I couldn't believe my plan was coming together.
Jana, what is this?
Sloan walked over to Jana, and I got up from under the table and sat on a chair to get a better view.
What is it, Sloan?
Sloan shoved his phone into Jana's hands. Jana grimaced as she looked at the phone.
This? What is this? Are you trying to make me look like an idiot?
Jana's eyes locked with mine, and I smiled.
Babe, it's not what it looks like.
Sloan walked over to Tegan.
And as for you?
I watched in horror as Sloan punched Tegan in the nose and Tegan doubled over.
Sloan, stop this!
Jana then turned and pointed in my direction.
You! This is all your fault!
Jana ran over to me and grabbed me before I could get through the cafeteria door. Chairs and tables crashed to the ground as both fights ensued.
Fight! Fight! Fight!
Suddenly, the cafeteria doors burst open, and Mr. Hickley marched into the cafeteria and pulled us all apart.
What in the world is going on here?
Mr. Hickley pulled Jonna and me apart, then Tegan and Sloane.
The four of you to my office, now.
Mr. Hickley gave us detention for a week. The next day, after detention, I waited until Sloane was alone before I approached him. Hi, Sloane.
Hi, Dixie.
Actually, it's Pixie. There was an awkward silence between us. Then I did it. Do you want to go on a date with me? Honestly, I expected him to say no, but I was over the moon with what he said next.
Sure, why not? There's a new restaurant I'd like to check out. I'll pick you up at 7 p.m. on Saturday.
That night as I lay in bed, I couldn't believe it. I, Pixie Ryan, had a date with the Sloane Walsh. Now, I had to find a way to go on the date without my parents finding out. On Saturday night, I lay under the covers when Mom walked into my bedroom.
Honey, I'm so sorry you're not feeling well. Uncle Thomas will surely miss you at his party tonight. Are you sure you don't want us to stay home with you?
No, I'll be okay. You and Uncle Thomas only see each other once a year. And someone has to beat Aunt Maggie at karaoke tonight. Mom laughed. She kissed me on the forehead.
Good night, Pixie. Call us if you need anything.
I will. Mom turned off the light and closed my bedroom door behind her. As soon as my parents drove off, I jumped out of bed and turned on the light. I removed my robe. Under it, I wore a cute black mini dress. If my parents saw me in a dress this short, they'd have my head. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. I grabbed my purse and ran downstairs to open the door. When I opened it, there stood Sloane looking as handsome as ever with a bouquet of flowers in his hands.
You look beautiful. These are for you.
Sloane handed me the flowers. Thank you. They're beautiful.
Are you ready to get this date started?
Most definitely. Our first date was amazing. On the way to the restaurant, Sloane and I laughed and chatted as though we'd known each other our whole lives. At one point in the car, he even held my hand and kissed it as we drove. When we got to the restaurant, he pulled out my chair and even helped me order because the entire menu was in French. Sloane said his grandfather was from Paris and he visited him over the summer. After dinner, we drove to the beach and walked along the sand underneath the moonlight while holding hands. When Sloane walked me to my front door, I must admit that I was a bit nervous. Thank you. Tonight was perfect. I had a great time.
I had a great time as well. I'd like to take you out again if that's okay with you.
I'd like that. Sloane leaned over to kiss me. I was so nervous. Just as our lips were about to touch, the unimaginable happened. I let out the loudest, smelliest belch ever. I was mortified. Sloane looked at me blankly for a few seconds before he burst out laughing.
That was a good one.
I breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but laugh at myself. Sloane then pulled me into a kiss.
I'll see you at school on Monday. Enjoy the rest of your night.
I entered the house and raced towards my bedroom. I couldn't wait to tell Heather about my night. I called Heather a few times before she answered. I apologized for how I treated her and she forgave me. I told her all about my night.
So you really have Sloane. How do you feel?
I feel awesome. It's going to be a bit difficult hiding him from my parents, but he's worth it. Heather and I chatted for a while longer and then hung up. I couldn't wait to go back to school the following week. Monday morning when I arrived at school, Sloane stood by my locker and I smiled.
Hi, Pixie.
Hi, Sloane. Sloane leaned in and kissed me. When I opened my eyes, suddenly Jonna was there. Her hands were on her hips and she tapped her foot impatiently as her eyes bore straight into my soul.
Can I walk you to class?
I nodded and Sloane draped his arm around my shoulder. Throughout the day, Jonna found ways to make my day miserable. First, she spilled her smoothie on my clothes during the second period. Oops. Then after science, when I got to my locker, it was sealed shut.
Can't get your locker open, loser?
In math class, Mr. Johnson told Jonna to get rid of her gum, and guess where she got rid of it? Yup, you guessed it. She stuck it in my hair. I had to grab some scissors and cut it out. After lunch, the janitor left a bucket of dirty water in the hallway. Jonna snatched my bag from my shoulder and dangled it over the bucket.
Pixie, your bag looks a little dirty. Let me clean that up for you.
Jonna dumped my book bag in it while her chump friends laughed. That afternoon, I spoke to Sloane about it, and he said he'd take care of it. The next day, I saw Jonna and Sloane in a heated argument. When he approached me, he smiled.
You don't need to worry about Jana anymore. Let's just say her father works for my father, and I told her if she ever messed with you again, her father wouldn't have a job.
Thanks, babe. I kissed Sloane. Our relationship was great. It was a bit tricky at times having to sneak around, but I guess that was one thing that made it so much fun. The fact that I wasn't allowed to do it. But then, something happened that altered my future forever. It was the school's Halloween dance. Sloane was Batman and I was Catwoman. At the Halloween dance, we were having a great time. I went to get Sloane and I some drinks, but when I returned, Sloane was kissing someone dressed in the same costume that I was. Sloane! Sloane looked up in shock. I pulled the costume off from the mysterious Catwoman, and Jonna had the biggest smirk on her face.
I'm sorry, babe. I thought it was you.
Sloane, Jonna is a whole foot taller than I am. How could you not know it wasn't me? Just take me home.
I've got a better idea. Why don't we take you home?
My eyes widened. I turned slowly and came face to face with my very angry parents. Mom! Dad! What are you doing here?
You're asking us what we're doing here while you're in that tight leather outfit looking like a stripper? You're leaving now, and your father and I decided to send you to boarding school until your 21st birthday.
Jonna gave me a wave as Mom grabbed me by the arm and dragged me to the car as Dad followed behind. Mom and Dad pulled me out of school, and 2 days later, we were loading the car with my things to send me off to boarding school. As I packed my suitcase, in the back of the car, Heather walked up.
Hi, Pixie. I'm sorry that you have to leave.
So am I. I guess I deserve it. I shouldn't have meddled with Jonna and Sloane's relationship. Just then, Mom walked out of the house.
Hi, Heather. How are you? Pixie, honey, are you all packed? If we're going to catch our flight, we need to leave now.
I sighed and hugged Heather. I'll miss you.
I'll miss you too. I promise to write every day.
Heather and I pulled away, tears streaming down both our faces. Mom and Dad got into the car, and I hopped into the back seat. I rolled my window down. The car was about to roll off when Heather tapped the trunk of the car and Dad stopped. Heather ran to my window and hugged me. Then she whispered something that made my pores raise.
Pixie, one more thing before you go. I told your parents about you and Sloane. I was the one who sent them pictures of you at the Halloween dance. Jana was just the icing on the cake. Now that you're out of the picture, he's all mine.
Heather pulled away and Dad drove off. I was beyond shocked. My own best friend. She was the one who'd betrayed me? To say I was shocked was an understatement. Do you think I deserved what Heather did to me? Leave your answers in the comments below.
Hi everyone, I'm Felix, and I was born with the weirdest allergy. An allergy to dust. It had a weird smell that always made me sneeze uncontrollably. And as if that wasn't weird enough, I also came from a family of detectives. My paternal great-grandparents were FBI agents. They had a son who became a CIA agent, and married another agent, after which the two had a son, my dad, who also became a CIA agent, and fell in love with my mother, a private investigator whose parents were both FBI agents, and whose grandfather worked as a KGB spy during the World War. Then they both had me, the handsome one, and my sister, the ugly duckling who was a huge pain in my butt.
Stop bumping into me!
Stop being so close to me. Get your own tree. For as long as I could remember, Mom and Dad had been training Maud and I to take after them as detectives, just like the entire family was. Maud did pretty well, but I wasn't so great. I was very clumsy and I couldn't help it no matter how hard I tried. Do I really have to be a detective? I hate spying on people.
Don't say that. We're giving you basic life skills in case anything bad ever happens. Never trust anyone. Ever.
My parents didn't trust anyone around them, and because of that, we barely had any friends. In fact, the first time I made my first friend, they chased him away with all their weirdness. Who gave you the chocolate and sent you? The mafia? The KGB? Answers, now!
My granny?
After that day, I never saw him again, and I was pretty mad at them, but I got over it quickly. Meanwhile, at school, I loved to spend most of my time in my favorite place, the lab, where I could study dust particles and develop a cure for my allergy. One day, I was brainstorming when a girl sneaked up behind me.
Hey, what you doing?
And holy smoke, she was pretty. Whoa, I didn't see you there. Felix. Sorry. God, I wish the ground could open up and swallow me. Didn't have any conversation skills with girls because my parents' distrust chased everyone away.
I'm Diana, and I'm a new student. My parents just moved here.
What brings them to Cottingwood?
Just work. So, what are you busy with?
I have an allergy to dust, so I'm trying to come up with a cure.
Whoa, that's super cool! Can I touch?
Sure. After that day, Diana and I became super tight friends. We sat next to each other on the school bus, and she waved goodbye to me whenever it dropped me off first. One day, I was on my way home from the bus when I ran into Maud at the store.
Thought you were Voldemort. You shouldn't be sneaking in on people with that face.
Says the nerd. By the way, who's the girl you were waving at?
She's called None of Your Business. I walked away from her before she could say anything more. The next morning, I missed the school bus and had to walk all the way to school. On my way, I bumped into Diana.
Hey, you missed the bus too.
Yeah, seems like we're both unlucky. We walked to school together until we came across a miniature diamond-crusted Santa, sitting quaintly in a show glass in the middle of the town square.
What's that?
It's a Cottingwood Christmas tradition. Santa is rumored to be from here, so this was built in his honor. Everyone believes that there's been a lot of good fortune to the town since this was erected, especially with Christmas approaching.
It looks so valuable. Is it safe to leave something like that out here?
It's guarded by security, so I doubt it'll get stolen.
What a super interesting tradition. I love your town. Christmas here will be the best.
Come on, let's go, or we'll be late. Diana and I rushed to the school, and later, when we were on our way back, we noticed a crowd had gathered around the statue we had been talking about this morning. Curious, I asked someone what all the fuss was.
Our Santa relic has been stolen!
How? It was just here this morning. Felix showed it to me.
Well, someone's stolen it. This Christmas is going to be bad.
Why would anyone steal Santa? The entire town was in turmoil. When I got home that day, my parents also seemed stressed about the entire situation.
This has never happened before. Who'd steal Santa?
I bet it's those new neighbors. It's not a coincidence that Santa suddenly goes missing when they moved here.
What new neighbors are you talking about, Mom? I really hoped she wasn't referring to Diana's family.
Here.
Mom suddenly whipped out her phone and shoved it in my face. To my surprise, it was. How do you already have their pictures?
When they moved in, I did some background check. And get this, they moved out of their old town within 2 months of staying there. They've been doing so with all other towns for years.
Maybe they have their reasons. Not everyone is evil, Mom. Suddenly, Maud appeared behind me and looked at the picture on the phone.
Hey, that's your little girl?
She's not my little anything. Shut up, Maud. I tried to shush Maud, but Mom and Dad already heard her. And soon enough, their attention was on me.
Felix, it's time you went on a mission like your sister. Your mission will be this girlfriend of yours.
You'll use your friendship with her to investigate her family and find clues connecting them to the robbery.
Huh? What? I'm not doing anything. And she's not my girlfriend.
If you don't, we'll have to do it ourselves.
I couldn't let that happen. My parents were super weird when they didn't trust someone, and they could make me lose my friendship with Diana. I had to agree to the mission. Spying on Diana behind her back was really hard. I felt like a terrible friend, and each time she asked if something was wrong, but I knew I couldn't even tell her the truth.
Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry. Then one day, she asked me out to dinner with her family, and I agreed. After all, this was what Mom and Dad wanted, right? If I could establish Diana's innocence, they'd be off her back. Dinner with Diana and her parents was fun. They were pretty cool people who showed actual interest in my science experiments, unlike Mom and Dad.
Felix, right? Diana said you were a scientist developing some sort of cure? How's that coming along?
I'm actually close to finishing it. I just need some ghost orchid seeds, but they're hard to find around here.
You're just in luck, kid. I have some from our trip to Cuba. My husband and I are globetrotting reporters, so I frequently collect souvenirs from each country we visit.
That explained Mom's discovery about them moving from one town to another in a short time. Really? That's awesome. After the dinner, I followed Diana's mom to her room to get the seeds, and on my way out, I came across a door that got me really curious. It had a huge keep off sign pasted to it. I wondered what was in there, but I opened the door and was attacked by a cloud of dust. My allergies struck in, and I started to sneeze uncontrollably. At that moment, Diana walked in on me and ran over to my side to help.
Oh, Felix! What's wrong? Are you alright?
She looked around until her gaze settled upon the open room in front of us, and she turned to me with a frown.
Were you snooping around my house?
I can't explain. It's Santa.
Santa? You think I stole it? You're a jerk, Felix, and I want you to leave my house this instant!
She had a really mad look on her face that I had never seen before, and I had to leave. When I got out, my sneezing stopped and I felt a little better, so I went home ashamed and angry at my parents for ruining another friendship for me. But this was the last time. As soon as I got home, I found Mom and Dad waiting for me with high expectations on their faces.
Well, how was it?
Did you find anything incriminating?
God, they were beginning to annoy me to no end. No, I found nothing. And thanks to you guys, you've ruined another friendship for me.
Honey.
Leave me alone. I ran up to my room. The next day when I got to school, I searched around for Diana and finally found her in the cafeteria, alone at a table, and approached her. Diana, about yesterday. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to snoop around your house.
I'm also sorry for yelling at you like that. I didn't mean to. It's just that the room you opened is an old basement with a rodent problem from the previous tenants, and we didn't want an infestation in the main house before the pest control people could arrive.
I understand. I really hate rats.
Right? They're so tiny and annoying.
Diana and I reconciled and became inseparable. She always came over to my house. Dad and Mom never said anything about it. Guess that after my attitude from that day, they felt quite repentant. But Maud, she was a constant pest and always had something to say.
Oh, look! It's the nerd and his girlfriend! What are you two up to this time?
Back off, Smeagol. Nothing here's for your small brain. Maud laughed as she picked a tube of some chemicals I just mixed and sniffed it.
Smells like vanilla ice cream. I wonder what it tastes like.
No, Maud. That's my allergy antidote. It's still in progress, don't... Before we could finish our sentences, Maud took a small sip, and Diana and I stared at her curiously. Are you all right, Maud? You weren't supposed to drink that. I wasn't done with it yet.
Calm down, Albert Einstein. It was just a sip. What's that smell?
Suddenly, Maud's nose started to grow red, and she began to sneeze a lot.
What smell? That awful scent! Oh, I need to get out of here!
Maud bolted from the room, and throughout the day, whenever she came close to me or my room, she sneezed like crazy. As a result, she began to avoid me and claimed that she was allergic to me. Typical Maud. Now I was tasked with making an antidote for her too. During the week, I got so busy with developing the antidotes that I missed Mom and Dad's presence in my room one day. Oh, I didn't see you two there.
Honey, your mom and I have been thinking of a way to show you how sorry we are about that day. Why don't you invite Diana and her parents over for lunch? We'd like to know our neighbors a little better.
Really?
Yes, Felix, I think it will be a great bonding moment for everyone.
I phoned Diana excitedly and asked if her parents could come have lunch with mine. She quickly asked them and they all agreed to come over. During the lunch, Maud couldn't make it because of her Felix allergy, but the conversations flowed smoothly regardless. Until Mom and Dad went a bit off the mark and began to ask weird questions.
I love the diamonds on your neck. They remind me of a certain diamond-crusted Santa. Where did you get them?
Have you ever taken something that doesn't belong to you? Like a Santa statue, for instance.
I realized what they were up to. As Diana's dad dipped his hand into his pocket to pull out his phone, Mom and Dad suddenly leaped across the table to confront him.
I knew it! You're a thief!
Stealing a cutlery, are you? What? I'm just trying to get out my phone.
So, this is why you invited us over? For you and your parents to embarrass us? Come on, we're leaving this silly house!
Diana and her parents left the house angrily, and I faced Mom and Dad, disappointment written all over my face.
Honey, we didn't mean to go that far. We just wanted to make sure—
Save it. I'm sick and tired of you guys always ruining everything. I didn't want to hear any more of their excuses. I needed some space. So I walked out of the house and just strolled down the street, lost in my thoughts, but as I walked, I noticed empty shops and people huddled together, whispering. What was wrong this time? I approached a friendly-looking shopkeeper and inquired, "Hey, please, do you have any idea what's going on?"
Do you live under a rock? Someone's been stealing from our town for weeks. First Santa, now our goods and personal belongings. Something has to be done, or Christmas will be bad for us all.
This was more serious than I thought. A serial thief was on the loose in my town. I also noticed that in the spot where Santa had been earlier, some flowers were growing there. They weren't just any flowers, they were ghost orchids, just like the ones Diana's mom had given me. But that'd mean, no, I couldn't bear to think of it. I turned back and strolled home, so confused about everything. As I passed by Maud's room that night, I noticed she looked in a worse state than before and felt really bad for her. Hey Maud, do you need help?
Go away! That scent! It's everywhere!
When I turned around to leave, that was when I noticed the ghost orchid seeds on her table and the Santa statue hiding in the open drawer. Maud, what's this? I asked as I picked the statue up.
I can't explain.
And these.
Felix,
I was speechless as a lot of thoughts invaded my head. Maud's sneezes got worse, limiting her speech, and I had to leave the room back to mine. I sat at my table frustrated. Something wasn't right. A lot of things weren't adding up. I could feel it in my bones. Since we were kids, Maud had never had reason to steal. So why now? I got up from my desk to find Mom and Dad and found them in the sitting room. Mom, Dad, we have to talk.
If it's about the dinner—
No, it isn't. It's about the thief. I found the Santa and Diana's orchid seeds in Maud's room.
Our baby girl isn't a thief!
Exactly. I've thought about this whole thing, and my guts tell me there's someone out there trying to frame Maud or Diana's family. The person thinks they're smart, but we're detectives, and we're smarter. My parents had looks of surprise on their faces, but I couldn't blame them.
I thought you didn't like being a detective.
Well, I just wanted you and Mom to give me some breathing space.
Oh, sweetie, you should have just said so. And for real, we're really sorry about the dinner this time.
Mom and Dad apologized over and over, and after a while, they got out some UV lights for the investigation. We started with Maud's room, tracing handprints and footprints in the dark.
A shoe print that belongs to none of us. That's our first clue. We'll follow the shoe prints.
I'll be out of your hair soon, Maud.
I want to tag along.
You don't have to. No matter what I said, Maud insisted. And we had no choice but to agree because Maud always did what she wanted anyways. When we left the house, Maud's sneezing subsided. We began to follow the pattern of the footprints all the way to
Diana's house?
We found Diana and her family packing up their things out of the house into a big van. Diana, why are you guys moving out this late at night? She avoided my eyes guiltily, and Maud's sneezing came back tenfold.
Ugh, that scent! It's so strong on you. It's choking me. I have to leave.
That was when it dawned on me. Maud wasn't allergic to me. She was allergic to Diana. The only reason she thought she was allergic to me was because Diana was often around me, so I carried some of her scent. Diana, why is Maud allergic to you? Did you mess with my antidote?
Yes, I mixed your antidote with my scent. It wasn't meant for Maud. It was meant for you. I wanted you to stay away from me. I'm a bad person.
How? Suddenly, Mom exclaimed.
Oh my god, you guys are the thieves!
I found her looking at the back of the van Diana's family were loading their things into. Inside were a lot of stolen items from the town residents. I couldn't believe my eyes. All this while, you've been the thieves, and you've been tricking me.
I'm so sorry, Felix, but I wasn't tricking you. My daughter has a condition called kleptomania. She can't help stealing, and that's the real reason we've never stayed long in any town.
I was the one who planted the evidence in Maud's room. Your parents were onto me.
We were going to return everything stolen tonight before driving to another town.
I stared at Diana, and she really looked sad. I felt bad for her. I moved closer and grasped her hand in mine. I had no idea you had a mental condition, Diana. You could have told me.
I was ashamed. Your parents didn't like me so much. What if you stopped liking me too?
That'll never happen. There's a reason I always stood up for you to my family. It's because I believed you were different and special.
Oh, Felix, I'm so lucky to have a friend like you.
Diana hugged me before turning towards her parents.
Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for being a difficult kid. You've always been by my side, and you're the best parents ever.
Come here, honey.
Diana hugged her parents, and the moment felt so passionate it almost made me tear up. Dad and Mom stepped up to Diana's family, looking remorseful.
We're also sorry for making your stay in Cottingwood uncomfortable. Please don't travel. Your daughter can get help here. We know a good mental health facility.
Diana's parents accepted Dad's offer, and the following day, we helped them in returning all of the stolen items. We put Santa back in his spot, and in a week, I finished my antidote. After drinking it, Maud and I got better.
It worked! I guess we will have a scientist in the family for a change. I'm proud of you, brother.
Thank you, Maud. It really means a lot. I was finally accepted for being different in my family, and I think this was the best Christmas ever.
We wish you a Merry Christmas.
After the festive season, Diana left for the mental health facility, and I kept in touch with her. And then, one day when I visited her, she had a surprise to show me.
They asked us to paint the most special person or thing in our lives.
Great! And what did you draw? Wow, Diana, this is beautiful. Wait, does that mean I'm your special person? Diana nodded shyly, and then kissed me on the cheek. I turned red, and then took her hand and drew her closer to me. You're special to me too, Diana.
So there's ordinary rich, and then there's rich rich. Unfortunately, I was just ordinary rich. Or I guess you could say fortunately, if you're poor. Anyway, my mom and dad were corporate lawyers, and I lived with them and my older sister Cindy, who was more gorgeous than the most attractive model you can think of.
Aubrey, don't worry. It's because you're still growing. You're only 15 and I'm 17. I'm sure that by the time you reach my age, you'll be a total hottie too.
She'd tried to convince me from time to time. But if you looked at both of us, you'd be convinced that one of us was adopted because we looked nothing alike. I was just plain and boring looking. No one ever gave me a second look. But with Cindy, they'd stop and stare. Some would even want to take pictures with her. I bet you want to know how that eventually changed for me, right? Well, keep watching. I went to this super expensive school, and even though my parents were rich, they still struggled to pay the fees. But my classmates? Remember what I said about ordinary rich and rich rich? Well, they were loaded. The kids of multi-millionaires and billionaires. By the time most of them had their licenses, they'd drive to school in the most expensive cars imaginable, and sometimes, if they got into little accidents, they wouldn't mind. They'd just ask their parents to buy them a new car, even if it was just a scratch. No one paid much attention to me at that school. I had one friend named Regina, and we'd eat lunch together sometimes, but I spent most of my time in the library writing stories. I lived in my own little world, and I loved bringing it to life on paper. I had notebooks and notebooks filled with stories that I was hoping to publish someday. My parents wanted me to inherit their law firm, but I just wanted to be a writer. The beautiful girls in my class used to tease me about it all the time.
Oh, there's plain Aubrey writing in her stupid notebooks again. That's so lame. Instead of writing, why don't you go learn about fashion? Your clothes are ridiculous, and good gracious, you could use a whole lot of concealer and foundation on that face of yours. Yeah, and what's up with your hair? Ugh.
I went home crying that day, and Cindy greeted me with a hug.
Aw, what's wrong?
Everyone's laughing at me because I'm ugly.
They're just stupid. And besides, you couldn't be ugly if you tried. Anyway, I do have some good news for you.
What is it?
Well, it's your birthday next week, and I signed you up for a total makeover. Not because I think you're ugly or anything. It's just that you're turning 16, and that's a good time for a change.
Oh, that sounds interesting. I wasn't too sure about it at first, but I just went along with their idea. My birthday came, and we left that morning to go to a special type of salon where they took care of every part of your body. Hair, nails, face, toes, everything. I spent about 5 hours there, and when they were done, I could barely recognize myself. I was a total babe. Not only did they give me a makeover, but they also explained to me how I could maintain what they'd done. But it got better. When I got home, my few friends and all my family were there to celebrate my birthday. It was honestly one of the best days of my life because everyone kept telling me how beautiful I looked. The next week, when I got to school, people kept coming up to me asking if I was a new kid. When I sat in my regular seat in class, the mean girls surrounded me, and when they realized I wasn't really a new student, they looked a bit angry and walked away. Were they jealous of me? Then, two best friends, Alvin and Theo, came to sit next to me. They looked totally enchanted.
Hey Aubrey, you look different. Yeah, you're like a total hottie now. Do you want to go out with me next Saturday? Hey Alvin, shut up! I was gonna ask her out. Well, I asked first. It doesn't matter. Hey Aubrey, do you want to go out with me or this loser?
I was shocked. It was the first time any guy had asked me out. And the fact that two guys were fighting for my attention was enough to give me a headache. A good one. But hey, I forgot to mention that Alvin and Theo were billionaires. Their families were super rich, and they only hit on girls who were as rich as they were. Guys, please don't fight. Maybe I can go out with both of you. They agreed, but looked upset. They went back to their seats, but looked angry with each other for the rest of the day. I thought they'd sort things out amongst each other because guys are usually easygoing like that. But when I got home and checked my social media pages, I noticed that they'd deleted all the pictures they had together. Then they threw passive-aggressive remarks at each other, and I couldn't believe that this was really happening. I went to my sister's room to talk to her about it.
Oh yeah? Theo and Alvin? Everyone's talking about it. You're a total hottie now, so that's expected. It happens to me all the time. Welcome to the club.
So, how do I deal with it?
I have an idea.
The next morning, everyone gathered in the main hall for assembly. The principal was going over the boring rules, and then he started talking about friendship. That was when it happened.
Yeah, Principal George, I think you need to say that stuff louder for the people in the back. Yeah, people like Theo. Actually, I was referring to you, Alvin, you backstabbing son of a... Don't you ever come at me like that!
Suddenly, Alvin flew on top of Theo and they started fighting. The principal dropped his mic and stared. Clearly, he was confused. Then, what I saw baffled me even more. Cindy walked up to the stage and took the microphone from the principal.
Okay, boys, stop fighting. Everyone, listen to me, please.
The room went quiet.
These guys are both madly in love with my little sister Aubrey since her, glow up. She's a total hottie, right?
The crowd cheered. I turned completely red.
So here's my idea. Alvin and Theo, stop fighting. The two of you have to plan the most romantic date ever. You will both take my sister out at different times. Whoever plans the best date gets to be with my sister. Well, if she agrees, that is.
Alvin and Theo let each other go and stared. The crowd continued to cheer.
There, so that's that. We'll flip a coin to see who goes first. Alvin, your heads. Theo, your tails.
She took a coin and flipped it.
Alvin is first. You can have your date this Saturday. Theo, yours will be the following Saturday. Are we cool, everyone?
The boys nodded and the crowd cheered again. The principal took the microphone back and asked everyone to calm down. He didn't even comment on what had happened. I guess he didn't know what to say. I mean, I don't know what to say either. So let me skip the boring parts and get straight to my date with Alvin. His father has a few private jets because, like I mentioned already, he's a billionaire. Can you believe that he took me to France? He got his parents to ask mine for permission first, and they thought it was a really good opportunity, so they let me go. Now, most ordinary girls have their first dates at ice cream shops and pizza parlors, but mine was in Paris. The trip there was so romantic. We sat at a dimly lit table after we took off and had some non-alcoholic champagne because my parents told me I was still too young to drink. We played a few video games and then fell asleep. When we got to France, he had the whole day planned out for us perfectly. A tour guide came to pick us up from the airport and we had a tour of Paris. Then he took me to see the Eiffel Tower and after that, we had a romantic dinner. On the way back home, we sat close to each other and I eventually fell asleep on his shoulder. When we were almost about to land, he woke me up and said,
"So, did you enjoy your date?"
"Of course I did. I had a wonderful time." Then he leaned in for a kiss and I nearly exploded inside. My first kiss after my first date in Paris on a private jet. How would Theo be able to top that? I wasn't even sure I wanted him to because I was already falling for Alvin. I'm gonna skip the boring parts of the next week and get straight to my date with Theo.
Hey, I heard that Alvin took you to France, but I have something much better. We're going to Thailand. I read one of your stories and I realized that you love learning about historical sites and that you're fascinated with other cultures.
Wow, that sounds amazing. Of course, Theo's parents also had their own private jet too, so getting there was no challenge. Because it was so far away, my parents allowed me to stay there for 2 nights on the condition that Theo and I slept in separate rooms. I couldn't believe they were being so lenient, but I guess it had something to do with him being filthy rich. Thailand was awesome. We spent one day at an amazing beach where we went rafting, kayaking, and snorkeling. I saw so many awesome sea creatures that I kept dreaming about them for months later. I learned a lot about Theo, and he seemed like a pretty nice guy. The next day, we went exploring some of the temples and other historical sites. We even went to an elephant sanctuary, which was probably the highlight of the trip. While we were there, I held hands with Theo, and I thought that I was beginning to like him a lot more than Alvin. When I eventually got home, I explained to my sister that it was really hard to make a decision. I was falling for both of them. She laughed, then left her room because she had to go to the bathroom. She left her phone on her bed and I picked it up to take a selfie. I took about 10 of them, and as I was scrolling through them to decide which one I liked best, I ended up scrolling too far. Way too far. And what I saw made my heart sink. There was a picture of Cindy kissing Alvin. I checked the date and it was just 3 days ago, while I was out with Theo. Just as I was about to knock on the bathroom door to throw the phone in her face to ask her what that was about, I saw a text come in from Theo.
"Just got back from my date with your sister. She's not half as amazing as you, though. Would you still consider going out with me? I miss you so much, babe, and I can't stop thinking about the last time we made out."
It turns out that even though I was hot, Theo and Alvin were just using me to get to my sister. Apparently, they'd had crushes on her for ever. And they had a bet between the two of them to see who could be her boyfriend. Instead of confronting my sister, I sent the picture and the screenshot of the text to myself and I posted it on all my social media pages. Now, everyone knew that Theo and Alvin were just jerks, and no girls wanted to date them anymore. My sister and I still aren't talking, and I don't know if things will ever be the same again. On the plus side, I'm still hot, so I will have my fair share of guys in the future. For now, I'm just focusing on my writing. I'm going to be hot, rich, and famous someday.
Yeah! I urged the horse on as we galloped away from the bandits chasing me.
Get back here!
I held the small treasure chest in my hands closer to me.
You'll never get my treasure!
The bandits soon overtook me and circled around me. One of them moved closer, scaring my horse and causing him to rear back.
Whoa! There, boy!
I lost my grip of the chest and it fell to the ground.
No! Ha ha! The treasure's mine!
But before the bandit could get his grimy hands on my treasure, I brought out my lasso and looped it around the chest, dragging it back into my hands. We galloped away, speeding far from those evil bandits. I found this treasure fair and square. All they wanted to do was steal it from me. Suddenly, I heard a loud ringtone. Someone was calling me. I held the reins of the horse and the chest in one hand, then swiped to answer my phone with the other. Hello? Bianca! What's up? Who is this? Antonio! Oh, hi, bud. Listen, I'm kind of busy right now. You're gonna wanna hear this. You remember the precious ruby skull we thought was only a myth? Yes? Well, it's not a myth, Bianca. It's real. Some of my guys found a map that seems legit. I think this is it. Our dream come true. Send me the location. I'll be there soon. I hung up and dropped the treasure chest on the ground. You can keep the treasure, I called back to the chasing bandits. I found something much better. We rode all the way to my personal plane that I had parked out in the desert. I dismounted my horse. Go on, boy. Be free. The horse seemed to nod and strutted off. I boarded the plane, started up the engines, and was already off on my way to Antonio. Howdy, y'all. My name's Bianca. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, my life was pretty sad. I was an orphan in this rotten orphanage. I thought my life would be miserable for the rest of my life. Until one special day. When I was 8 years old, I was in the backyard of the orphanage playing with some tin cans.
Come on, brother! Let's go find the treasure! Oh no! Look out! A booby trap!
I heard the gate open and an old man walked in. He was very old, but I could tell that he was handsome once. And probably fit. I couldn't stop staring at the big hat on his head. I was mesmerized by it.
Who are you?
The man looked at me. The name's Joe.
Joe? That's a funny name.
The man chuckled. I suppose it is. What's your name?
Bianca.
The man looked at my tin cans. What's up with these guys?
They're explorers.
You like to explore?
Yes.
I looked down.
But I'll never become an explorer.
The old man seemed to be thinking. Then finally, he knelt beside me, and I felt a slight pressure as he placed his hat on my head. Here, keep this. My time for adventure is over, but yours is just beginning. My eyes widened.
Really?
Yes. Don't give up, kid. Never give up. Adventure is waiting for you. You just gotta go look for it. He smiled, stood up, then left as suddenly as he'd appeared. I always remember that day, because it was the day when I became certain I would find adventure in my life. Antonio had been an orphan too, and when I told him about my meeting with Joe, he'd been super excited as well.
Let's be explorers! Yes, we'll be explorers together!
There was one particular treasure that we both dreamed of finding. We discovered the treasure in an old book at the local library.
The ruby skull. An ancient treasure left behind by an ancient tribe called the Lamocas. Antonio, we have to find it!
We must! Years passed, And after I left the orphanage, I worked hard and saved enough money to book a flight to the Amazon. And that was where I stumbled upon the first ever treasure I would find in my career as an explorer. It was exhilarating when I opened up that chest to find hundreds of gold coins. Since then, I've found much more treasure. But as soon as Antonio called to say he might know where the ruby skull is, I soon forgot about all the other treasure. This was it, my dream adventure. I steered the plane over to the location Antonio had sent me. I slowly descended and spotted Antonio and some other people waving from a clearing. I landed the plane, and as soon as I got off, Antonio crushed me in a hug. Bianca, old friend, it's been too long. Way too long, brother. I see you still have Joe's hat. I nodded. Of course. I'll keep it forever. I smiled, then glanced at the other two people. Who is this? These are my good friends, Macy and Charles. They're both explorers as well. I figured we could use their help. Sure. Macy didn't even smile. She just nodded, then glanced away. What was her problem? Charles, on the other hand, gave me a beaming smile and bowed. I've heard a lot about you, Bianca. You're a legend amongst us explorers. I grinned. You hear that, Antonio? I'm a legend. Yeah. Antonio chuckled. Okay, guys. Are we ready? We all nodded. The entrance is this way. Antonio led us over to the entrance to an ancient ruin, what must have been an old temple. We walked down the staircase that led far underground. I brought out my torch as I peered around at the old stone and small engravings on the walls. It's so dark down here. We entered a small, empty room. What now? I started to wander around, when suddenly I heard a crunch and looked down to see a broken jar. Oops! What are you doing? Suddenly, the whole world seemed to shake, and we looked up in panic to see the exit closing up. Within seconds, we were trapped underground. Great! Just perfect! Now we're trapped! I'm sorry, guys, but don't worry. Maybe this was supposed to happen. Maybe I thought you were a legend. Clearly the legends were false. Because you're nothing but a lousy explorer. Hey, leave her alone! Charles went to stand by my side. She tried her best. Guys, please. Oh, so now you're on her side. Fine, be that way. Macy stormed off, only to sit down in the far corner of the room. It would have been rather hilarious if we weren't in such a dangerous situation. If we didn't find a way out, we'd die from starvation very soon. Why don't we look for clues? Maybe Bianca's right. Maybe this was supposed to happen. We all spread out. Well, except for Macy, who chose to sit and brood, and started to search for clues. I was walking along, inspecting the engravings on the walls, when I discovered a symbol I had seen before. I remembered. On the back cover of the book from the library, the book about the ruby skull, this had been on the cover. Guys, come look! Everyone gathered around me as I nervously pressed on the symbol. Then, like magic, the symbol glowed bright red, and a huge section of the wall slid back to reveal another room, bigger than the previous one, with beds, food, and water. Looks like this is our resting point. It would be good to take a break and a little nap. Nice work, Bianca. I winked at Charles and he blushed. Macy pushed through and shoved Charles aside before plopping down on one of the beds. Yeah, nice work, I suppose. I barked a laugh at Macy and winked at her too. Was it just me, or did she blush even more than Charles did? Pretty soon, we all went to sleep. But when I woke up a few hours later, I got the shock of my life. Antonio was missing. Antonio? Where are you? Where could he have gone? There's only 2 rooms. Do you think he found a secret pathway? No, he wouldn't have left us behind. Maybe someone took him. Who? The curse of the ruby skull. Is that even real? Maybe. Honestly, you're not being helpful right now. While those two continued bickering, I started to search Antonio's bed, where I found a note under his pillow. Guys, stop fighting! Come look at this! Tentatively, they gathered around me as we read the note. Miss him? Follow the clues to find your treasure. Clue number 1. No one can hear you down here, except, of course, for the doors.
The doors? What does that mean? I sat there silently for a few minutes, thinking. Bianca, what are you thinking? I'm thinking... Guys, just follow my lead. And then, out of nowhere, I began screaming loudly. As loud as I could. Macy and Charles stared at me as if I had lost my mind, which I guess was understandable seeing how I was acting very weird. Come on, guys, just trust me. I screamed again, louder and louder, and I saw Macy shrug, then scream with me. Charles was more hesitant, but finally he relented and joined us in our screaming performance. 30 seconds passed and nothing had happened. But then suddenly there was a grinding noise and a giant rock moved to reveal a small tunnel, just big enough for us to crawl through. Yes! We did it! Macy squealed in excitement. Bianca, you're a genius! She hugged me and I stood there awkwardly. That was okay, I guess. Charles looked at us. That was strange. Come on, guys! Let's find Antonio! We crawled into the tunnel and crawled for what seemed like ages, until finally we emerged into a giant cavern. There was what looked like a bridge leading downhill. On either side of the bridge, there was darkness. I had no idea how far the drop was. Right at the entrance to the tunnel was a single skull that had giant ruby jewels in its eye sockets. Is this the ruby skull? No, it can't be. It's too easy. Let me see. Wait, Charles, don't! Too late! Charles lifted the skull, and instantly it dissolved into dust. We heard a loud, thundering boom, and suddenly behind us, a wall crumbled to reveal a giant ball of stone, heading straight for us. Run! We took off at full speed. Charles and Macy dove out of the way and avoided being squished, but when I leapt, my foot slipped and I went tumbling over the side. Luckily, I managed to grab hold of a protruding rock just in time, but I was quickly losing my grip. Help! Someone grabbed hold of my hand. I looked up, expecting to see Charles, but it was Macy. Hold on! She let out a cry and dragged me up and back to safety. I fell over and landed on top of her. We stared at each other for a while. Macy had just saved my life. This is awkward. I hurriedly stood up, moving away from Macy. I felt my face warm. Was I blushing now? We should get going. Yeah, sure. I led the way down the bridge, but just when I thought we'd gotten through the worst of it, we emerged into another room, a giant cavern with a raised throne. Antonio sat on the throne with a crown on his head. Antonio! At first, I was happy to see him, but when I moved to embrace him, he didn't budge. Oh, you're alive. Huh? You're supposed to be dead. Antonio? What are you talking about? Ugh! For once, can you just fail? Is that too much to ask? I don't understand. Macy stepped forward, understanding on her face. He set us up. He wanted us to get killed. What? You never found the ruby skull, did you? Antonio smiled evilly. Nope. Antonio! But why? Antonio turned eyes of hatred to me. Is it not obvious? Are you seriously too thick in the head to know why? We grew up together. We dreamt of being explorers together. Oh, yes, we did. And now we are explorers. Except whenever I get around to finally finding the treasure, I only discover that you've already stolen it. You've taken over the treasure hunting industry, Bianca. You have to be eliminated. I didn't know. I don't care about the treasure. If you wanted it, you should have just asked. I only care about adventure. Ha! You really expect me to believe that? Yes! Enough of this. It's time to take you out once and for all. Antonio raised a bow and arrow, hid him behind the throne. He looked me in the eyes. Goodbye, Bianca. Ah! Antonio pulled back the arrow. I was going to die. But then, out of nowhere, Macy appeared, leaping in front of me, shielding me with her body. No! The arrow streamed towards us, but my body moved of its own accord. And suddenly, my whip flickered out and hit the arrow away in midair.
I didn't even know I was capable of doing that. Antonio howled. Curse you, Bianca! Suddenly, the whole cave started to shake. The whole place is gonna go down! We have to get out of here! Grab hold of me! I swung my lasso and aimed for an opening above where I could see daylight. By a miracle, the lasso caught hold of something, and Macy, Charles, and I all climbed up the rope. The whole place was truly falling to pieces now. I looked back in and called out to Antonio. My brother, please, come! Get out of there! No! He looked very sad then. I'm sorry. Then a boulder fell over and Antonio disappeared. Bianca, come on! Reluctantly, I climbed up the rope and we all emerged above in the fresh air. We all caught our breath. Then I looked at Macy. She had leapt in front of me to save my life. Macy, you could have died. Why? Macy looked away. Yes? I like you, okay? Like me... what? I have a crush on you! My cheeks reddened. Oh. What? I don't know if you feel the same way, but... No! I took a deep breath, then grabbed hold of her hand. I would love to go on a date with you. Macy smiled in relief. Charles, meanwhile, looked as confused as ever. Okay, out of everything we've experienced today, that's the most shocking thing. Oh, shut up. I laughed too, but then I looked back to the entrance of the underground caves. Antonio was gone. I was sad, but I guess it was better this way.
Dyra, woohoo, hottie! Dyra! Blow that flute thing, girl. You're amazing!
I was so embarrassed that I dropped my clarinet and ran off the stage. Usually, jocks don't show up to classical music concerts, but here they were, a bunch of sweaty footballers at one of my biggest performances of the year. Why did they show up, and why were they cheering for me? Well, to put it simply, I'm hot. Most girls would kill to be in my shoes, and as far as I was concerned, they could have them. My looks created more problems than anything in my life, and if you think that's totally crazy, keep watching while I explain. So, I've already established that I absolutely hate how hot I am. I'm popular at school, but I never asked to be. Guys think I'm the most gorgeous girl they've ever seen, and all the girls want to be my friend because they think that if they're around me, they might get noticed by the guys they like. I kept facing disappointment after disappointment. For example, my best friend since kindergarten was a girl named Steffi. We did everything together, and I thought we'd be friends for life. But when I started developing curves and attracting a lot of attention, she sort of changed. She became a bit distant and she didn't want to hang out as often as before. Then one day I was watching a video on her phone when a message popped up. It was from Ralph, a guy she liked. He was telling her that he wanted her to introduce him to me. She replied that I was smelly, annoying, and that I snored. Then I saw another conversation between her and Samantha, a girl from my class who hated me. They were both saying lots of horrible things about me. I couldn't believe it. I took her phone and smashed it on the floor in front of her. Hey! Why'd you do that? Why don't you ask yourself why you're such a hypocrite? A crowd started to gather around us. I wouldn't have escalated too far if she hadn't pulled my hair. Nobody touches my hair. So I sent her flying into a nearby wall, and it was a total catfight. We both got sent to the principal's office, and I was suspended for a week. My mom was horrified. What were you thinking getting into a fight? You're going to ruin your perfect skin. What if you got a scar? It's gonna ruin your career. Then what? How will a few scars affect my career as a musician? Musician? You're going to continue the family business. You're going to be a model. I don't want to be a model. You can't waste all that beauty away. You literally don't have to work. Playing the clarinet won't pay the bills. But do you know how many millions you can make with that face and body of yours? I don't know why you can't be more like your sister. She just accepted a major gig in LA and she gets to travel in private jets and she's met so many celebrities. You're just going to clarinet concerts? Come on, child. You make no sense. I nodded my head and went to my room.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, I should have been grateful that my family had already created a successful career path for me. My mom inherited a modeling firm from her mother who made her promise that we'd continue for generations. So from a very early age, my mom controlled what I wore, ate, how I did my hair, almost every other thing I do with my looks. I hated it all, and playing music was the only way I found any peace. While sitting on my bed, I was just filled with millions of thoughts. I was already 15, and if I didn't take my life into my own hands right now, what would happen to me? I decided that I would make an effort to dress as ugly as I could, so that everyone would just view me as an average girl. After my suspension period was over, I went to school in a pair of baggy pants and an oversized t-shirt. And do you know what? The guy still wouldn't leave me alone! In fact, the day after that, some girls tried to imitate me by wearing the same thing to school, thinking that this was the fashionable thing to do now. I became so overwhelmed that I broke down in math class. I put my head on the desk so no one would notice I was crying, and after class was over, I didn't get up until after everyone had left. Well, at least I thought that everyone had left. Somehow, the teacher, Mr. Davis, was still there.
Hey, Dyra, why are you crying?
Everything?
You can speak to me. I'll try my best to help.
I decided to open up to him about everything, and he seemed like he was sorry for me.
I'm sorry you're going through this. If you ever need a place to hide away from the other students during lunch, you can come here.
Really, Mr. D?
Yes.
I was relieved that I had a place to escape from all these stupid, hormonal teenage boys. But that didn't really fix most of my problems, because that week, my mom told me she booked my first photo shoot with a top photographer, and they wanted me to be on the cover of the firm's magazine. My house, my rules. You either abide by them, or you can go sleep on the streets. Was she for real? So I sucked it up like a big girl and did the photo shoot. In a polka-dot bikini, looking like an idiot. It took hours of posing in different positions, and my eyes really hurt from the flash. I went home angry and went to school even angrier the next day. But I wasn't ready for what was in store for me.
Hey babe, you look really hot in that bikini. Why don't you wear it to school sometime? Yeah, Dyra, you're a total hottie. Why don't you stop playing hard to get and just be my girlfriend already? Hey, gorgeous, can I have your autograph?
How could my picture have leaked? I called my mom immediately. Mom, everyone at school has seen the pictures from the photo shoot. Oh yes, I've been meaning to tell you about that. We started an Instagram page for you. It's good marketing. You already have 10,000 followers. You did this without asking me? I don't have to ask you. You're my daughter. Anyway, get home before 5 because you've got another shoot tonight. I hung up on her and could barely breathe because I was so angry. Instead of going to my first class, I went to Mr. Davis's room and started crying again.
Hey, what are you sad about now?
I couldn't explain anything, so he left the room to give me some privacy. After about an hour, I calmed down a bit. I decided to get started on one of my assignments, but I'd forgotten my pencil case at home. I walked over to Mr. Davis's desk to get a pen, and while looking, I noticed that he had a folder on his computer named Diara. Huh? I thought. I opened the folder, and there were my bikini pictures! Why was this old man saving my pictures? I felt betrayed because he was just like the others. And at that moment, he walked in. You're a disgusting old man. I thought I could trust you.
What are you talking about?
Why are my pictures saved on your computer? He stood there shocked while I marched out of the room. I went to my classes and had a really horrible day, and then I went home to my mom so I could go to the second photo shoot. She greeted me looking excited as a child who saw ice cream for the first time. Check out your Instagram page. It's blowing up. But look at this. She opened the direct messages, and there was a message from Dolce & Gabbana asking me to model their clothes. Most girls don't get opportunities like these, you know. Mom, I know, but I really don't want to do this. In fact, I'm not going to the second stupid photo shoot. I went to my room, shut the door, and began practicing my clarinet. She banged on the door, but I ignored her. The next day, school was the same nonsense at first. But after lunch, the principal came to get me from class. He took me to his office, and Mr. Davis was there with my mother. What's going on?
Dyra, you didn't give me a chance to explain. I saved your pictures because I was trying to make a case for you. Child labor is not legal in this country, and you can't be forced to work against your will.
You saved my daughter's pictures! You sick man!
You're a sick woman for forcing her to model in bikinis at 15 years old. Now, please stop fighting. Miss Taylor, we are very concerned about Dyra's well-being. She's clearly not happy, and she can be taken away from you if you're forcing her to work. Dyra, do you want to explain your feelings?
I just want to be loved for who I am and not what I look like. I don't want to go through my whole life just being judged on the shape of my curves or how perfect my smile is. And what happens when I get old? You'll have a daughter to take over the business, silly. Mom, I'm not happy. When we went home that evening, my mom had softened a bit. She didn't mention anything about modeling or the Instagram page. She approached me with her best idea yet. Hey, do you want to go stay with your dad's mom in the countryside for a while? Yeah. I won't have to go to school while I'm there, will I? No. I just think you need a break from everything. That weekend, I went to my grandma's house, and I stayed with her for 2 weeks. It was the most refreshing thing I'd ever experienced because no one was around judging my looks. I could practice the clarinet while sitting in the grass looking up at the sky, and I had no worries at all. When it was time to go back home, I could have cried. I packed my things, and my grandma called a taxi. When we got to the house, I carried my luggage to the front door and opened it. But my house was empty. There were only windows, walls, and floors. That's it. Mom! Diane! Anyone? I tried calling her cell phone, but there was no answer. I went to my room and somehow all my things were there. Then something caught my eye. There was an envelope on my bed with my name on it. I opened it and there was a letter inside. It read, "Dear Tiara, it's clear that you don't support the vision of this family. We've moved to LA because your sister found a way to expand our business over there. I already sold this house, but I left your things so that you can sort through them. You can go back to living with your grandma if you want, but if you ever have a change of heart, you can start modeling and join us down here. Have fun with your clarinet. P.S. You don't know what you're missing." I wasn't even upset, to be honest. I grabbed my things and ran after the taxi driver before he could get away. He took me straight back to my grandma's house. And now I'm finally living my dream.